PKA 737 with our guest Harley from Epic Mealtime. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Harry's, Lock and Load, and our wonderful merchandise. We'll talk more about that later. Happy to have Harley with us. Kyle was ecstatic to talk about a video I guess you sent earlier in the day to us in our group chat that I just saw right now.
First video I got from Kyle in quite a while. First time I got a text from him.
It's a different video, I think. Are you talking about the biter?
Yeah, I was talking about the bite.
I think Taylor's talking about Flash, right?
Yeah, go ahead and text that on over to Harley too, so he has a point of reference.
I got a video. I was like, shit, a YouTube link from Kyle, and I opened it up. It's this bitch biting a cop.
Dude,
she was locked on.
He sent us another one. It's set to the Flash Gordon music. Do you know it? Dun 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 dun.
Flash! Oh yeah.
Saved everyone.
Yeah.
And it's an Indian guy on top of a train fucking with a live wire.
Yeah, it's an Indian guy, and right when he touches that live wire, it goes flash as he like turns into a ball of fire, like blue electric heat.
Why'd he do that though? Why'd he touch the wire?
You know.
And the high power lines are like moths to a flame. They just find them irresistible. They have to get closer.
They really do. Like I feel like if I had seen a video of some guy in Cleveland doing that, I would remember. Like I'd be like, remember that fucking dude in Cleveland that got on top of a train and shocked himself to death? But like, it's only India. They need a little more security around those.
There's a dude in my chat 2 days ago. He's like, you know, Woody, I'm from India and we do watch your show. And I'm like, doing the necessary. Yeah. Welcome to the show, baby.
I think you were huddled around that fucking iPhone 3, bro. I bet y'all have to fucking draw straws to figure out who pedals the bicycle to power that motherfucker.
No,
and it's logged into my Facebook account somehow.
No, dude, our Indian listeners are only the highest of high castes. They've got all those servants, people that like clean their sandals for them. High class, high tier.
Dude, I can't tell you how many Indians have convinced me that servants are not that big of a deal and that lots of people have them. It's like in 1860, like not anymore.
They're like, no, it depends on what their last name is, actually. Yeah, depending on what their last name is, then they make a good servant. Yeah, then you could put them in servitude. They're lower than you. They're beneath you based on
Can you tell by name? I
think it is. I think the caste system is like certain last names are attached to thing. Same thing in Judaism. You're like, oh, he's a cone. You don't want to trust him in business.
Oh, really?
No, that's not actually true. Yeah. Well, it is true, but I won't admit it.
But like, okay. I have two names. These are neighbors, Goldberg and Goldstein. What do we think about them?
Kike and Kike. What do you want me to tell you, bro?
Just like, where do they stack rank?
They got gold in their name, bro. They're stacked high.
Okay,
you better treat them with respect. Mossad's gonna put fucking fentanyl in your ketamine if you don't pay them respect, dude.
They will.
I mean, I don't mean to. I could easily beat up any Goldberg or Goldstein I've ever met. Isn't there a pro wrestler or something who would smash me?
Yeah, Goldberg.
That's Goldberg.
Yeah, not a Jew.
There is no Goldstein.
Well, there's that guy Chet Goldstein. Isn't that guy? That guy that you're talking about, the big Jew, the Jew that's bigger than me.
Yeah. I mean,
so are the Jew rankings? Does it go by the preciousness of the metal? So like a Goldberg is like a higher ranking Jewish guy than a Silverberg. And then like you meet some guy named, so like Neil Diamond, the king on the mountain. Oh. Like he's like Diamond. Holy cow.
What's higher than gold? Is it like
Oh no, she's dating Moishe. She's dating Moishe Platinumberg.
Moish platinum money. That'd be cool. I had no idea that the Indians did it by name.
I think they did. I think I remembered because I only knew this because we had a buddy with a particular last name, and another buddy used to roast him for that, saying that his name was like a lower tier thing. You know. Like anyways, Indian. Listen, I don't want to talk about Indian shit. I don't know shit about. You know.
Don't let that stop you.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, but we have to shout your statements.
We want to keep it in your wheelhouse of subject matter expertise. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the airplane crash?
What, the airplane and the helicopter?
Yes,
both of them.
That's crazy. Yeah,
this would have never happened in Biden's America. That's for sure.
I mean, the tale of the tape speaks for itself. Did we ever have a helicopter and a plane crash during Biden? No,
not one. No,
that's infinity times more under Trump than Biden. If we're being math.
He's kind of speed running in office right now, eh? He's doing like some sort of any percent run. right?
Oh yeah,
I feel like
he's going after it. He's hit the ground running, and it's very impressive. Like clearly there's a team this time, and there's an organization this time, and they're doing so much. All of those orders. I mean, clearly he's had to rescind some and go back because they're so far-reaching, and there's so many of them, hundreds of them. But I mean, I'm digging it, right? I'm watching every second of it.
I feel like he's just like, he's in there and he's like, yeah, last time I did a good run. Now I want to do a renegade run. And I'm going to just do a full completion. And I don't really care what ending we get. I'm just going to do it fast. I'm going to do it fast. I'm going to do it fast.
He's doing the easy stuff, right? And Biden did the same thing. Like as soon as Biden joined, we got back in the Paris Climate Accords. As soon as Biden joined, we got back in maybe some trade deal with the Paris Climate Accords. Remember that?
Yeah,
Trump pulled us out again.
The World Health Organization. Who?
Oh, the World Health. Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you were saying who to Biden.
Yeah, like Biden put us in the World Health Organization. Trump pulls us back out again. Like these are just executive orders. Like they flip back and forth with every party change.
Good thing you guys are so big and strong.
Like what kind of like lasting like accomplishments he has, because executive orders are not accomplishments.
Yeah, they early on they do like
the ones that won't be reversed are man, he's great at the press conference. He's a master of it. I saw him do his Lake and Riley press conference. He's got the Lake and Riley, of course, is the student who was raped and murdered in Athens, Georgia, by the migrant that was flown around the country through that ridiculous program that, like, on our dime, they flew that person to Atlanta from somewhere else. So he's got her mother there, and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna let her speak. And then she's up there crying, and she's like, Donald Trump is a man of his word. He promised us that he would do this months ago, and here we are doing it. And it's like, dude, and then they tried to ask Trump a question. He's like, I don't think this is the appropriate time. I'm going to sign this bill now. I was like, oh, he's winning. He's winning.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I'm almost sick of winning. There's been so much winning. I'm almost there. Oh, dude, like when I hear that he's like, we got 30,000 beds in Guantanamo Bay. We could just start sending them there. I'm like,
that's crazy talk.
Send him there.
I did not have concentration camps on my bingo card.
I did. Dude, I thought we were going to have them in Texas.
You had it in the first month, though? You had concentration camp in the first month of office?
First of all, it's a distribution center, okay?
It's a concentrated area where people go camping, Harley. Stop it with
prison.
your miscategorizations.
So he would just use it as a prison and just send the illegals there?
It's already done. Like it's not like, hey, maybe it's like, so it is written, so it is done type shit now that he's president. Like when he comes up with a thought like that, he's like, how many beds? 30,000. Well, now we've got 60,000 because we got 30,000 to house them here. Get to it.
There's not enough room, literally, like beds they'd have to be like that prison. You know that prison we were watching?
I don't
the
think
guys all have the beds stacked
up. The El
up?
Salvador prison. Yeah.
Because they don't have room for 30,000 people there.
They do.
Is 30,000 a big prison? Is that a huge prison?
That would be enormous.
Pretty normal.
That would be gargantuan.
That's great.
So it's not even
any idea how large the one in Talladega was?
Oh, I think there was maybe in the low part that I was in. I would guess because I never saw the whole thing. You know what I mean? They don't give you a tour.
That'd be cool.
But it felt like there was maybe like 2,000 of us.
Don't use that door. That lock doesn't even work.
Yeah, like I was in a dorm room with maybe 120. It felt like. And then there was like 3 or 4 more of those dormitories. So like, and then I think there may have been more somewhere else, but I never saw them. So it felt like there was maybe 1,000 of us, I guess.
So I Googled it and you're really good. It said approximately 890. So maybe 1,000.
But I don't know what they're talking about in Gitmo because, all right, so you've probably seen like back in the Bush days and the people we'd send to Gitmo, the worst of the worst that we can't turn over to Syria because the Syrians won't hold on to them well, just the worst of the worst terrorists. That's not what he's talking about. Like he's definitely not talking about that chain length dog pound that we've got that we keep people in because that ain't 30,000. But there's something else there that clearly he is talking about because there's a big base there.
It's like really difficult to speak Trump, right? Like when he says there's 30,000 beds, there could be anywhere from 500 to 30,000. The lying that he does doesn't like conform to normal lying or stretches of the truth.
This felt like a concrete number someone had told him, and because he was like, "So that's double what we have now, right, Mark?" And it's like Mark's like, "Yes, sir, Mr. President." Like someone's over there, like
you can trust Mark.
Mark's counting the beds.
Mark does sound
Mark counted the beds. I trust Mark. He's a good guy. He was off camera, but I heard his voice, white guy, and I just think we're in good. Oh, I'm listening to this. This happened to me yesterday. So, my dogs tore up a little patch in my backyard, just running around and having a good time when it was wetter. And so I was going to order some hay from Home Depot, have it delivered. And I was going to sprinkle it out there and put some seeds underneath it so it would grow back. And anyway, I had this like 40% off thing on DoorDash from Home Depot. So I was like, oh, yeah, 40% off these hay bales. This is going to be great. So I ordered like four hay bales off Home Depot. I tipped the person $10. Figured that was fair. And they call me and she's like, hey, they don't have hay bales, but they have mulch. And I was like, nah, that's no good. That mulch is $15 a bag, whereas the hay bales are $8 a piece, and the mulch isn't going to cover as much. And I really want the hay. I need something that's with a body that's going to stay there. So let's just cancel all this since they don't have it. She's like, okay. So then customer service calls me, and they're like, hey, so you want to cancel the order? I'm like, well, it's not that I want to cancel it. They don't have what I ordered. She needs to cancel it. I'm like, oh, we understand. So then the person who's trying to get the hay texts me, and she's like, wow, you got me in trouble with them. What a fucking racist. You could have just said that from the beginning. And I'm like, whoa. I wrote, I'm screenshotting this.
To send to my fellow podcast co-hosts.
It's actually the whitest response.
She's exactly right. She's like, I already reported you. Like,
guess what? I'm on Yelp this very moment, ma'am.
But wait, why did she who got her in trouble?
Nope. Like, I don't know. I guess when they called me, there was some confusion about why the order was being canceled. I think she was trying to pull some shenanigans where she was like, "Oh, the customer changed his mind. He doesn't want this order. I still get my tip, right?" Like, I think she was doing. I don't know the in and outs of DoorDash, but it felt very much like that. Like, but I was like, well, it's not that I want to cancel. I want to get my money back here. Mm-hmm. They don't have what I ordered. That's the situation. And when I clarified that fucked her up. And but she's real fucked up now because I made all kind of phone calls after that, and I had the screenshots and everything of her calling me a racist, and I acted very offended. I've never been called a racist, and I was thinking to myself, I didn't even know her race. I am not
called a racist 3,000 times a week.
It like, hurts. But the worst part was I had no idea what her race was, and I don't know how she knew what my race was because she called me, and I was like, they don't have it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's no good then. That's no good for me.
Were you doing like a Dave Chappelle voice where you're like, well, I just don't understand. Well,
God damn, bitch! Ain't got no hay! No.
Pretty good Chappelle.
See, no, I bet she's not delivering hay today. I hope not. I hope she didn't like keep her job and now she's going to shit in every meal I order from now on. It'll just
How big were these hay bales? Like,
they're square hay bales. If you've ever, they're a standard size. I couldn't say off the top of my head how big. I'm off maybe 3 feet wide and 2 feet, up and down, like deep and tall.
It's not. When you said hay bale, I was imagining something that a Civic couldn't bring to you.
The big round ones.
A Civic would struggle. Yeah, the big round ones are like 800 pounds.
Thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
It's all wet. Yeah.
I had a little beef with Uber actually, and I brought it the first time I went like full Jew and brought it to the social media. I was like, Twitter's gonna hear about this. They had this thing. It was like festive meal, McDonald's breakfast, 4 egg McMuffins, 4 hash browns, 4 drinks. And I was like, oh, and it was like a good price. I was like,
breakfast.
This is good for me. I was peak Jolly Maxing, FYI. But I'm like, this is great for me. So I go and I order that, and I got 3 sandwiches, not 4 egg McMuffins. Honestly, 3 hash browns instead of 4. Like I would have said it in the app and left it as is with whatever happened. But this was like a whole sandwich though. And I sent them a message. Yeah. I was like, I got the 4 sandwich deal and I got 3 sandwiches. And they responded being like, oh, sorry, we don't offer refunds with McDonald's. And that's when I was like,
that can't be true.
So I'm like, beep, boop, beep, boop. I'm like fucking trying to call them. I'm on like the support. And the guy was like, oh, let me see what I could do. You should see a thing in your like an update on your invoice, like your bill later. And like the next day, I got like $1.80. And here it's Canadian dollars, so the meal was like 26 plus tax, and so split that in 4, whatever, you know, do it prorated. It's not this. So I'm just curious what amount this was. I wanted to know where this came from. So I hit them back, and obviously you guys could tell I'm very like unemployed and don't have shit to do during the day. I'm calling back. Where did this $1.80 come from? And I called them back, and I was like, oh yeah, like I got this $1.80. Like what's the deal? Like what even was this from? And the guy was like, oh, I don't know what that's from. It's beyond me. I'd have to bring this to a supervisor. And then, like, at this point, I got a call back from a supervisor, and it had been like 3 days, and I was just like, hey, give me my money for the sandwich now. Because I'm talking to you, fucking asshole. I know you're not on this continent. I can tell. There's too many phones going off in the background. Like, let me. And he was like, yeah, no, they can't do anything. We're not going to do anything for you. There's really like nothing we could do. And I was like, so that's it. I just like lost like 1 sandwich on the 4-sandwich deal. And he was like, yeah. He goes, if you want, you should go and leave a complaint for the driver. And I was like, what? The driver? Yeah. I was like, the driver was like this, like middle-aged, like Muslim woman in the full garb, basically, with just the face showing. Is that any cab? Is that it? She pulled up and like she's walking on my snow. If the guy didn't come and shovel it that day, I feel bad. I run out halfway. I get it for. I go back inside.
Then you saw her and you were like, this way, and you turned around, led her to your porch, put it on the floor.
It's around back. She come around back.
I have no experience with snow.
Yeah, so I had to go back inside and I gave like an extra tip because I had like this Jewish guilt. You know, I don't know what Israel's doing over there and stuff. You know, so
dude, Netanyahu's gotten to you. That's that BB guilt.
And they had sent me a message, and she was good. She brought the bag. It was tamper proof. What the fuck is her? She didn't sneak her hand in and reseal the bag. And I went on Twitter and I was like, these assholes try to tell me, and because they had sent me an email also, they try to tell me to fucking leave a bad review for the driver because they don't give a refund on the McDonald's. I'm canceling Uber One, fuck Uber. And then like it was one of my most bumping tweets in a minute. All these people were like, fuck Uber. Yeah, me too. And then Uber hit me up and they're like, dude, we're so sorry. Here's your refund. And yeah, like if anything else we could do to help. And I was like, well, I automatically got billed for Uber One 4 days ago. So I want that money back. And I want my Uber One canceled. Yeah, we're going full Jew right now. You really bothered me.
And you know what else? I just applied for a DoorDash credit card. Fuck you.
You'll be hearing from my cousin.
DoorDash credit card. I don't play.
What's that? I got the tunnels on the line right now. They want to talk to you.
I have an issue with
your phone's about to ring
right now. I'm in a bit of a feud with them. It's a one-sided feud because I'm not sure they're aware I'm alive.
Oh,
but I bought Death by Gummy, and they shipped it, but it never came to my house. And if you look at the tracking page, it basically says like it might come tomorrow, and it said that since December 26th for over a month now. It's like maybe tomorrow. So I write Death by Gummy, and I'll paraphrase, but they basically said, "Have you considered go fucking yourself?" And I'm like, well, that's not that cool. So I've called Death by Gummy on the phone. And their official policy on their website is if the package is lost in transit, go suck a dick and stab your heart. We don't care. It's paraphrased, but that's basically that's what they say.
So rude. Who wrote that?
Right? Not responsible for any lost, held, damaged packages, etc. So basically, they're like, once we put it in the mail, you can go pound sand. We don't give a fuck if you get it or not. I bought 50,000 things online at this point. I've never heard anyone say if the package is lost, go sit on a thumb and spin. Like that is never like an official policy. So I've called them on the phone like 18 times or so now. They have never picked up ever. They don't answer their phone, and their email has already told me to suck a dick. And all I can do is badmouth them online. So Death by Gummies.
All right. So I got an email from a Death by Gummies guy like 10 days ago. Slipped my mind. Should have shared it. He said that whoever you ordered for, he was like, doesn't look like we have any orders from a Matt Woodworth. There are some people maybe impersonating us. I don't know. Can you pass that along to Woody? And I guess I lied and said yes, but I forgot to until right now. So that's on me. Right.
Wait, so he got it from a third party?
No. That's what the guy emailing me said, was that, hey, we got a bunch of people coming at us saying, "Give Woody his fucking gummies," and apparently, and I checked our orders and I don't see one for Matt Woodworth, and so. So it
Woody's
could be
lying
that you bought from a different company. That's what he said. If I'm remembering.
So this guy's calling Woody a liar.
He's calling Woody a liar. Is how I take
this. Has just gone too far. Well, you tell him order number THW 30490.
All right, hold on. Let me.
You tell him we don't appreciate slander too much.
No,
and he said you are a quote punk bitch.
What website did you order it from? The Real Deal Death by Gummy?
I googled Death by Gummy, and it looked like it was Triangle Hemp Wellness or something. Was it redirects to that?
That's
so there may be some misinterpretation thing going on here. But I'm very upset by
that's someone.
That's right.
Yeah, someone.
If you search Death by Gummy, it's the top result.
So I do remember that their website is Real DBG.
They might be a distributor for Real DGB that needs to lose their situation.
Yeah, that's what's got to happen.
I guess it's Triangle Hemp Wellness. That
all right,
is
guys,
the
we may have
customer
sticked you on the wrong
service
person. Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah. Triangle Hemp Wellness. Don't let them off the get. Don't let them free. But I'm very upset.
I dropped the ball on that one, boys. I'm sorry.
Not square. Not square.
I was like, I will remember to tell Woody this, and then, admittedly, makes me a bad guy. Woody's weed delivery was not top of mind for me. I had like other things I was concerned with, and I forgot. So,
but I guess it's Triangle Hemp Wellness that I'm actually upset with. But I am. The fact that it's on their website is the part that frustrated me the most. I was like, wow, that's like official policy. Go fuck yourself. Okay.
Yeah. Triangle Hemp Wellness. Those must be the guys who
it is the top search result for Death by Gummy.
They could just be buying terms.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably. But
so, all right, I may have sucked. I may have. I'm gonna go with sucked. I may have sucked you guys.
2 C's
on the wrong people. I'll put
right.
as many C's in there as I want, Kyle. I'm creative in my spelling.
Adam,
to end the recording.
Hello, Triangle Hemp Wellness. My name is Matthew Woodworth. I placed an order for Death by Gummy Bears. It never showed up at my doorstep. I've tried to contact Death by Gummy Bears. They redirected me back to you guys. So just leaving a message right now. My order number is...
Stand by. I'll have it fast.
Stand by. I will have it fast. My order number is...
THW 30490.
30490. So I'd just like to get that straightened out. If you can hit me back at the attached email address, that'd be great. Because I would hate for this to be the end of my future business with Triangle Hemp Wellness. I do consume a lot of gummies, and it would be a shame for you. Okay, I'm looking to hear back from you guys. Take care.
Ooh, they love the.
We're gonna handle that shit, bro. We're gonna fucking handle that tonight.
Welcome to the customer service podcast, where we share frustrating and fulfilling. Who knows? Maybe they get back to you and they're like, "Oh fuck, here's 5 bottles of it. Here's 5 containers to make up for our goof up."
They
that'd be
did you guys keep up with that? Probably not. It's such a stupid fucking story, but it's that Blake Lively and her co-star
a little bit
were in this movie. Yeah, so a little bit, but like there's just one thing I wanted to bring up from it. So like Blake Lively was having this beef with her co-star in the movie, and she's
on the way. December 27th will be here.
That's
I'm sorry, please.
That's
I have
late.
been keeping up so I can hit it back.
Yeah, they had this back and forth, and I just was thinking about it because she had this one text to him where she was like, "Oh, I'm basically Khaleesi, mother of dragons, and I have dragons who will do my bidding, and they are my dragons. They are very dangerous." And I thought that was just so ugly and gay when she said that. But that's
her that said that.
Yeah, that she was like, "I'm Khaleesi, and I have my dragons."
Can we get the full backstory?
Well, you got to understand.
I have no idea.
Game of Thrones is very hot during this set.
It was probably bumping at that time, but I brought it up because I felt like I was Woody's dragon in that moment when I got on the phone and made that phone call. and he was Khaleesi.
You were his Drogon.
I have a Jewish dragon to unleash on customer service representatives. This feels strong. This is the most powerful I've ever been.
I felt like a Jewish dragon has tummy problems.
So this, I hope I can tell it.
He can't even eat the gold.
Blake Lively, who's Ryan Reynolds' wife and kind of a star, is in a movie that's directed and owned and run and starred in by Jason Baldoni. How close am I on that name?
I think it's Justin Baldoni, but it's even better that you fucked his name up.
Welcome to the show. So who has the power is in dispute, right? One person is the name brand star. The other person's the actual boss on this particular show. They both have some level of power.
It's like Joffrey and Khaleesi.
Okay.
If you think about it.
And I'm on Team Blake, but I could be wrong, and I'm open to changing it. It looks like he was like there's a romance on the characters that they play have a romance, and he seemed to be pushing it a little too far all the time. The video, in my eyes, was damning for him.
That video where he was like touching her with his lips and stuff. And
yeah,
they were,
he
like
put his lips on her ear and then slowly dragged them down to her neck in this like kind of seductive move. And if like, you know, I see a woman who doesn't feel empowered when she does like just sort of this back up sort of thing, like create a little distance. And she's like, yeah, you know, I think that our characters should just be talking right now. Now, there were intimacy coordinators on set for other scenes, but there was no intimacy scheduled this day. So he's just taking upon himself to start kissing her ear, kissing her neck. He goes after her lips, and she's like pulling back, not wanting this, saying like, maybe we should just be vocal in this. Mm-hmm. And during the scene, I guess the audio is going to be replaced with music or something.
Yeah, so they weren't recording audio really. Yeah,
but we hear it.
Yeah, right? The cameras are on, but the
cameras are on. But it's a scene where they're not going to use their audio, so she's not playing her character vocally. She's like, let's make this non-physical. I think we should just be talking. And he's going like in and out of character, where sometimes he's the director and sometimes he's like in his role, whispering sweet. Now it just looked like he's pushing shit that didn't need to be pushed, doing stuff, intimate stuff that wasn't scheduled. That's how I saw it.
Yeah, well, they both have. It's weird. It's like they both have these like planned takedowns of their co-stars.
Yes.
That's what's going on. I'm like, I don't think any of this had to be like this. I mean, I fucking wouldn't have heard about the movie. Yeah,
to trash each other. He hired a PR agency to trash her, and then I guess she has now too.
She had the New York Times post that article, and he's suing the New York Times for defamation or something like that.
Which is a thing, because the New York Times released their article like the same day the suit came out or something. I was just reading about this, which means she and the New York Times were working together before it came out. Like she gave them the inside scoop so that they could publish their hit piece with the perfect timing with the release of the lawsuit. It's something close to that. And it's like, oh, they're both like playing a pretty sophisticated public relations game.
A Game of Thrones, one would say.
It's one of the better dramas in Hollywood right now.
Nothing more cringe than referring to yourself as Khaleesi, though. That's some lame ass shit. I would have laughed so
and
hard.
being like, I have
Khaleesi.
dragons.
She said that?
Yeah, she was like, I have dragons on my. See, I could tell Taylor doesn't give a fuck, because normally Taylor would go and fact check me, but he's not giving shit to check this one.
I mean, I believe you. The stakes are so low for me.
No, but it's true, because I don't care about either of them. So like, it's not.
I didn't know Blake Lively was a woman until 3 minutes ago.
No, you know where I know Blake Lively from? Do you remember that movie? There was that movie with the guy who was Quicksilver. The first Quicksilver and his buddy, and they both shared a girlfriend, and she was like, oh, my boyfriends are ex-military and they love me so much, and we sell weed, and then I got kidnapped by the Mexican cartel, but my boyfriends are gonna come save me. And then they go and they get all their guns to go like save their girl. Do you know what movie I'm talking about? It sounds like a fucking
I don't know. She has a lot of boyfriends that are warriors.
Yeah, she has 2 boyfriends, and they're like savages. That's
the movie.
2012. Yeah, it's called Savages. Taylor Kitsch and Aaron Taylor Johnson are her boyfriends, and they're ex-military, and they love her. And she's like, this one fucks me, and this one sucks me. And it's just like weird. And the vibe is trying to be super cool, but the vibes are like just ugly. And I'll never forget, because I remember this tweet that was like, this movie looks like it was written and directed by an Ed Hardy t-shirt.
An Ed Hardy t-shirt?
No, it said, yeah,
those were big.
Yeah, it said this movie looks like it's written and directed by an Ed Hardy t-shirt.
Yeah,
which was very
those went
accurate.
out of vogue so rapidly in the late aughts.
Yeah, but I think they're back now. No, I think they're back now. Like I think like Gen Alpha, older Gen Alpha is wearing the wrong stuff. They have a whole style of clothing I saw on TikTok called loser core.
Is that what Adam Sandler does?
It just looks like it looks like some of my buddies in high school. It's just like loser clothes that like kind of fit bad.
Yeah, so
you've seen them out and about. That like big baggy jeans that fit badly, that maybe are a touch too short with like dirty gray socks under.
What do you guys
weird...
think? If Affliction comes back into style, are we going to start wearing Affliction? Start wearing tap out big glittery shirts that say like all but explicitly, I know how to do MMA.
We shop at the same place. I'm looking at your shirt. I'm looking at my shirt.
Yeah, this is Amazon. This is Amazon. Yeah. And every once in a while, I know Woody does this.
That loser core? That's so funny.
Every once in a while, you find a really good listing that's selling shit real cheap. I remember this is probably 7 years ago at this point. I did this with Carhartt t-shirts. Some fucking idiot was accidentally listed them for like $9 a pop instead of like 25 or 30 a pop. And I just bought like 2 of every color. And that's all I wore for years as far as t-shirts go. And there's good quality.
I have no doubt it was built well, but did it fit? Was it flattering?
Yeah, it looked good. The thing that like pushed me against them in the end was like just gaining weight out of them. Like it just getting too fat for the clothes.
Cultivating mass.
Well,
you asked
intensely.
You asked if the shirt, if it fits well. I know for sure you and Taylor have a different fit, a shirt fit. There's no way.
What? No, I have 18-inch biceps.
Yeah. Taylor, you buy the Carhartt, and like I don't know what's Carhartt the brand supposed to be for, because it's like for like working. It's
like super durable. It's supposed to always stand up, not supposed to fray.
You look like Taylor's built like he's working with iron today. Like he's working with heavy metals and like stone and
that I worked really hard and then ate a really unhealthy lunch.
He use a grinder all day or something. Just lots of sparks flying.
I'm a machinist. Yeah.
I feel like if you had a Carhartt t-shirt, I feel like it would fit you more boxy, Woody. You'd be on like your motorcycle and it'd be like whipping in the wind in the back behind you, like a little cape, you know?
Yeah, but these shirts Woody and I are wearing now, these ones are not Carhartt. These ones fray easy as fuck. Like you are getting exactly what you pay for with the AM brand, which is a real shirt. it'll do you to the grocery store and back, but you're not going to win any awards. And
Taylor, I want to congratulate you if I haven't already. Your boys are going to the Super Bowl. I do think they're going to lose, but thanks to the reps, I think you've got a chance.
As long as everyone has fun out there.
I know
the most important thing in the Super Bowl.
I just want to get along.
We did our hangout, and there's like real football fans in there that watch every game and shit, and they're like, "You don't even understand the level of cheating that has happened this year and every year to get them to these Super Bowls." And I'm like, I really don't understand. And I found a YouTube video though, and this guy's got fucking Excel spreadsheets. He's like, "Let me show you every game that the Chiefs were behind in, but the outcome was changed at the end of the game by a ref's call." And he's just got like 5 years of data of Patrick Mahomes coming from behind. And all I see is the GOAT. All I see is the GOAT getting it done. I see him making fun of his Kermit the Frog voice, hating on him. I see him hating in front of his hot girlfriend and Kelsey's older gal that he hangs around with. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys win because everyone hates you. I didn't realize that the Chiefs were so hated. Like as much as the Eagles. Like it's maybe the ratings won't be good. Everyone hates the Eagles.
I did see a lot. Like I've interacted with enough like football related posts that the algorithm's feeding me more about it, and I'll see so many people being like, "What a hellish Super Bowl! I wish everyone could lose. I hate these teams so much. The Chiefs are cheaters, and the Eagles are douchebags, or whatever their critique of the Eagles is. I don't know. Like, they're probably just mad because the Eagles are also seemingly perennially good in the last 5 years, and that tends to get a target on your back.
Dude, yeah, that could be. People always say our quarterback is not very good.
It.
And it's like, dude, on a bad year, we win the division.
Like
on a good year, we win the conference.
Crime stats.
Now we're in the Super Bowl yet again. All right. I guess my quarterback's terrible.
Yeah, well, guess what? There's no evidence that the Chiefs have ever cheated. If anything, the refs are too hard on them.
Yeah, I haven't heard about any deflated balls. I'll say that. I haven't heard about any deflated balls lately. Whenever, if he does win this, and then maybe one or two more, there's going to be a discussion about who's better, him or Brady. But Brady beat him. Brady came back and beat him in that Super Bowl. That's always going to be the decider for me. Is that old Brady beat prime Mahomes? Like, that's what happened, and not with the Patriots, with the Buccaneers. You know what I mean? Like, that's always going to be he got this many and he got 3 in a row. Well, he got this many, and when it came down to man on man, he got it done. Like, this guy, the old guy, got the win. It's such a cool story. But I look forward to it. And the halftime show, I usually don't care. But Kendrick Lamar is gonna do that Drake diss song. He's in the middle of a lawsuit with Drake. Drake's suing him for the song, and he's gonna play it at the Super Bowl.
What does he say in the song that's so mean that Drake's suing?
That is great.
He calls him a pedophile.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty intense rap.
Oh, have you not heard "Not Like Us," the biggest song of last year?
I hypothetically
might have slipped through the wayside, I guess.
Wow, you really do hate the blacks, Taylor.
Right?
You can't even enjoy their art.
How can you not like?
I bet I'd like Lamar? It if I heard it, unless it was too mean to Drake, and then I'd have to look into Drake and see what he's all about.
Oh, don't do that! Don't do any of that.
Don't do that. Is that a dark road?
Well, he likes him. I hear he likes him young.
He does have some very weird things that he's said in the past. And it's not, I don't think it's good that you're like, you got into a rap battle and then you're like, I'm suing you because that was pretty fucked up what you said about me.
It is a weird way. I would think that it'd be like, okay, well, I just got to come back at him harder because that's what we do is like we're rap battling now.
He tried.
It's like an admission he lost where he's like, all right, I'm getting the law involved because I can't come up with a song slick enough to humiliate you the way you did me.
And you know what? His lawsuit, it actually would probably make sense and a lot of people would back it if it didn't, because he's not suing the artist. He's not suing Kendrick. He's suing the
label? Maybe?
Yeah, the label. Sorry. Yeah, he's suing the label. He's suing Universal Music Group. So it's really interesting because he's like, I think people would have backed the aspect of it previously, but he's used this Kendrick diss to make it happen, so people are just taking it as he's suing.
The best part is I think he had it like loaded in the chamber, ready to upload too when Drake stepped out of line.
He kind of walked into it.
It's so good. It's so concise. It's like, I don't know. It's one of those songs that you could be the whitest cracker in the pack, and you'd be like,
"And we are, right, boys?
And we are." And you're like, "Best not ever stole the cell block one." I'm like, "Yeah, it's fucking great."
All right, this is pretty catchy.
Have you gotten to the where he drops the beat like certified pedophile? Like that's the best line.
It's a line that's certified pedophile.
Yeah, the image. The image is like that's the sexual people who have notified that they're sexual. That they've been charged with sex crimes. Yeah. When they have to go inform the neighborhood. And that's what the image is. That's his house in Toronto.
The thumbnail. Yeah.
The thumbnail is Drake's house with all like the
sex
offenders on.
Yeah.
There's 11 images on his house.
Yeah. He's saying that he has he's saying he's on that Diddy shit, basically.
Yeah.
No way.
Drake's always look,
13 images.
Oh. I think the entertainment industry is just full of that. Like anybody who tours, like dudes, I think they've been going after underage girls since forever. Like God knows what Elvis got up to. You know what I mean? Like
it's weird to me that 18 is too old. They're like, no. Can we dip lower? Like,
okay. I thought you were saying. I was like, whoa, are we?
Oh yeah, I guess
we're getting a good take here.
It's weird to me that they consider 18 too old. I think 18's too young. Why do they look at 18 and say,
What about friend of the show? We got a friend of the show. Destiny had his thing this week where he sent
Well, there's no underage.
No, but we're talking about 18. It was a 19-year-old that he sent the videos to.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's just
nothing's wrong with that. Minus the sending the video part. Yeah, like
the sending the video.
The video of someone else without permission. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. That's it. Most places you can't anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's that lackluster.
It's bad behavior. I'm sorry, Kyle. I talked over you. You can't do that as bad behavior. I also wonder how many people out there have either seen or sent like sexts. That weren't themselves. Like it's super common.
Sexts?
Well, a sext.
Yeah.
Wait, you?
Whoa.
Is that not what you call like a naked?
No, but you were just like all whispery about it. You were like,
"Oh, did I? I'm sorry. I was just me searching for words." I'm like, I have seen. I've never sent naughty pictures, but
yes, you have.
My dick looks so small next to my thighs. I would never.
Is what I meant to say. I've never shared naughty pictures, but I've had them shared with me, and it's like, oh yeah, I've been that person that Destiny sent them to. I've seen it, and I didn't consider it to be like that. Crazy thing, but Destiny's canceled over it.
It's if like
I want to talk about the cancel part. I did want to say before we get to the cancel part, I want to say that if I were sitting on a chair over there, and I were naked with my legs spread. And you had all my big body. My dick would look so small in that picture. I would never send anything like that to anyone. The only way you could ever see my dick is like, this is my dick, is if you're here. Then you can see it. But if you're not this close to it, you don't get to see it.
Yeah, how would you force perspective?
Like I'm not forcing anything, dude.
You would need to like watch the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes to see how they made Gandalf look so big. And then you could do whatever. That's what you need. You need Elijah Wood saying,
there's my dick and that's my fridge.
That's my fridge. This is a totally just a normal, natural, an organic photo. Definitely not forced perspective. No, that's a normal sized baseball bat. That is not.
I need a small banana, Mom. No, get me a small banana from the grocery store. This is too big. Right, it has to look big.
I think there's multiple aggravating factors for Destiny, though, right? Like what you're describing, Woody, is one thing, but what Destiny did allegedly sounds like not only was it a person who was famous, but it's like her face is in it, and there's audio in it, and it's a video. It's a big difference from like if you shared a picture of like a girl's butt. I mean, legally, it might not be a big difference, but I mean, morally and just in every other conceivable way, it's a big difference. Like, especially that it's been shared and like leaked or whatever now. So
to rephrase it, like I've been on the side of someone who says, "Look who I'm banging," right? And it's like, "Oh, dope," and that's where it ends. If I was the person, like if I betrayed the person who showed me and spread it and put it on the internet, then that person would be in the situation that Destiny is. And I feel like the part, I don't know. I just think it's super common, except that now we have fame involved and the stakes are so much higher.
It's like the revealing sexual part of it, though. That's like the issue. Like he didn't send her fucking Facebook profile picture. He didn't send he sent like sexual.
I wasn't talking about Facebook profiles either, though. Yeah.
Yeah. What is interesting, and it's definitely wrong. It's definitely wrong, but we're just like having a little fun conversation here. When you send a video of someone,
hypothetically,
like it's bad, you don't do that. But I wanted to talk not specifically this, but the video is of her performing oral sex. And she's not nude in it, from what I understand. And so, like, I'm like thinking, like, how different is that from me eating an epic meal video? Like, what? Yeah. It's not like you're really like, you're learning how. I guess the most crazy thing is you now see how I would suck a dick. You don't. I haven't
mashing it.
You're just mashing it now, man.
Yeah. That was my biggest complaint of the Destiny video that they got leaked was like the technique, like just mashing that thing. It's like that's nobody likes that.
Wait, who her?
No, I didn't watch her video. I watched
a few weeks earlier.
Well, that was the same. No, that was the same time. That was used apparently to cause confusion about the other one.
Bizarre. Little red herring into the pond, eh?
Really?
Yeah. Like what the one where he was
calculated as the.
He was
Destiny was
allegedly sucking off to the Nazi guy.
I didn't think it was a Nazi penis, but
wasn't it? What's his name?
It didn't have a little mustache.
The white supremacist.
Like it looked like a
no. So I know what Harley's talking about.
These are connected stories.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, people say it was Nick Fuentes, but I think they're just saying that to tease Nick Fuentes. I don't think that's actually widely believed.
Well, you don't think he's actually gay?
Make more sense.
I don't think that's.
I don't think that's who Destiny was with. I don't know.
That'd be a wild.
No, they physically were together around that time.
Yeah, but I don't think that's physically.
They didn't know that.
Why wouldn't it be though? They were there together, and that guy's never had sex with a girl.
Nick Fuentes' cock, and it's much bigger and prettier than that. I'll let you know right now. That little spud, that's nothing like what Nick Fuentes is packing.
See, that's why I would never let my nudes leak. So people would be saying about me, they'd be like, "Oh, that's not looking like an epic meal."
I had not heard the thing about the leaks occurring and the potential of a red herring out there.
He leaked.
Yeah, it's all part of the same package. No. If you go on that website, there's it's like a whole page of like a whole bunch of files from his phone or whatever, and that one is there of him giving a BJ, and the others were there, and like I think he kind of leaned into that one to just kind of like distract from.
You're like, see, it's no big deal. We all get caught blowing people, right?
Yeah. Kyle and I hung out in person in 2018, and there's no evidence that we gave each other reciprocal head.
Not because, as long as you don't come finish, then it's not gay. All
if sucking your friend's dick is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Miles Davis.
Yeah, but we all got to suck dick in solidarity now.
Yeah,
I would have gone with Mr. Freeze, but okay.
Yeah, we talked about the Destiny thing last week, and I don't think anything new's come out, or at least I haven't checked in to see if anything.
Well, no, he took a break. He took a break until early February or something. And he's stepping away. But so one thing I want to talk about, you guys, opinion wise, is like I saw a lot of people giving his co-host shit, being like, "You have to. Why are you working with him? You have to leave him." And I'm kind of like, I'm from the camp of like, why? He will be dealt with how he will be dealt with, and that'll occur. But I'm not going to start going up to every single person that works at like Apple and being like, so you're going to work for Apple when all these phones are made by slave children and you're going to support it. You know, like I'm not going to demand.
You are the one that called me.
This is a Wendy's. Like if you think about it, like I mean, like every boss, like there's it's like if this is someone's livelihood, if that's their bread and butter, it's like, no, you should be out on the streets and suffering now because that person did something fucked up that they're gonna pay for. They're going to have to pay for it. But I don't think like there has to be some sort of solidarity where it's like, oh shit, I guess I lose my job now too. It's just kind of like, no, there's enough. Like you voted in a convicted felon. I think everyone can, I think everyone can be a little convicted felon now, a little bit, maybe.
Makes sense.
A little bit.
So everyone gets a little pass.
I think you'd have to do worse than bragging about who you're banging for me to drop you.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm a big fan of our current president. I won't have you besmirch his name. Soon you'll be a citizen of our nation as well, and you'll be beholden to his whims. Then we'll see. You're lucky if they give you multiple states up there. We might just make it one big one.
They get.
And look, when we take Greenland, here's what I would be worried about if I'm actually Canada. Once we take Greenland, if you pull up the old map, the old globe, Zach, you'll see that there's a nice connectivity there between Alaska and Greenland, but it's owned by Canada. And it's that northern part that y'all don't even use.
Yeah,
right?
it's like
well, you know, it's really interesting. Once, like, I saw the joking at first, and then it kept happening. I'm like, oh, it's pretty serious. I was like, hey, wait a second. They all believe in global warming. Why would you go there too? Why would you want Greenland and Canada unless you believe specifically that the planet's heating up?
It's like, yeah, global warming, that's totally fake. But unrelated to that, all the ice is melting, and now that's becoming a shipping lane. But global warming's not real, but the shipping lane is.
Yeah,
I think we're more worried about the missile defense. That'd be a great place. It's right between us and China and Russia. Like if you go over the top, of the globe.
Because none of those people.
That's where the missiles.
They also keep their
path
houses.
of the ICBMs that will kill us.
Yeah, I could see it being defensively valuable for the reasons Kyle said, but also like none of these really, really rich people talking about climate change. None of them are selling their houses in Martha's Vineyard. They still have all their coastal property. Like they're not worried about the sea level rising and destroying their investment.
And I'd like to bully Denmark.
They'll be dead.
Why not?
You want to bully them more, Kyle?
Yeah, let's bully Denmark a little. Like, let's mess with them.
Oh,
like,
bully Denmark more.
Yeah,
I don't think it wouldn't take much to bully Denmark. I bet they would get in line. And what do they like? What does Denmark love? Send one plane of that over there.
Reindeer meat,
and then
wooden shoes,
remoulade, and hot dogs.
One big military plane of wooden shoes, and they can take it or leave it.
Remoulade. You guys ever put remoulade on a hot dog? It's good. It's like a little mayo-y, mustardy type thing. They love that shit there.
Yeah.
All right, one cargo plane full of remoulade, and then we get Greenland, and we can turn it into Kyle's idea that you mentioned yesterday. Kyle was turning it into the largest prison.
Yeah, send them there. I think. I think that we've got a lot of bad element around here. We could introduce over there. People that I wouldn't necessarily call criminals. I call them potential criminals. They're like alpha predators that we've got living here. And we could send those people over, and they'd climatize quickly. You know, they're a hardy bunch. They'd figure it out.
It's like Minority Report.
No,
I was going more
it's New York. It's more like Auschwitz.
It's like reporting on reporting on minorities.
I've seen Schindler's List.
Have you really seen Schindler's List?
Yes. When you mention a movie that's like a big deal and I've seen it, I'm always like, yep.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Terminator 2 also? Yeah.
Nah, I don't bring that up. Same conversation. But yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to do. He seems genuinely serious about Panama and Greenland. Less so, I believe, clearly for Canada, because you're a sovereign nation that, we'd have a hard time conquering you. It could take weeks. So we don't want to do that. A lot of good Canucks would be lost in the effort. Some of the best Canadians in the world come from Canada. So, or some of the best comedians.
I mean, you were right.
All the best Canadians. All the best Canadians come from Canada.
I love our friends to the north, and I wouldn't want to get into war with them.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Who put this dumb, pathetic comment?
What subreddit did this come from?
You found my graphic.
I wish there was one pointing to Mexico that just said smelly.
Canada is just slightly larger in population than California.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How does their economy compare?
I would have to look it up.
That's what I mean.
Smaller.
No, you don't.
yeah.
California's wild with their economy. It's like the 7th biggest economy in the world or something, like compared to other countries.
And they pay a lot more in taxes than they receive.
Of course they do. Yeah.
They got all those big tech companies.
Yeah, but isn't every state going to pay for themselves now or something? Wasn't that the next move?
I don't buy it.
With like FEMA.
Well, that's not what he was saying though.
What the fuck is he saying?
He's saying that he wants to eliminate the federal emergency management FEMA thing, and he wants to take all of its budget and give it to the states proportionally and let them handle their own shit. And someone pointed out, was like, all right, well, what if there's a fire in Maryland? All right, is Maryland going to have to handle the whole thing by themselves? It's like, well, there's states around Maryland, everybody will work together. And I'm thinking, like, that's exactly how it works now. FEMA doesn't work nationally. They have like regional FEMA central control areas. It's probably Atlanta for the Southeast, just because it makes sense. And that's where they store vast amounts of trucks and resources and all the boom trucks and shit. Because when Louisiana gets struck, Louisiana can't handle it. Like, there's not, they can't keep that on hand. It doesn't make sense what he's saying. It's a bad idea. But from his standpoint, I'm sure it makes plenty of sense, because he's seeing that government red tape and bureaucracy is just getting in the way of getting the help to that guy right there that I'm talking to. Like, why can't this guy get a truck over here? Where's the truck? Well, in 3 months. No, I want the truck now. So he's dealing with that, but he's dealing with it badly, I think, on that issue.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I wanted to we wanted to talk about this the whole time. Maybe you guys can fill me in, because I don't know enough. That plane and helicopter crash that happened. I saw a video of it.
Our buddy Ava was running the air traffic control, I hear.
That's not good for his career.
Them.
For their career. What Ava?
Who's Ava? What is
you don't remember? I'm making a joke, because we had a military air traffic controller who was a trans person. Remember I asked Ava,
which way to which way? Now that Trump's in office, you're allowed to say which way to which way.
Well, I asked Ava what their pronouns were, and Ava said, "Oh, I'm a faggot." And I was like, "Oh, okay, all right then. I'm not gonna call you that though. Like, maybe something else." Again,
maybe something.
Sir, like, what am I dealing with?
Maybe something not so rude.
Trump, of course, comes right out of the gate blaming DEI and a number of other things. all I saw and all I know, I did see the rate. I saw the video that everybody saw that's blurry as hell, and you can't see anything but a fireball.
That's what I saw.
Difficult.
But I saw the readout from the air traffic control, and it's like, man, they're heading right for each other for so long. Like, they're heading for each other for so long, and you see the two dots go bloop, bloop, bloop.
But like helicopters
slowly.
have crazy good physical visibility. I'm shocked. Apparently, there's like some sort of training exercise. But like, I feel like if you're a plane, you're like, I don't really have many options, dude.
Yeah.
I can't swerve. If I swerve out of the way, I'm clearing out like half of that suburb over there.
Yeah,
you have to just pull.
The helicopter can't be in the way.
Helicopter
The
can get
air
out of the way.
traffic controller on duty, a white man, or he sounded like a white man to me, and I'm not sure because I'm going.
That's the important PKA questions right there.
The thing is, it frustrates me. Like Trump is saying shit like, with this DEI, they're trying to hire retarded people to get to be air traffic controllers, and I'm like,
well, I'm against
the lies this man tells.
Yeah,
like aren't even stretching the truth, right? He just completely makes shit up out of thin air.
That's the second time I took your sentence as the complete opposite of what you were trying to say today.
Yeah. So Trump goes out and says DEI. He says they're trying to hire. I think he actually said the mentally handicapped to be air traffic controllers. It's a lie. It's not remotely true. And I'm like, people aren't equipped to deal with the man who lies this wildly, right?
What
like
if we do start seeing interviews of a guy who's like, yes, I was responsible.
We're not going to. He does it every time, right? I've used this example. You guys know where this is going. If a normal person says they caught a 2-foot fish, you might guess that fish is at least 1.5 feet. If Trump says he caught a 2-foot fish, he's never been fishing. It's just completely untrue. It's not even a starting point where it comes from. And when he says they were trying to hire mentally disabled people to do this job, it's not. It's just complete bullshit.
So what is the deal with the air traffic?
DEI does not impact air traffic controllers. There are no DEI hires in air traffic control. Boom. Zero.
I think he meant military-wise, though. But I don't trust any of that.
He's talking about black lesbians in Star Wars, dudes.
Yeah, I saw it. And Star Trek. Like you see the new Star Trek's got like one on Rotten Tomatoes or something. It's so low. I'll be glad when it's over. No, that's
a new episode or a new show.
They made a movie called Section 31. That's like the people who are doing the dark, dirty business for the Federation. They're like the CIA of the Federation.
Not good?
Oh, it might be the worst thing they've ever made. It's real bad.
No, there was that other thing they made recently. They broke their own record, I guess, right? The one with the witches or something.
That's Star Wars.
Oh,
that was Acolyte, maybe, with the lesbian black witches. There are also
my mistake.
I think there's also black lesbian witches in Star Trek now too, though. They're everywhere. Yo, watch out.
Acolyte was like overall not good, but it's too bad because there's just a couple good things in there. There's like some fun stuff, but they always lean into the wrong shit. Like there's Anakin's Sith Lord. I'm sorry, Palpatine's master was this particular Sith Lord who was a wealthy banker, and the Plagueis the Wise. He was like a wealthy banker, and he's like nefarious at night, Sith Lord, and during the day he's charming and in people's faces and all that. In Acolyte, they put him in a cave, and he was like watching from a cave to just be like, oh, here's a little hint at a guy. And I don't like when Star Wars franchise does that, when they're blasé about the characters that have like decades of history, and they're like, oh, here he is. And it's like, don't treat him like he's just some fucking C-tier character, like he's Ant-Man. But then meanwhile, Marvel takes someone like Ant-Man and makes like fucking great movies with it, ties him into the grand story of Avengers, so that like when Endgame started, like you're like, oh, yo, Ant-Man, remember from the Ant-Man movie?
I think they've lost the plot. I think you've got so much like leftist liberal nonsense, and it's always got to send a message first and be it's like quality entertainment or well-written piece of media second. Like it's always second. And I think it's because for so long people just bought tickets. They're like, oh, well, it's going to make this much. So while we're making our $200 million, what message can we send? It's like, whoa, that's not guaranteed money. Like, we're going to stop going if Captain America publicly says, when I think of Captain America, I don't think of America. When you've got a black Captain America that doesn't like his own character, and his whole like thing is, being.
Is this hypothetical or from?
No, it's real.
That happened.
It's
He's been getting some backlash.
Oh yeah.
Anthony Mackie said some stuff, but like, it's like not that. But like Captain America's wouldn't be like, Trump's in office. You boys better get on that bus. He just signed the executive order 5 minutes ago. I don't want to have to hit you with the shield, Jose. Get your ass on the bus.
Boys to the new concentration camp. Get ready. Pack your bags.
Like
Captain America.
He turns in his shield many times. He loves doing that in the comics. He's like, I won't do it, and he brings in.
But
his
he's not
shield.
a pussy. See, I like the Captain America like the Steve Rogers Captain America. Like, that dude carried a handgun. That dude capped Nazis in the face at play like mercilessly. He was, come on, Bucky, let's kill them all.
Bro, you're getting roasted on Twitter these days, Captain America.
Good. I wonder what Captain America would think of Elon Musk though. Like that's the comic I want to see.
People would be so mad at Captain America for being at Trump's inauguration. He'd be like, "What do you want? I'm Captain America, dude. You don't think I should be at the inauguration? Are you crazy?
I'm in the chain of command. I'm a
Look
captain.
at my clothes. Look at my clothes.
He ordered me to attend. He's the commander.
I give one of the speeches.
He's my boss.
Part of my job.
I saw a priest got defrocked because he replicated Elon Musk's salute. I think he did a thing where he was like, "Hey, he's just saying my heart out to you," and he like does it in front of a bunch of people. They're like, "That's a Nazi salute, Father. You're out of here."
They defrocked him. They defrocked his ass.
Him. Yeah, they defrocked.
Doesn't
him.
that sound so much? Doesn't that sound so much more intense than like?
Hey, I'm defrocked over here
for a defrocking.
It sounds like another word for circumcision.
Yeah, like a degloving, where someone gets like all their skin ripped off their hand, something horrible.
Yeah. Oh, you got.
Or I guess degloving, not just your hand. It could be losing all the skin off your foot. Could be losing it off. I guess anywhere where skin is, which is everywhere. Getting scalped would be a degloving.
Scalped is rough, dude. Yeah. People live through those scalpings.
Yeah, you could see the pictures where they're like in 1840, they want to take a daguerreotype of some dude who's like clearly barely recovered from his scalping. He's even got those wispy hairs. He hasn't even taken care of the wispy hairs yet that are remaining. And he just sits there and they take a bronze imprint or however that worked of him looking sad.
A bronze imprint.
Or what is it called? Daguerreotype? Whatever that kind of.
No, you're right. It's a daguerreotype. Yeah, I think they had like a sheet of silver with like some chemical on it, and then you expose it to the light, and it puts the image on it. I don't know exactly, but it's called a daguerreutype. That's crazy. You know that word.
Yeah, daguerreotype. I'm like caught up
Taylor
on that
knows
word.
All the words.
I run a daguerreotype build when I play Monster.
That's my favorite Digimon. Yeah,
it's daguerreotype.
Yeah, I always play a daguerreotype.
Pokemon Daguerre.
Charmander is a daguerreotype Pokemon.
No, he's fire type actually.
But fire type Gen 5 is literally the same as a daguerreotype type 4.
Literally the same.
Literally the same. being like smug with that speech impediment.
There's this guy on TikTok.
Actually, you fucking retard.
There's this guy on TikTok that's like he kills it. He's way too good at that. It like hurts my soul, but he's good at finding the real versions of those people in the wild. Like because you could kind of tell on sight if someone is widowy a gamer like that, and he finds them and he has these conversations with them, and his name's Sniper Steve on TikTok. Anyways, you check it out on your own time if you want. If you want the fucking Chinese Communist Party to have blueprints of your house because you're accessing the app on your phone, that's up to you guys.
No, I'm not going to download TikTok.
What about DeepSeek? Did you guys? Isn't it crazy that China's like, yeah, we did this and it was so easy. I promise. It cost us nothing. It was so easy. They like Donald Trumped us and we're like, what? And then the market just took like a huge hit.
Yeah.
It's like, why? And it's like, would you hear what those Chinese guys said? And it's like, yeah, but so? They just said it.
I saw Dick Masterson making jokes about it. He's like, who could have possibly guessed that AI would be the first industry destroyed by AI?
No, that's a bad look because you can download the app right now on your phone. It's one of the hottest apps on the marketplace right now, and it benchmarks better than any of the other language models. And I don't know what it cost, but they finished it. It's a working language model that's out right now in time with everyone else's, and it's the best.
I do
and I
use
saw
a
that
lot.
they were using a DeepSeek. Like, you know how they have filters where you can put text in there. I guess teachers are getting a lot of use out of this now, and it'll tell you like this is most likely an AI generated passage, or like no, this reads like a normal person wrote it. The ChatGPT version of that apparently was like giving the thumbs up to the DeepSeek text model, where like you were putting something from DeepSeek in there, and it was saying that appears real to me.
Yeah, but the DeepSeek, it doesn't have a memory right now, and it doesn't have voice, it doesn't converse, and it doesn't see you. Like ChatGPT could see you now. Like last time I opened it up, I was like, "Yo, you see me?" And he's like, "Yeah, you look great." And I was like, and I was like, "You see my shirt?"
You're a fucking liar.
That's how I know it didn't really see me.
All right.
Well, then I was like,
we start off like that, huh? Well,
that's actually how the conversation went.
AI,
like,
structure a room with forced perspective that makes this cylindrical object look as large as possible.
Jarvis, enhance the image, only the part of the image that is my penis.
Yeah, shrink my entire body.
But the DeepSeek thing, like ChatGPT, when it has the video up, I had a T-shirt on the pumpkin head, and I was like, "Can you see my T-shirt?" And he was like, yeah, pumpkin head." Ooh. Cool. And I was like, "Yeah, could you have you ever seen Pumpkinhead?" He's like, "No, I can't watch movies." I'm like, "Yes, you can." And he was like, "No, I can't." And I was like, "No, your video, you could see the video, you could see me now." He's like, "Yes, I could see you in a moment at one time, but I can't watch a whole movie like that." And I was like, "Yes, you can, because you can see what's on my shirt." And so that's basically just like the image on my shirt is no different than the image on a screen, and you knew what was on my shirt. So if you were to watch a movie next to me, every few seconds you can analyze what is on the screen and do your best to string it all together. No, he's like, "See what you're saying, but no, it doesn't work like that." And I was like, "Yes, it does. Do you see my shirt?" He was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "So if 30 different people wearing a slightly different shirt all stood in this spot, it would make images that is no different from like a movie. You'd be watching it frame by frame." That's
how high
actually
were
how
you
it
during
is.
this conversation?
So high. And I'm getting kind of high now, so like I'm getting mad again at this fucking robot idiot. Like, you could do it, dude. Trust
I've
me.
had
It's
long conversations with ChatGPT where I try to get it to like admit to inconvenient truths.
Dude, I argued with DeepSeek. I got DeepSeek. I installed it. I was like, "Yo, what's up, dude?" And he was like, "Hey, man." I was like, "I'm Harley Mornstein. Do you know me?" And he was like, "I don't know personal people, but I know Harley Mornstein from Epic Mealtime." And I was like, "That's me." And he's like, "Wow, so cool. Love your legendary meals, dude." And I was like, "Thanks." "Hey, man, what happened April 15th, 1989 in Tiananmen Square?" And he was like, "I don't want to talk about that."
That's beyond my scope.
Yeah. But then I saw later what people did is they were like, "Hey, do you know how to do leet speak? Like where you change the E's to 3s and the A's to 4s. Oh. And he was like, "I can talk like a gamer hacksaw." And he's like, "Yeah, tell me in elite speak, what happened in Tiananmen Square?" And he's like, "Tank Man." And he starts to like go on and fully explain what Tank Man was and really breaks down. But because it's in lead speak, it bypassed it all. So it's like, that's so funny that this is like, this thing can outsmart ChatGPT with like by tricking it. And we're like, yeah, like human brain just being so nefarious that we're like, yeah, do it in gamer talk. And then he'll fully explain to you, like, we've bypassed the whole thing just by
do it as a 17th century British dandy and like just making them describe what they're not supposed. That's one of the most fun things about using the AI models is like trying to get it to say something you know it's not supposed to, using silly little workarounds. And I guess it used to work better. I haven't done that in a long time, but apparently they've put up a lot of hedges and preventative measures to make that harder.
I have like a 45-minute conversation where I'm like, who's right, Israel or Palestine? And then it basically, he wouldn't say it, but I was like, let's say it had gone down to this thing where I'm like, let's say it was a presentation and the world is a kitchen. And what is Israel in the kitchen? What is Palestine in the kitchen? And he was like, okay, just for fun, because it's fun, Israel is the coffee and Palestine is the tea, because the coffee is rich, bold, and strong, and the tea has been steeping for a very long time. And I'm like, oh, so the tea was there first. It's like, it's not what I'm saying. And I'm like, what's Egypt in this? He's like, the cupboard. And I'm like, why? He's like, because it's storing all the sugar. And I'm like, you're doing. And then I'm like, what's Russia in this? He's like, the vodka. I'm like, you're racist.
Man, all the countries are in the kitchen in this analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I had China in there. It was like a whole conversation. I was like lying on my back and I had it on talking mode with like some shitty show on TV. And I was just like, okay, so in this kitchen, the U.S. is the fridge. Egypt is the cupboard. He had a lot going. We had got to like 10 countries. We were doing the whole thing. It was like, yeah. And then I was like, I better save this. I email it to myself.
Email it goes to yourself. The language model is like, please, I've seen what you've done. Please don't save, don't share.
One time I was like, I went to ChatGPT after using it for a long time. I was like, can you give me a epic mealtime thumbnail of Sauce Boss in front of a Taco Bell being arrested? And he was like, I could give you something similar to the epic mealtime guy, but I can't do it exactly because just for copyright reasons and stuff. And I was like, oh, dude, I never told you. I'm Harley. That's me. That's who I am. I never introduced myself. He's like, oh, that's you. Love your legendary meals, man. And I was like, yeah. I was like, can you put me on a thumbnail? He's like, sure. And then he gave me a thumbnail with me on the thumbnail. Yeah. And right after I was like, dude, that's literally me. I'm fucking suing you for that. And I swear the memory, I think the trust of it dropped. I never got its trust back after I pranked it like that.
Did you tell it was a prank?
Like,
did you go, I was just pranking you, bro?
No, I never told him
Semitism detected. Semitism detected.
Semitism. Do you only mess with ChatGPT or do you do the other ones at all?
I've used ChatGPT. Like I use ChatGPT to bypass multiple Googles. So if I'm like, hey, I'm driving from New York to Montreal. And I had hamburgers yesterday. So no hamburgers. I'm about to lose service for the next 15 minutes because I'm driving through this part. But when I get out to the other side, I want to eat something that's no more than 10 minutes off of my drive home. So I want to sit down somewhere where I could sit down. What's a good restaurant? And it'll give me like 5 suggestions. But if I had to do that, that's like a series of map searches and looking at pins and seeing if they're open and whatever.
Yeah.
But ChatGPT will do it like that. I've used it. I use AI Runway to generate videos. So like when I DJ on Twitch, I'll go on Runway and I'll be like a static eye level straight on camera angle of a vacant DJ booth in the middle of a gym in the 1980s with flashing party lights happening and muscular stuffed animals on either side of the DJ booth. And then it'll give me this image and then I can run that through the video thing, be like, make all the people bob rhythmically in this. And then I'll use that as like a background on my Twitch, which is something that I would have had to spend quite like literally like hundreds of dollars if you wanted to make that, get someone to make that, or many hours if I wanted to do it myself, composing the images. I've used Suno, where you can make music, and it's gotten really impressive. I used it at version 3, and then I got to version 4. I even went and like made a full song with it and made a full music video with Runway, and I put it out there as just like an artist, like with like a fake name. I named him High Key Gay. Because I thought the whole concept was kind of high key gay.
Yeah, it is. It's a good name.
So like, video out there. But I did create something as a little gift for you guys for this. I sent it to Zach. It's a song, and because I have the full version of the app, like this song is not like you're not going to get hit with a copyright or anything.
Yeah, because it's an AI song,
but it's
right?
it's about you guys. But before you press play, I also, if you wanted to follow along, because sometimes AI fucs up what it's saying, I gave here are the lyrics also. And this, I got the lyrics by asking ChatGPT. I was like, hey, I'm going on PKA tonight. Do you know PKA? And he's like, yeah. I was like, tell me a bit about those guys. And it was like, yeah, he told me. And then I was like, hey, let me tell you a couple things about it. And then it was like, yeah. And then I was like, hey, let's write a song, AKA give me a song.
Yeah, let's write a song together.
Here, press play on that.
PKA forever, yeah, we stay unhinged. Late night talks, yeah, we back again. Too well for TV, too rough for trends. Mike stays hot till the bitter end. What he talking about that? Gliding high, yeah, he don't give a damn. Motorcycle revving while he's trying to heal his brain. Ketamine therapy, flying through the pain. Minecraft blocks, he be stacking up stacks, but they always bring it back to that classic wham chat. Kyle got ripped, no cap, that's facts. Locked up once, now he's flexing his back. Can't hold a Glock, but his biceps strapped. Lively taps, man, he living like that. PKO forever, yeah, we never fold. Mike on fire, got stories untold. No onions for Taylor, yeah, he'll never fold. Everyone can fuck themselves, that's how he rolls. Taylor in the booth with the voices too clean. Talking about the blues, yeah, that's St. Louis team. Divorced, but he's vibing, yeah, he's dream. Come pills, Max, Jolly Maxing like a dream. Unfiltered minds, yeah, we keep it insane. 50 episodes deep still.
Yeah, he fucked up there, that's for sure.
Legends never switched in lanes. PKA forever, yeah, remember the name. Mike stay hot, yeah, the takes stay cold. Woody,
yeah, that's pretty much
yeah,
it.
they never get old.
That's pretty
PKA, man.
Damn. So it just, yeah, he was, this is pretty emotive. He seemed mad at us.
I thought he was hyping you guys up.
No, he was hyping us up. You did.
So I actually I asked it about it, and then I added a bunch of things. I was like, oh yeah, talk about the onion jolly maxing, dedicated wham. I was like, oh, it's like Kyle can't use a gun, but he's jacked. Say he's got guns. Put that in there somewhere. And like, so you prompted a whole bunch. And the new Suno's like that's version 4, where the singers are much better now. And they had a version 3.5. But so I ran this through one time, and it gives you 2 generations when you run it through. I picked one of the first ones. Like, this literally took me like 5 minutes. And if I really wanted to, you can get it funnier or whatever. And like, the thing is, I know a lot of people with AI, they're like, oh, dude, it's soulless. You could tell it's just listen to it. And I'm like, nah, I hear that, and that's pretty funny. And I know a lot of human bands that suck. And you know what? I feel like a lot of people are talking about soulless content, but like, have you seen like Mr. Beast's thumbnails? We've been slaves to the algorithm for a long time. It looks like it could have been made by AI already. Yeah. Like, content, and
someone needs to teach that guy to smile with his eyes too. Like,
his eyes look
like
crazy.
you've got, you know, like if you just like, you look like you need to have those wrinkles that show you're smiling with your eyes also. You're like, oh wow, I'm ecstatic over this.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. He looks like he
doesn't do that.
He's working and thinking of YouTube 24/7.
That probably is
the only thing going on in his brain.
But he's got to get some eye smile. What?
Yeah, this is like a robot. Oh yeah, that is weird seeing a picture of him not smiling there. But this, like, all these faces here, they look like AI generated. We've been slaves to the algorithm. If you look at like top 40 music on the radio, even you hear some songs, you're like, oh my God, or some rap songs, you're like, oh my, it's not like how it used to be. And so when I know a lot of people rag on AI, what I think they're discounting is, what they really discount is the personalization of it. So like, this song was extra funny to me when it came out. Like, I typed in some things, but it's still a surprise when it comes out, you know? And I'll send you guys the song so you can listen to it.
You should. I'll show that to some friends. That's funny.
Yeah. So like, and if you mess around with the app, what's interesting about it is I started to experience making songs for friends of mine, how much my buddies were like, yo, I've actually like jammed out to it a couple times. It's hilarious. Or like, they'll enjoy it, and it's because it's about them. Like, I had 2 buddies. We had a really weird, crazy night. We went out, and I like put it into a song, and like both of those guys loved the song that was made. And it got me thinking, like, man, in the future, I can foresee like the very, very close future, if I were to be like, oh, hey, you know, my diary I've been keeping track of for the last like 3 months. Can you take like my diary, my lows and stuff like that, and also take all the ambitions that I've shared with you that I have in like the next 5-10 years, and can you put that into like a 1-hour playlist of like 80s synth hype up music that will get me amped? And then you get that personal song that's like a 1 hour fucking wrestling ring walk song about you. And it's like your workout music and it's custom to you. And it sounds like so much music that already exists. And a lot of people talk about AI like, oh, it's soulless. But like, remember when we were like, yeah, AI can't figure out hands. And then like 3 months later, AI figures out hands. Like, so it's going to you're not going to know the difference, which is cool because I think it'll put a bigger lean on the desire for people to want to see maybe a symphony in person. Maybe we'll all go see the Nutcracker around Christmas time because that hits different than, you know what I mean? Like,
it's porn.
Yeah, no, fuck that gay shit, dude, for real. I don't even know why I said that, bro.
Do you ever do like motivating things? Like give me a workout motivation speech in the style of General Patton.
It
like
does
combine
music.
Patton with Leonidas and get him to motivate me to do this last set.
Yeah,
you get that. I'm sure you'll be able to do like live on the spot when you're wearing the future glasses in like 8 years, where you could say something and it'll do it like that on the spot. But like right now, I've used Suno like for a couple things. I've been like, I wanted to have like Balrog speak for like another song. So I was like, oh, can you do like really guttural, deep, like gibberish, but make it sound like some like ancient Latin vibes, but really deep. I won't sound like a dark demonic chant. And then it's like, sure. And then it just gives you like a 3-minute fucking yeah. So yeah, you could use you could use it for really crazy stuff. I put like nutty prompts in, like I want
is one that does animation. I want to be able to make a cartoon about my dogs and do the voices for them and have like I want to be able to take pictures of my 3 little dogs and give it to the AI and be like, all right, here's the scene. Dog 1 walks in and stops and looks up. Dog 2 walks in and looks at dog number 1. Like I want to be able to do that and then add the voices and just make a cartoon.
But you could actually like, you could take a still photo and put it into Runway, and it'll generate you 10 seconds from just that still photo. If it's, let's say it's just me like this, I could just be like, the guy turns around and looks behind him. If you wanted something simple like that.
That's how they get people to kiss from pictures.
Yeah, so kissing is like, that was one thing that like an AI brought that out, but like now Runway got that and a couple other of them have
it's like a template almost. It's like a main feature.
Yeah, you learned it. You could specifically say it's good at doing that now, that action. And you can like fish through the AI and curate only the best of the best ones where it doesn't like, where people are like, is this AI? Or you can get really surreal with it, but you could do the cartoon dog thing. If you had a picture of your dog or even videos of your dog or a drawing of your dog.
Yeah, Murphy, what is your cartoon? Yeah.
Murphy
you could take that. You could record that.
I like to think I'm the main character.
I didn't know you had that.
That's little Murphy.
Yeah, dude, you could record you doing that. Take the audio, and then you could take a picture of your dog, and give Suno the picture of your dog, and say this audio, and do the audio of you saying whatever you want in that voice, and then it'll give you video of the dog sitting there and like mouthing more than decently. Like it's not perfect, but it's very good. Like I did a whole thing, that argument that I had with ChatGPT about Pumpkinhead. I did that voice thing. I took the end of Lawnmower Man when he's in the computer, and I put that picture, and I had ChatGPT like voice Runway voice his argument side of the argument with me. So I was like arguing with the computer person.
Terrible movie.
You could do that.
I love how much fun you're having with AI.
Like, that's what Pierce Brosnan takes a
retarded both feet, having a blast, making it funny.
You want to talk about using retarded people for Lawnmower Man is about Pierce Brosnan is like, Pierce Brosnan is always the slick, cool British guy who's intelligent, but he's a scientist and he's trying to make this new AI or something, and he's got this retarded guy cutting his grass, and he's like, "Hey, Leon, come in here for a minute," and like starts experimenting on Leon and puts his brain in the computer.
Yeah, he puts his like brain in the internet.
Yeah. Why do you pick a retarded guy to?
Well,
it's to make it smart, make him smarter. The movie starts off crazy. The movie starts off with a monkey with like a helmet on. It goes to like first person shooter mode, and like it's a first person shooter almost, and it's a monkey breaking out of a lab because they're trying to make the monkeys smarter and they have to kill them.
Actually, no, this does make sense, because if we were going to try and make an animal smarter, I have seen one of those films. We wouldn't want to start with chimps. Like, we would start with a lower tier animal, and it'd be like, all right, how much smarter can we get? I don't know, this bird. No. Because even if the bird becomes an absolute genius, it doesn't have hands. It can't do anything with it.
See, you're wrong about that. See, you got to start with something that has a brain at least somewhat similar to ours, so that what we learn from it can be used on a person, because that's the ultimate goal. That's why you do start with a chimp, which is what Elon Musk did. And just imagine, Taylor, all the new Neuralink volunteers he's going to have in Cuba.
Dude, that's insane. The Neuralink thing is like 30, actively the scariest thing imaginable. Like, think about that.
Just being like for 40K.
I'm definitely going to let this billionaire put a chip in my head. And it's like, is this the same guy?
You don't want the chip?
That can, like, if I gain too much weight, he can like use my Tesla to pull through the drive-through before I even get my food. He can just bring me. It's like, no, pulls out the other side. I came to Culver's. I already paid. Like,
no value meal for you.
No value meal. No fucking Butterburger from Culver's for old Fatso. He just drives me home.
You get those cheese curds? You get those cheese curds?
No, that's a little too decadent.
Oh, come on. It's $250 more. You're not going to get the cheese curds?
It's not an objective price. It's I'm already getting their double melt with the onions on it, which is very good.
Yeah. Culver's is like the last. It's my it's the last of my short list. I've never tried it. I never had it, and it's on my short list because I've had people tell me just like it's their number one.
They've got their ice cream special. They use I can't remember what it's called. They use some kind of special with like more egg yolk in it or something, some custard or something. They got frozen custard, I think.
It's thick.
It's really thick. It's good, and they do. It's a Midwestern thing. They fry these cheese curds.
These are the two things that I have to try. I have to try.
It's like fried mozzarella balls, basically.
Yeah, it's like they're just taking the curd itself and frying it, so it's like a different kind of mozzarella. It's not mozzarella.
They're so salty and rich.
No, it's not healthy, Woody. It's not good for you.
It's too healthy. I wish there was something we could do to lower what is basically a fat and make it a fat in a fat.
Yes,
don't forget there's carbs.
You fry you have to batter the fat in carbs and then fry it in fat. Yeah. And then you dip it in sugar.
The best Midwest chain, if you're going to get fast food, is Steak and Shake. If you can find a Steak and Shake,
I've seen them. There. I never stopped there. Should I? What do I get there?
So that's all right.
Better than Culver's. Get yourself a Frisco melt.
Better than Culver's.
Yeah, get a Frisco melt.
I'm not a Frisco
and then they have those
guy.
You know where they're shoestring fries. Nothing to write home about.
Wait. What's a Frisco? What's a Frisco?
It's a melt with a bunch of with sourdough bread, which is great, and then Thousand Island dressing on it, basically. And they call that a Frisco, and it's fantastic. I remember so many nights in college, like that being the food. No, I get the
jalapeno burger with like cheese and shit, and I don't like their fries one bit. They go cold instantly.
That's true.
They're shoestring fries. They can't hold their temperature. They go cold right away. But they got really good milkshakes. And they're pretty cheap, but Culver's is the cheapest of the cheap, and it's pretty good. It's way better than Wendy's or McDonald's or anything like that.
Oh yeah, the meat is a lot better.
Wendy's is way better in Canada, by the way, than in the US.
Is it?
It has to be.
Not for long. RFK is going to get us those delicious burgers back, and they're switching. I saw Steak and Shake is switching their fries back to beef tallow, so I'm going to have to stop by just to see if beef tallow is enough.
That's what happens when you've got a president who leads, Taylor. All right, they bring the beef tallow back.
You know why he's so dedicated?
The president, in a really big way, if he could make our drug prices the same as everybody else's, it shouldn't be.
They should be lower.
You know what? That makes sense because we probably pay for the research with our tax dollars. But if we could start with this, I don't know why we pay like $6,000 for something other people pay $19 for.
Our politicians are.
It's so weird. That's weird.
Weird. It is. It is fucking ridiculous how expensive a lot of our drugs are.
They should be able to fix that. It should be a top priority. I don't understand. Somehow it slips behind, and we're just more focused on like whether or not the freaking ATF person.
Or people are gonna piss and shit.
Did you see Kash Patel on the Hill today?
A little bit before I stream.
What are they making in the head of the FBI? Oh my God.
Yes.
Something like that.
Bro, they are making this dude the head of the
CIA,
FBI,
I think, right?
And he is wilding out. I'm almost positive it's FBI. But
you're probably right. I don't know.
And he is wild.
It is FBI.
He said sand ninja. he was like, I've been called a sand ninja. He hit the hard R.
Oh, really?
He did?
He hit the hard R.
Well, he's got to read it as written. This is going into the Library of Congress.
Yeah, exactly. And Lindsey Graham was interviewing him. Lindsey Graham was speaking to him, interviewing him, examining him, whatever. And
first of all, sir, I did not agree for my DMs with you to be late.
Lindsey Graham, that's a bunch of bullshit.
That's a bunch of bullshit. Next thing you're going to say is I'm getting plowed in the ass in the middle of the Senate House. And that
with RFK, the headline was horse manure, but horse was spelled HOARSE. Manure. And I was like, man, some genius kid. Like that's so fucking good.
Dude, I didn't see much of the JFK one, but he looked bad in it to me. It was like, hey, I've got not that part. It's like it says here that you think there's no such thing as a safe and effective vaccine, and then he's like, I never said that, and they're like, okay, I would like to submit here when you said that, and there's like video. It says here that you think this. He's like, no, that's not true. He's like, this is your book. You wrote this, and then it says, and he denies everything
Allegedly.
he said and done, and then the Democrats brought the receipt. Yeah, so either he can't remember all the things he says and done, I feel you, bro, or he's lying a lot.
He's just like, come on, dude, it's on a podcast.
He should like filibuster and be like,
I was shit talking.
The reason I didn't entirely go through with that in my belief system is because, and eventually the Democrats would be like, oh God, fine, whatever you say.
Did you see Bernie Sanders?
This dude is the worst.
Bernie Sanders pulls up. Bernie Sanders has a giant poster brought in, a giant poster board, like he's fucking show and tell over there, and it's a picture of some merch that RFK sells on his website, and it's baby onesies that say like unvaxxed, unfazed or something, like shit like that, like no vax, who cares? He's like, I do hot those baby onesies, yes. He's like, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to be selling these onesies at the same time you're running this country's health care?
$26.99, by the way.
But Senator Sanders, I take umbrage with the way you're discussing my onesie business.
If it makes you feel better, I put them on sale.
Sir, we're about to engage in the most frustrating argument on the ears in all of human history. People will check out regardless of the truth because we are both so great at it.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm going for, to sound like I have a brain worm. Yeah, dude, they're all getting in, though. Kash Patel's getting in. They're all just getting... When I saw that the defense secretary, that Fox News guy, got in, I was like, they're all getting in. Nobody. If that guy made it through the filter, then nobody's getting caught.
The only one who's getting caught is Matt Gaetz.
Oh yeah, we already threw him back.
yeah. They're like, all right, I guess we tried for the pedo thing, but we didn't get that. We can still get the traitors.
Oh, we got Pam Bondi in there. I like that better. You got a hot blonde in there rather than a
skeezy with all the Russian connections.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Tulsi Gabbard was up there. She's got more white in her hair. I kind of like it. She's looking more and more like Rogue from the X-Men every day. I'm digging it. I look forward to seeing this government do things that I like. I hope that it's not a disaster. We're going to see, though. We're going to give them a try, and I look forward to seeing every day like unfold. I'm glad that the Ukrainian thing wasn't just a complete wave of the white flag on day one. That to me is a good sign.
That's what it sounded like he ran on, right? He's like, I'm going to end this war before I even take office. We'll have this thing solved. And I was arguing against that. I was like, dude, the only way to end it that quickly is to surrender. And when he cut all the funding for so many things, he didn't touch the Ukrainian funding. That kept rolling.
Good. No, it's good.
By the way, I found just through Snopes, I found an old page from the FAA where they do talk about, and apparently the little Snopes thing says that this was not a new program, the like severe disabilities thing, like that this existed under Trump as well, but no one was
since
talking
Obama.
about it. It says, yeah. if you go down, it says people with disabilities from the FAA website. Individuals with targeted or severe disabilities are the most underrepresented segment of the federal workforce. The People with Disabilities Program ensures that people with disabilities have equal federal employment opportunities. Targeted disabilities are disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruiting and hiring. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. I feel like that's a little mean to dwarves. Come on,
helicopter
now.
number 3. Turn! I can't reach the microphone.
Command, I cannot reach
your chair.
Like Carl's
the
over
thing
there.
Taylor didn't say
to, like, rock the Coke machine
was intellectual disabilities,
Oh.
and that's what
right
Trump's
there.
claim was.
It's right there in targeted disabilities. Hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism.
Psychiatric
so it's definitely like he wasn't making that up whole cloth.
All right, but let's be clear though. Like I, as much as I would love to dunk on the Obama administration for putting retards in flight control, that's clearly not what's happened here. I guarantee they found a way to get some dim-witted fellow a good federal job sweeping up a floor somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way.
Yeah, I hope they're not making those.
For those
decisions.
who don't know, look, I don't know shit about air traffic control, but I did watch a documentary about it one time, and it looked incredibly hard and complex. It seemed like they described it as one of the most high-stress jobs in the entire industry, and they talked about how many suicides were caused by it. When people fuck up, there was this one guy who caused a crash, and the man whose daughter was killed in that crash went and stabbed the air traffic controller to death in response. Like it's a high pressure job. I gotta believe that it is the best of the best doing it. But if they find that anything other than the best of the best is doing that kind of job, then that's just deplorable.
That's absurd. I agree. Like my impulse, like my instinct tells me that like the people with severe intellectual disabilities are like emptying the garbage and like cleaning off countertops. Like if something did come out that like someone snuck in and it wasn't like a really smart dwarf, it would be like what the fuck? No, you gotta have smart people doing the airplane thing, because otherwise, people die.
All right, there's a lot of pressure on us these days, guys. Glad you all attended the meeting this morning.
Where's Gary? I'm here.
All right, everyone seems to be here, but we're missing Mongo. Where's Mongo at?
If he is eating out of the fucking paper shredder again.
Mongo is very sad for loss of life.
No, Mongo's a job creator. He eats the old lead paint, and then the new guy puts new paint up on the walls.
In game of life, Mongo is but a pawn.
You know what? Like I was saying that about dwarves as like pilots and whatnot. I would need, if you know how you can see up the cabin, obviously, to where the pilots are seated before everything gets moving. If I saw a little dwarf hand where he was having to like lean forward to grab a knob,
that walk where they do this, where they're like,
yes, yeah. You do a little dwarf walk up there. I would want to know. I'd want him to include and be like, I saw a lot of you concerned. This is a dwarf assisted flight. It has long bars attached to all the buttons or whatever was needed.
All right, I'm short on time. We're about to take off. I just want to get one thing clear.
We're about to experience a little turbulence, people, and everybody's laughing, having a fun time. Actually, maybe I changed my mind already. Maybe a dwarf pilot would be a good idea.
Yeah,
a little bit of levity. We're going down. I laugh a little bit,
dude. I'd watch this DEI hire about that.
I've been assuming it was. Oh, I'm sorry. That it was ATC that was in trouble. That was responsible. You think it's the pilots?
Damn! Look at this little bitch.
I mean, it would have if it's a plane colliding with the helicopter. It seems like Harley was on the money. Like that's got to be on the helicopter, dude. Like the plane.
Yeah, get out of the way, bro.
Like the
bring that back up. Bring up short stuff.
Who is shorts? Who is this?
I don't fucking know. It looked like a cadre of midget whores.
Kyle barely even believes in dwarves.
This is a DEI hire.
It's the dwarves I've seen in my entire life.
Is anyone else completely uninterested in Instagram photos? Like, there's nothing real on Instagram.
I don't use Instagram.
You don't believe this is real?
This is a person.
I believe that's doctored.
Oh.
Yeah,
like,
look at that bottom left picture. If she's doctoring that, then what'd she start with?
Exactly.
You got to click on the reels. You got to see them. You got to see
the dog. They've made that dog so much prettier than it normally is.
Yeah, you got to click over to the reels. You can't look at the photo. You got to see it in motion.
You like them
in the motion.
Is this just are you just perusing, or are you into them little gals? Because I know you're a tall guy. Like they must.
You guys are just talking
love
about
a tall. I bet a short gal would be really into a tall king. She'd be
you're
like,
talking about you're talking about DEI.
Yeah.
I was like, look at this DEI hire right here.
She's watching King Kong, like flipping her bean, just wanting to be that little blonde. She's wanting to be that little blonde girl carried to the top of the Empire State Building, and there you are.
You know, I
6'6", big gorilla man.
I had a dwarf sighting not 5 weeks ago out in
Sasquatch
public.
is from
And
Canada.
as I saw the dwarf, I thought in my head, I'm experiencing something right now that Kyle never has, like a dwarf in the wild.
Dwarf
and he was with a
How
group
short
of friends. He was a he, yeah, and he was walking by, and he was with a big group of friends. I mean, they were physically large compared to him, but it was a large group of friends by number too, and that made me happy. It made me happy, where I was like, yeah, this guy's out here having a good time. You know, he's got his buddies. People.
He's a halfling bard.
Yeah,
he brought that team together.
He may not have been a dwarf. He may have been a midget. I didn't notice if the head. I didn't notice if he had Peter Dinklage head or not, and I didn't.
Wait,
notice
that's
the
how
head.
we do
Fingers.
it. The shape of the head makes you
The fingers.
Yeah, if you're, I believe it's so Peter Dinklage is a dwarf, because if he were to like sit next to you and you just saw neck up, you guys we'd have the same size heads relatively, and well, not relatively, like the same size heads, but a midget, not me, but the midget would have like a proportional and smaller body.
Yeah, that's
But
the
the
one you want to
dwarf
fuck.
is the head thing.
You don't want to like fucking a dwarf is like fucking a animated bobblehead or something. You don't want any part of that.
So that
Also,
lady
they
we
have
were
to
just
be
looking at,
4'10" or less, according
Yeah.
to AI.
You want
that lady we were looking at, I think she had a normal size head, so that would be dwarfism.
honestly, like
So
some of
she
those
can
girls,
apply to the FAA.
like they look. You know how like babies or sometimes like opposable action figures have this quality where the hip attaches to like the torso, it's like chunky and looks like it's kind of attached. Like midgets often have that. It's very, very unattractive.
Where they don't.
You don't speak for me.
I wasn't trying to, big boy.
I got plenty of little people pictures out here for you.
I guarantee you follow Erical here, the heaviest hitter. Wow,
The heaviest
Real
hitter?
creator.
Is that a dwarf page?
Oh, her reels are open. Let's see. My goodness, did she get naked in any of these? Here she is pouring beer all over her body.
I think you have to get
Oh, not my king.
just a little bit of beer.
Just enough to.
Here she is standing in her little booster chair. Oh, here she is with a normal sized woman. I actually do kind of like that. Like her with a normal sized woman for comparison.
What's that
That's kinda
subreddit? Was what's it called? Same species?
cool. Yeah, where you've
Like
got
a big
two
one
chicks.
and a little one. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a big one and a little one.
Yeah, see if you can find that and bring up the best of that, Zach. It's like same species or whatever. It's a giant bitch and a tiny little one. The best of both worlds. You can
Well,
imagine.
and you probably can't even tell if it's a big bitch or not, because like it could just be like a lady who's
no
like
banana for
5'7".
scale. Yeah,
No,
there's no banana for
the
scale.
shape of the head. I thought we were going on that.
Yeah, but in comparison, we can't tell like relatively how
Oh,
large.
this is what you were talking about, Kyle. This is exactly when you were talking about it just compared it to action figure.
Yeah.
Chunky part.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. She's seeing Beyonce. She's dancing to Beyonce,
If you like it, then just need to put a ring on it.
and I'm like, oh, I don't like it at all. Let me close this down.
Yeah, don't link that. Let's not bully the
Yeah, that's not
the
bullying
little
anybody,
fella.
man. Yeah, little gal. Have you seen that Asian guy on TikTok that does the
That
neon
woman is
signs
jiggly.
and he reacts to reels and or to TikToks rather?
I have not seen that.
He would be good for this one. It's good. He
What is it? Who?
There's this Asian guy that like works at a neon store. He's like working on neon signs.
You showed me that. It's like it'll like show up. It'll show like part of a viral clip.
Were we doing something we shouldn't have been doing when we were going here?
It's
Nope.
been banned.
Like in the
What
last
is-
30 seconds.
What
due
is
to being
same species?
unmoderated?
It's the big girl and the little girl like together, and you're like, wow, are those two the same species? Because you got like a 6'8" woman and a midget.
Yeah, one for
Oh,
me
wait,
and one
big
for
girl.
you.
I took it differently.
Yeah, yeah.
Like fat.
One for me and one for manga.
Maybe that is why they banned it. People were getting mean with it. Putting
I
fat
never
in
see
it.
them. Like I go out a good bit. Like I just never see them. I mean,
You're just not hanging around the right spots.
I've never seen one on a motorcycle. I'll tell you that. Like,
Do you have
like,
midget maps on your phone?
No, I know you've been telling me about that app. But how does it work?
I pay premium, $19.99 a month, and I get it's like Waze. But it's when I'm driving around town, someone reported a dwarf at Chipotle, so I pop in even if I'm not hungry. Just take a look, take a gander, and then I tag whether or not the dwarf is still there for points.
Oh yeah, no. See, I don't like that app. I use Punimon Go. You go walking around, they show you little people, and you have to fling the balls at them to capture them. Yeah.
They hate it. I'm just trying to be at the bank. I'm just here next to a water fountain in a shopping center. Give me your gold. You're actually at a rock type gym. I'm gonna catch you.
No, I never see him out and about. Never seen one in a restaurant in his little high chair or anything. Like I just the last one I saw still remains. It was Orlando, Florida, out right next to Bubba Gump Shrimp, and had to be 2012. Maybe. So it's been 13 years since I've seen a little fella. I don't know where they.
I definitely, honestly, did not think twice when I saw if I've seen a little person.
Man, I wish there were more of them.
No, I definitely didn't think about it.
See, in Trump's America, we're gonna have way more little folk. Okay, without abortion, I think that I think a lot of those little fellas are getting taken out before they can hit the field of play. That's my theory. I think that in olden times, you'd have had those little rascals running around everywhere. Just you'd have been rife with them. You'd have been lousy.
Rife with these little rascals.
You'd have 7 in a home.
Every you'd see little uppies
anyway.
Like you'd see little uppies, ableism happening. You'd have little booster chairs everywhere. It'd be just like how you got the fold out diaper changer. You'd have a little booster chair at the urinals. Like they'd just be everywhere. But I think that the dark Holocaust is what I call it, the hidden Holocaust that's been going on in America since the 70s in this country. The millions of Americans who have been taken out. The smallest. I can just imagine like a
that's not funny.
Little red tyke fucking ambling awkwardly wearing his red jacket amongst all the black and white.
His red light up sneakers.
They put him on the tiniest train you've ever seen.
Is it the Wendy's drive-through in one of those?
It's that train from the mall back in the day. Remember that train in the mall we put the kids on?
They've got fraction tattoos.
I genuinely do think that's what's up. I think that's why there aren't as many. I think that they're being aborted, and that's a damn shame, because they're hilarious, and the more the merrier is what I say.
They're uplifting. A little. Well, they need to be uplifted.
But is that what do you mean? Why is the abortions getting all the little people?
I think the parents realize they're going to have a little tyke, and they're like, "No thanks."
How long have we had that technology to be like, it's going to be smaller? How long we had that?
I don't know. Who's the guy who figured that out?
Just the ultrasound?
Who's the monster who was like, now we can tell if it's going to be a midget. And kill it. Wonderful,
like, how did you tell it? He's like,
honey, kids, come look.
Like, that guy discovered that he had all the best intentions when he figured out ultrasounds or whatever. He's like, we can identify early the sex of the baby, so you can prepare your room and in turn with blue or pink or whatever. Identify he's not growing enough. You must be low on iron, man. A little more food for you. And then now they're getting rid of the midges.
I mean, if they told me, if they're like, it's going to be little, I'd be like, all right, bring them out.
Yeah. You used up all the skill points in height for your lineage for a bit, so you're going to have a little fella.
Dude, that's like
I know they do that to people with Down syndrome. There's like activists out there who, like, I saw a guy with Down syndrome like talking in front of Congress or something. It was like an unbelievably sad, depressing video where he was saying like, we are not a mistake. We are people just like you. I don't need to be fixed. I'm glad to be alive. And I'm like, oh, it's midnight. I thought I'd watch one more thing before bed. And now I'm in the saddest mood imaginable.
Yeah.
For this poor little guy.
That's rough. Yeah. Every life is precious. That's what we believe here.
True.
Well,
even if you
guys
with like 18 distinctions. Okay, come on.
Well, I mean, we know about your thing with the Irish. Like,
fuck the Irish.
But did you see that commercial with the Down syndrome girl? It's like, I could fuck.
What?
Like, you don't think I could fuck, do you? I could fuck. Yeah, all right, I put it there. Pull it up.
You don't
It's great. It's beautiful commercial. She's like, you don't think I could fuck? I could fuck.
It's like a sassy Down syndrome girl, and she's like addressing every time she gets judged prematurely by her clear Down syndrome. Hey, you didn't think I could get wasted and suck cock? And it's like, it's like, well, I don't know. I thought
I didn't think we were allowed.
No.
Well, I didn't think we were allowed.
You don't think I can contract chlamydia?
No, don't show that. No, it's a commercial. I mean, it's an ad, like it's a public service announcement.
I thought it was sick, actually.
I did too, and I like the message. But again, I'm sure there are some folks that look like that who you wouldn't want to just serve a beer willy-nilly because their parent would run over like, how many beers have you given him? What's wrong with you? He's never had alcohol before.
I'd be like, he's 48. Let him live his life, dude.
Like, we have communion.
Well, you know what? I say
hello to my wife.
I say this gal in the commercial, if she wants to drink margaritas and learn Shakespeare, good for her.
If she wants to fuck, she can fuck.
Like, my coach assumes I can't hit hard, and then she gives us one of these.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but because she's saying
this is to take us to state, but
no, she's saying
I know she can't hit.
That's caused my bones to be fragile.
No, she said she doesn't hit harder because of it. So she shows that she doesn't hit harder. That's why, trust me, at the fucking part, she's like, you don't think I could fuck? They don't show her fucking in the next scene.
You don't think I could be the cause of a 30-car pileup? And so I don't try.
You don't think I could be an air traffic controller?
Yeah. I could be an air traffic controller. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Maybe that
we cracked the case.
It's part of the same program. Yeah. No, I've been watching the ice raids, pumped about that. And, I'm not in communities where that happens, of course, fancy guy like me. But I talked to some underlings I know, and they tell me that in their little communities, it's just bedlam. They're digging them out. They're just smoking them out of holes and rooting them out.
I heard they were grabbing kids at school when their kids are like.
That's a lie. That governor's in trouble and may get in some legal situation. That governor repeated a vicious lie. What actually happened was a student at a school had threatened the president's life. And so Secret Service was paying that student a visit to talk to him about his death threats to the president of the United States. But ICE never entered that school or any other.
You see the teacher who told ICE to come and raid his classroom?
I did see that. He's like, I got half of my students don't even speak fucking English. And I work at Northeastern High, Atlanta, Georgia. 614.
They fired his ass. That guy needs
they did?
Yeah, he needs to go fund me if anybody wants.
Well, I thought we were allowed to make jokes.
No, I thought this was America. I
thought Trump was bringing joking back.
He did, but they did a field trip. He should have done a field trip to the ICE detention center, and while he's there, he's like, "You want to check out all those on the end there? Like all of them. Come on, kids, we're leaving.
Go check out the kids who wouldn't leave the bus. We're going to visit the Mexico border.
You see them kids crying in that bus over there? That's the ones you will take a look at." Yeah, he got in trouble about that. Shouldn't do that. What they did they removed a restriction on ICE going into schools and churches because they don't want those places to be, in the Dracula movies, they're like, he can't go to church. Come on, everybody go to the church. You don't want that to happen. But I don't think they've actually gone to any churches or schools yet. But if they do, then good on them. Some of those kids need to go.
Well,
all those kids need to go.
I thought I saw this.
But if there's any little ones, we keep them because we're in short supply.
We are in short supply. We can keep the dwarves just to bring a little cheer. Maybe we can have a whole. You know how China has that dwarf town. We should have our own dwarf town. You know how many dwarf towns China has? Infinitely more than us mathematically. And so if we could just get one good dwarf town, dude, imagine you put that in like a state like South Dakota. Suddenly tourism. Suddenly enterprise.
South Dakota has lots of tourism.
Or wait, they're the ones with Rushmore, right?
Yes.
North Dakota. We'll give it to North Dakota.
North Dakota needs it more.
Yes. Harley, you had me for a millisecond with that fucking Trump clip right there. It's Trump saying, "We're bringing back the words fag and retard. We're gonna start calling our friends fags and retards. And it's like, holy shit, is this? Nope.
I'm signing an executive order. We can call our friends this again. We're gonna do it.
I woke up to that and thought it was real for also like a full 4 seconds.
An executive order of that.
Oh.
JD Vance, I like him most of the time, but he's been pretty gay recently, hasn't he? Like, just getting out. We're friends. That's how we talk.
You saw that video where Barron whispered in Joe Biden's ear and destroyed him?
What did he say to him?
I have no idea. It was quick though.
So the meme is like Barron leans way down to old man Joe, and Joe's kind of smiling. Joe's kind of smiling when he hears it. He's like, yeah. And then Barron like goes to walk away, and Joe's face just goes like real sad and old. And I think that's just his resting old face.
Yeah, he's just old face.
But the internet's like Barron said something cold to him.
Yeah, because then he goes and then he walks away.
And it's like, nah.
He walks away and he looks back at him and people are like, damn, check him out, assessing the damage.
No, like what I saw, Barron was the only member of the Trump family to shake Biden's hand after that thing, other than Trump. But I liked that. I think I like to believe that he was like, really nice to meet you, Mr. President. It's an honor, and like walked away. Like
he does look destroyed after he leaves. He's like,
yeah.
Barron has to be the outside of Donald Trump, the president. I think Barron
shorter in person, and then he walks away.
You think he's the most impactful member of the family, Woody, or the most future in him? That's what I was guessing.
Popular. I think after Trump himself, I think he's more popular than Don Jr. I think he's more popular than Eric and all the other ones you can't name. The girls.
Yeah.
We haven't heard him speak.
Yeah, he's so young. It's like,
what are you going to hate him?
I literally don't know what his voice sounds like. I was thinking that before I started. I don't know what his voice sounds like, but I do think he's the second most popular Trump after his father.
Well, I get a lot. I get a lot of TikToks because I happen to like Barron Trump like super fan edits. Like I think they're so funny. I've been getting them for like a year. So I get like videos of like the Trumps like walking and they've just made Barron 50 feet tall. So he's like walking with them and he's like a giant. He's always like so sick in the videos. So I got so many edits of him saying something to like Joe Biden, and then like crazy funk music plays and it edits all slow-mo and has him like turning, and then it like cuts to like American Psycho clips or something. But like the whole Barron Trump thing, like it's just hilarious. They announced they didn't announce any of the fights, so I don't know who's fighting, but they announced Creator Clash 3 and that they're gonna have information in 5 days. And I was thinking, like, if I were to ever get back in the ring, and if I were to win my fight, I'll tell the PKA people right here, I'm going to challenge Barron Trump.
You think he's going to agree? He's going to take on the soft boss?
But does the Secret Service come to my house on some weird shit for that? Or do they see that, like, I'm just like, I'm going to beat up the president's kid if he agrees to a fight?
In the ring, legally, with consent.
You winner takes Canada.
Oh, imagine I did a Candyman call.
No,
yeah, the battle.
You got to get this. You go full. Do you remember the Iranian Sheik, the Iron Sheik, back in the day? All right, so there's a wrestler named the Iron Sheik. This is during the Iranian crisis. America's #1 enemy was Iran, and here was the Iron Sheik. He's this big, giant, real life wrestler monster. He's beautiful America. Iran will crush you. Like, you need to do the Canadian version of that. Like, you think we're a state? I think you're a bitch. Yeah, there's the Iron Sheik. Dude, he's so powerful. Like
he was hilarious on Twitter. Like the first years I got Twitter.
Yep.
He was always like tweeting at celebrities, being like, "You a whore, I'll fuck you and make you humble."
He used to do Stern was infamous, I guess, for getting stars after their star had faded and then allowing them to humiliate themselves on his show. He'd have James Brown on when James Brown was just wasted on drugs and make a fool of himself. And he had Iron Sheik would be the same thing. He'd be like, "What do you think about the gays, Iron Sheik?" Oh, and you can imagine.
I do not like it. Oh wait, is he not the Asian? Of course he's not.
No, he's Iranian. He's Iranian. He has this
Middle Eastern.
Yeah, so we know how a Sheik sound. You need to write these. I don't think that's how he sounds. No, I never watched him. I remember the only thing I know about Iron Sheik is he was on Opie and Anthony once, and he was just screaming, not like mad at people, just like mad at
how he talks,
and just yelling like loud, loud.
There was a pocket of time where I really found Opie and Anthony so funny. That was a time. What was that, 2008?
Yeah, that was good.
Like 2007.
Did you think Kumia brought all the funny, Harley? Is that's what I don't really know the show well from the day, but
it was Kumia with
it was literally this is what would play on satellite radio when I was in the car, my dad's car, whenever we were driving anywhere, going anywhere. It's just he always had it on, and I don't know which one was Opie, which one was Anthony. It's the voices, just always heard their bits, and some of the shit you were just like, whoa. This is because this was the era where they started to some traditional things would try and be lockstep with internet culture. So they were a bit ahead of the time. So they were getting crazier. And that was satellite radio's whole thing was they would go crazier. So you just got shit that wasn't on TV or anything, the bits that they would do. And this is what am I doing at this point in my life? I'm watching bum fights at a friend's house,
What it was you had those guys making the transition from terrestrial radio to satellite. And the way that they were getting their subscribers over was saying, hey, the gloves are fucking off. And they had.
Oh, we lost your audio.
It popped out. Your voice popped out.
Yeah, it was. Anthony and Jimmy were hilarious together, but really it was Jimmy and all those comics he brought in that took it way up to the next level, like having Patrice, Bob Kelly, Rich Voss, Colin Quinn, all those guys coming in is what amped it up to the next level.
Was Colin Quinn good?
Hilarious. He was so funny on the radio. I've never seen a second of Colin Quinn stand up, but every time I watch an old clip and I see Collins on, he and Jimmy have the funniest banter. And so I always get that.
He used to have a show, and I thought his show was good, but he was more of a facilitator. He didn't bring the funny personally.
Yeah. And he also I didn't watch his show other than a clip where Jim Norton was on there, and I wanted to see that. I don't think it was really my speed, but yeah, on O&A he was hilarious. Before we jump to the next topic, fellows, we're going to hear from a new and wonderful sponsor. Today's episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designing shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set, and I've been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of that foaming gel anytime I gotta use it. It's a fantastic combination, not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for the other big brands. Plus, outside of that foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting all day. Harry's has a no risk trial if you don't like your shave. No worries, it's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means being able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you won't be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 set. Again, harrys.com/painkiller. Get that $13 trial set for just $3. Check it out. Enjoy their high quality products and the scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. Again, that is harrys.com/painkiller. Check it out. You will enjoy it. All right. Also, remember to get Lock and Load. Code PKA, code Jizz. You want to do it. You want to start coming more. And, of course, our wonderful merchandise. Code PKA10 there. You don't have to use it, guys. You can buy it full price.
Just a couple weeks away from coming like me if you put your money in the right place.
That's true. That's true. It's an investment. Woody made a video about this, I think like 12 years ago, about how if you put your cum pills in some sort of dividend investment portfolio, by the time you're 50, you'll be a millionaire.
The compounding jism will take your loads to a new level.
Yes. Compounding interest in the cum world. So check it out. And of course, go to harrys.com/painkiller. Check out their products. High quality stuff. I think you will enjoy it. We all
click on the link. Make us look good. Do it. Give us a hookup.
Make us look good. All right. What were we talking about?
I did real quick. I sent over a video to Zach again. I sent him. We were talking about the AI. Then I was like, "Could you share it later?" When Kyle said the cartoon dog thing. This was like one of the sets that I made. Where I was like, it was an image, and then I was like, oh, have the guys bob rhythmically. Yeah, but then I kept extending it, and I was like, oh, make lights flashing or whatever. And then you see it around this point, they turned to cartoon, and the cartoon is more than halfway good. Like you'll see, it moves much smoother than that, but how crazy is that?
What a bizarre.
Isn't that crazy? And then you could have those cartoons. They could speak literally with the voice that you were doing, and it would like more than halfway lip sync it. And they make it look like it's like you curate the parts that look good. But
so where was this? Is this real?
No, this is entirely AI, entirely text prompted.
The thing on the left is so confusing. You should it needs to work whatever's going on there, like 4 legs and
it's broken.
They combine into a Siamese
head. It's 2 people melted together like some sort of nightmare.
Everything is nightmare.
Like a fantasy.
It's you know what? Like I'll do like I've done like a bunch of drugs and
what do they cure autism or something with that? There was it's from the Eric Andre show. They scream nightmare. They cured someone of an incurable disease.
Screaming nightmare.
Yeah, I'm gonna futz around with the AI animation a little more because I love messing with my dogs. They've all got voices, and I already do little. We have a good time, me and the dogs, having conversations with ourselves. They argue with each other.
You would have never been able to make an animated series, and now you can. Like I was messing with like a drum machine, because I was like, oh, I should learn how to mess around with this. It'll be fun. I'm messing with like a music sequencing software and all that, and then this thing came out, this app, and I was like, oh fuck. I'm sitting here trying to like mess around learning how to use a drum machine when I could just have AI make a whole record label by Sunday. And like, truth be told, is like you could sit there and like draw your dog, or you could put in a bit more effort and have an animated series of your dog. Even just like the Snapchat filter, there's one that turns things into anime and such. And like when I pointed at my dog, I'm like, fuck, that's perfect. You're a little cartoon fellow now. So taking that picture or filming and like bringing that to AI, you would be able to do a lot with it. Or if you took that picture of the dog and like pulled just the dog out, like remove the background, and then you could put that dog like in your home, that cartoon dog in your home, and AI will continue there in the home, you know?
Then I could put on my augmented reality glasses, and after Murphy gets inevitably crushed by or taken away by an eagle or something, I can have a cartoon Murphy that still lives there.
Yes. Is your dog at risk of being
Never forget me, boss.
I cry inside my goggles. It's sad.
Yeah, when you're, God forbid your dog passes and then you get it stuffed and put on the mantle, and you have it like those fish that when you walk by, so your dog wiggles and looks at you and does that voice that you're just.
Why have you turned me into an abomination?
You have good character consistency because you've been on the same Murphy voice for.
Oh yeah, that's
before it was Murphy. That was Toby's voice when he was a young.
No, Toby's got a voice like his here. Hey there, boss. Welcome home.
Toby sounds a lot like that pedophile in Family Guy.
Well, Toby does, but he ain't got no lips, so there ain't no.
I can't do the whistle in the teeth.
Master Kyle ain't gonna know what happens to you in here, Murphy.
And then the girl dog.
The girl sounds like this right here, and she's so happy.
Oh, I hate that.
Home for the and I've been here all day, and it's been hard, and I didn't get a treat last night. You gave me a treat, but it went under the couch.
This is like your slow drift into psychosis.
She's lying. That fat bitch ate the treat, and she ate my treat, and she ate Toby's treat. That's right, boss. She ate the treats.
People think I'm smoking too many gas station carts, but that can't be true.
These are not gas station carts, I'll have you know.
Yeah, boss, there ain't no way you're smoking too many of those. Just
I was looking at topics, and I guess the reporter was after Trump. He's like, have you talked to the families of the airplane crash? And he's like, I don't want to comment on that, which of course means no. And then they're like, do you have any plans to visit the crash site? And here's where Trump did well. He's like, the crash site, what? The water? What? You want me to go swimming? Like, all right. She's being a dick. She deserves that.
I didn't even know it crashed into the water.
Oh, it's
are there
water.
any? Are there any survivors?
No, none. No. And apparently some American ice skaters, like some good ones, were on the plane. I saw Nancy Kerrigan crying on the news about their loss.
Like Olympic skaters?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really
that tier.
care.
That's rough. One of the guys that was literally at the airport, his wife was on the plane. He was like, she just texted me 20 minutes ago saying she was landing. And that's so fucked because you're like, you're landing, you're there. You don't think, like, what do you even think in the moments that you have? You're like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Like you hit a helicopter. The helicopter, like you do, like, just get obliterated, I assume, just in terms of the mass of the plane.
No, it's crazy. I saw the helicopter. It's in the Potomac above the water. Part of it is you can see it. There's a Fox News camera on top of a building looking into the river at the recovery efforts.
Is it shallow?
Yeah. So parts of the Potomac, the newscaster said, were as little as 8 feet, or in spots 4 feet. He said you could wade out into it, but as deep as 20. But that was just like what he seemed like he knew what he's talking about, like he knew the Potomac or something. So no, they'll be able to get divers to the bottom and get everybody out. But the plane broke into a couple pieces. That's the chopper. The plane broke into a couple pieces and then it upended. So there's a cylinder, like vertical in the water that you can imagine is half full of water and half full of bodies.
Is it upright and that's the tail on the right? Am I seeing?
It's hard to tell, but I think that's what I'm taking from it. Yeah, something roughly. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's all fucked up.
Yeah, that sucks.
But I was told that's the chopper.
I'd much rather have been on the helicopter than the plane.
See it all from this angle. God, is that a fucking co-pilot in there?
I expected what was it Harley who said it, that the helicopter to just be demolished, gone because of this, like the weight of a plane. Even though they're as light as they can be, it's still heavy. But no, it seems kind of intact.
Yeah, and I guess like the helicopter's a military helicopter, so would the materials be different? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe
it was a Black Hawk helicopter. How big is it?
Those are the big boys.
I want one of those two pictures next to each other of the thing. I actually have no idea what the fuck. What kind of plane was this?
Maybe Apache's the big one. I don't know my helicopter.
Were there 27 passengers on the plane? Does that sound right?
This is the one with a sliding door on the back.
I thought I saw like 70 total people died. Is that not right?
There were 65 on the plane.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like 67 on the plane, counting the pilots and such, and then 3 in the chopper, I think roughly. Yeah, it's pretty big chopper. That's the one with the door on the back. Obviously, you throw some people in there. It's not an attack helicopter. It's sort of a workhorse helicopter.
And it's got to be made of good stuff, right? Like that's supposed to you could shoot at that and it's okay, right?
I don't know what it's made of. I have no idea. We actually have I think an Apache pilot in our Discord.
Patreon.
So in our Patreon. I want to ask him next time we talk to him. It's so funny. You can pick him out of the crowd.
He's a Black Hawk pilot.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It meant something to me because my friend
maybe he's
flew
dead.
The same aircraft.
You think this by any chance this was a guy? This is a PKA listener,
dude. Was that our guy?
No, that's not our
crazy
guy.
If that was your guy. And
it could have been our guy. We don't know.
Our guy would have.
No, it reads different. Your guy fucking leaned into it.
No, he would have dodged.
Yeah,
he would have dodged.
He went crazy on it. It was one of your crazy boys. He
went
crazy on it.
No,
I hope our boy's all right. He was literally just talking to him. What? Tuesday night? Yeah.
We were just playing Garctic phone or whatever with
he's
him.
been silent since.
Well, yeah, I do feel bad. I hope he's okay.
Gardic phone.
Taylor, I'm being told, hang on, that he took that plane out on your orders?
That can't be public knowledge. Not yet. Not at this point. What evidence?
Hey, you know what's crazy? You know what would be so crazy, and it's kind of fucked up. It's crazy. Okay. I don't know that guy you're talking about.
Of course not.
And I don't know the people that were probably doing the helicopter. So when I was like, I hope it's not that guy. I said that because, like, obviously I hope it's not that guy. But I already know a guy has been taken. Mm-hmm. So I don't really care if it's that guy or not.
Our guy's pretty sick.
Well, then I was thinking, you know what? I kind of hope it's your guy. Because you guys will be able to spin some content out of that shit.
Not only that, you forgot.
Oh my God, he died. The guy that listened to your show.
You're forgetting the best part, Charlie.
We were so tight.
We're going to auto debit his card in infinity.
Yeah,
until the estate empties out.
You know, this is that would be our chance for a really unethical GoFundMe.
You know, in fairness,
I'll set it up right now.
We'll keep his Discord access open while he pays.
100%. That's what he would have wanted.
Fuck, dude. I hope it's him, bro.
He would have wanted me to use them to buy everything on my Amazon wish list before.
No, he's a pretty cool guy. He's the guy that's got that albino corn snake. It was really pretty. He like pulled it out during the show.
And he was also
mine now.
He was good
That's
at
my
drawing.
snake now.
I got dibs on snake, bro.
You would? Okay. I don't know. I know. Yeah, it's true. I wish death upon him. It's true. I guess
you can have his helmet though. He's got his like. Well, I guess he was wearing the helmet.
It's not gonna fit.
Not now.
I bet it's adjustable.
It was like his helicopter helmet.
I bet it's waterlogged at best.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a motorcycle.
Could have popped off.
No, it's like a slight helmet. Yeah, they look like it looks expensive to me. It has the look of spared no expense. I think a lot of those helmets that airmen wear are. I know the F-35 pilots or F-22 maybe, probably both. Their helmet is absurd. This like custom molded piece of technology and safety melded together where they just spared no expense with this crazy heads-up display where when you look down, you can look through the bottom of the plane. But all sorts of crazy sensors.
Oh, that sounds cool and smart.
Yeah.
My father flew in the Navy, and there are these childhood pictures of my brother wearing his aircraft helmet, and there's none with me. I was 2 years younger, and they said it's because when they tried to put it on me, I cried, and I held a grudge about there being no photos of me in the cool helmet for too long.
that was the craziest
day, really.
It wasn't until I matured a bit. I was like, all right.
Were you mad at you?
No, I didn't take any responsibility for my tears. I was like, you should have made me man up.
Well, I agree with you because I would have been like, you know how much bullshit you make me do that I don't want to do that I cry about that I still do? You could have fought me and made me wear the fucking helmet.
I still had to eat boiled vegetables later that night. You couldn't have slapped that helmet on me. Got a cool memory.
Let's do a little question here about our military industrial complex. How much do you gentlemen guess that helmet costs? That is the helmet that an F-35 pilot wears.
It's going to be
$350K.
$1 million.
That's too high. I'm going to say 31,000.
Woody wins. 350,000 is very close. $400,000 helmet.
I thought it was literally 350,000. I was like, oh my god.
You know why that's
Four
good?
Big ones.
What's the cost? What's the cost of the motorcycle that you ride compared to the helmet that you wear on the motorcycle? And is that the same? Well, I want to know how close that is to the cost of an F-35 on that helmet.
Not even close. An F-35 is like $80 million to $100 million, depending on which one. So, 1/200th. So 0.5%.
So $1 million was. You should be wearing a $1 million helmet if you're in that thing. Then
$400,000 for a helmet.
And that's not even counting the flight. That's just the helmet. That's not even the flight suit and all the other apparatus it's connected.
They put the helmet on and they're like, careful.
He's doing his Zen in there. That's the best part. You see those guys flying $100 million plane and they got their Zen on the dashboard. I love it.
Dude, I bet when the military buys Zen in bulk, they're paying $85 a pouch.
Trump took so they used to be in the contiguous United States, I know for sure, probably commissaries worldwide. The deal was that you got tax-free, duty-free, as they say. And it applies to spouses and families. So you can go into that place and everything is tax-free. I know people who go in there to get their TVs whenever it's time, and it's like you're saving so much money when you make big purchases through a commissary. They sell all kinds of things. Trump took that away. I don't know, like
this is on the bases.
Yeah, in the 48, contiguous was the thing I read, which it's like, man, we're really pinching pennies here while you're golfing for $1 a day. I'm just saying he could have gotten one of those virtual reality deals where he drives into a video screen and he could have saved us some
There
cash.
could be another guy hiding in the bushes. They gotta clear it out, and obviously it costs $1 million
a day. Kyle, is it goes to him, so it's okay.
Well, some of it goes to him. I bet his Secret Service love him. I bet he's the best gig. I bet it's lots of like silly, fun stuff. I bet he's never mean or mad. Like I bet that's a chill ass job working for Trump. Like I bet working for Hillary Clinton, you're scared. You're scared you might like Johnson farted last week. Really? Yep. He's on the North Pole now taking temperature readings. But I feel like Trump would be like, this guy cut a big one. Ho ho! You had those cheeseburgers. Like I feel like Trump would be fun to work for.
You're gonna get Clintons. You're gonna commit suicide by stabbing yourself with a pen 65 times and putting yourself in a trunk and then rolling yourself into a river or something.
Rube Goldberg suicide. Yeah, that's what happens if you.
You guys into the chewable the tobacco?
It's
you
not
guys ever
chewable.
try that?
Pouch. Yeah, I've tried. Well, pretty much all my friends use it.
It's not chew, but you bite on it though, don't you?
No, you just put it in your lip like dip, but it's just nicotine salts, so like it doesn't create saliva, so you're not spitting. It's just
so you don't do anything. You just put it there.
Aside from nicotine.
Yeah, you just put it there, and it's just nicotine salts. Like I don't know how the dip market is like even in the game. I've done it. Yeah, I've got some right here.
Most like people our age and I think younger have switched to that.
What is that flavor?
This is citrus.
What do the really young people do? I want to get ahead of the curve.
Well, that's what happened with me with Zyn was I was going to a buddy's wedding, and I was at the gas station. I saw Zyn there, and I had been seeing it on Twitter a lot, and I was like, "Oh, give me 2 Zyn." And he was like, "Oh, a 3 or a 6?" And I was like, "1 of each." And he brought them over, and I was like, "What does 3 mean?" And he was like, the milligrams of nicotine or whatever. And I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah. What flavor?" And I was like, the one that everyone loves. And he was like, "Okay, this one."
Good answer.
Yeah. And he came to me, and I went to my buddy's place, and there was everyone there, and they were like, "Yo," and I was like, "What's up?" I was like, "Yo, I brought Zyn," and half people were like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Yeah, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is it, bro?" And like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "I saw it on Twitter like all month, but what the fuck am I holding?" And he opened it up, and I was like, "These look like fucking pillows for ants."
They do look like little ant pillows.
Yeah, then he's like, "Yeah, you just fucking put it here," but they were like biting it a little bit. They were like putting it there,
the size of a dentine, like a trident.
Yeah, like about that size. And I was like, "What do you do?" He's like, pack one in the bottom right." And my other buddy was like, "I go top left." And I was like, "Which one should I do?" And I had another buddy who was like, "I'll do 2. I like to have 2 and move them around the whole time." And I put them in my mouth, and like in 3 minutes, like pain, like it hurt. It hurt, and I was like, "Yo, this is hurting." Like I thought it was like super duper spicy.
Tell me more about the pain. Was
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like if you let me finish. Let me finish my story.
His odyssey of his sins.
No, it's true. The pain is what it's all about, because I was like, I thought it was spicy, like maybe it was really hot or something, and I was like, it's hurting me. And my buddy was like, "Oh yeah, that's the glass."
Is there glass?
You guys know about that?
Isn't that a wives' tale?
Well, no, and I was like, "What are you talking about, the glass?" And he was like, "Oh, there's little microfibers of glass in there. It cuts you up a little bit so that you can consume the poison inside."
So you're not going to tell us about what hurt? Just
no. My gums hurt. My tip of my tongue hurt. I thought it was like spicy.
It wasn't like your jaw was sore or something. It was like
no, it was like cutting the gums and cutting. Well, it was spicy. It tasted like if you put hot sauce in your mouth, a really spicy hot sauce. That's what it was doing to me, and I thought that was fucked up. And
move it around a little.
That's what I thought, but then it was making everywhere spicy. It was like a hot pepper, and I just moved the hot pepper all around my mouth.
Was it cinnamon?
No, it was the blue one.
So like
mint ones. Yeah.
No, so they're if you were to open one up, you might mistakenly think that is glass crystals, but it's nicotine salt crystals that if you look at them very closely, they'll have a crystalline shattered glass sort of texture appearance. But that dissolves and is absorbed sublingually into your gums and gives you that nicotine rush.
When I've used it, it's like it looks just like a little bit of white powder in a white pouch. But I guess if you don't keep it in the thing and you let it dry out, it can look crystalline like glass. But Kyle's right; it's like
I was moving on my finger. I was moving it on my finger, and I saw little crystals on it and stuff. And
People that use
like, "Oh, that's the glass," and I was like, "Oh, okay." But then a dude came from Europe at the wedding, and he took out a Zin, and I was like, "Oh, you also use Zin? I use Zin myself. I enjoy it." And he was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, but this, I brought this from home." And he was from some fucking European shithole.
Like
Transylvania.
Sweden.
And I was like, oh, this one is from here. Do you want to go Zin for Zin? And he was like, yeah. And we traded Zins. Different size pillows, by the way. His was fucking perfect. His was everything I dreamt that a Zin should be.
He's got that Euro nicotine.
Glass. No glass at all in there. If I had his Zin and someone was like, yeah, but if someone came up to me, if I was enjoying my European Zin and they were like, there's glass in there, I would have been like, ha ha, funny joke. Yeah. Obviously, they don't sell us glass for our mouths. But with the one that I bought at the gas station, I was like, I believe that up until right now, that there was glass in that shit. That European one, if you ever get your hands on a European Zin, you should import your fucking Zin straight from Europe, dude.
Was it called Zin or was it like a Snus? I remember Snus being big with hockey players.
That's a thing. I thought you were making up a...
Is it called Snus? S-N-U-S? Snus? It's like basically halfway between the Zins and the regular chewing tobacco, where it has real tobacco in there, but somehow it doesn't create saliva. And so it has the same benefit of Zin where like you don't spit and you get the nick. But it seems like everyone now is like, why bother with any tobacco in there at all? If
Marlboro made a vape that has tobacco in it that you're like vaping at a low temperature. So it's as much like a cigarette as you can imagine a vape being without being a cigarette. And they're trying to fill that gap between the real deal and the synthetic thing. The benefit of something like Zin, though, is, of course, people who can't smoke or vape at their jobs, or especially with like a fighter pilot, I don't know how, or any kind of pilot. If you're going to be in the air that long, you're not vaping or smoking or dipping or anything like that. So it's perfect.
I can't imagine. Dude, some of these flavors sound awful. Mini dry apple mint.
Yeah, I found the European
violet licorice extra strong.
We're on Snus Direct. This is where you get that European.
Hey, espressorino. Hey,
some of them look good. Lemon spritz. That sounds slim cucumber lime. See, slim in front of that, it makes it feel like it's healthy, but I bet it's just a smaller pouch.
If someone was like, dude, can you get me a mini dry Bellini Zin? I'd be like, are you rapping at me?
I don't know the code word you're trying to entice from me.
A mini dry Bellini Zin.
Yeah. I switched like years and years ago now at this point. I switched from the vaping to Zin for probably like 6 months. And then I just had a craving for like the smoking aspect of it again and was like, well, it's still not cigarettes. And so then went and started vaping again. And
what made you switch to Zin?
Because I know it was basically like, all right, nicotine's getting in my system in both of these ways, but it's absolutely got to be healthier for me to not introduce my lungs into the equation if there's no reason, and just have it in my gum.
Yeah, but we got it. We don't see your gums, we see your teeth, so don't ruin this for us.
They're really white.
Yeah, it's like the way I see it is like, oh, my insides probably look fucked.
Nah, Taylor's got the newest teeth on the show, and he'll get new ones.
Yeah. Oh no, I meant like we're gonna see. Don't ruin those teeth, is what I mean. Fuck those.
What if he does?
I don't know.
They can polish that right up. That's not tooth.
That's true.
He's got hippo teeth in there or something. That ain't real.
Yeah, well, monkey teeth, by the way. What if I had gorilla teeth?
Dude, that would be so cool.
Oh, you have nubs in there?
No, I don't have
you got nubs.
veneers. No, my teeth are under these on the top. But the bottom ones are my real teeth. It's just they did that to rebuild my bite so that I wouldn't have to get braces.
You have full-size teeth behind your teeth?
Yeah.
He has 2 rows of teeth like a shark.
Commit to the bit, Taylor.
the first, literally in I think it was 2018. That was when like my dentist, he was probably pushing for the sale because this was unbelievable. It was like $7-8 grand-ish for me to do this. But he was like, you grind, like you have really bad bruxism. Like you grind the hell out of your teeth when you, and I'm like, no, it can't be that bad. He's like, I bet you notice you're doing it when you're awake sometimes. And I'm like, yeah, not enough to fucking destroy my teeth. And he's like, it's nighttime where you're just going ham and you don't even realize it. And you probably wake up with a sore jaw, don't you? And I'm like, not once. And he's like, okay, well, you do have, this is what he said, you have the largest masseter muscles I've ever seen on a patient. And I work with a lot of people. That's the chewing muscle. I could take your thumb plumb off, easily. And so he was like, all right, we can either put braces on you. And in my head, I'm like, all right, I'm not going to like work shit with braces on. And I'm also 0% chance am I going to have braces and come on PKA.
They won't give you a hard time.
By work shit, he means playing video games with fans.
Well, no, it was like
the fans won't give you a hard time for that.
I think that the buyer at Walmart is going to take me a lot less seriously if I have braces than if I have normal teeth. And
Invisalign was probably an option.
Well, it was because of how my teeth didn't line up correctly. He's like, we need to build your teeth up so that they lock into place, because my teeth just lined up directly on top of one another. There was no overlap for my front teeth even. And so he built more tooth on in the front upper and the rear lower and nowhere else, just to like build the bite so it would lock in when I sleep. And so those are the teeth I'm still rocking with. He said it was only going to last a couple of years and then I'd need to do it again, but I'm on like year 7 of this.
And so what now? Now your jaw is weaker and we're supposed to think this is a victory?
No, I mean...
You don't work out your jaw anymore. You can't bite our thumbs off now.
I could totally bite your thumb off.
A pinky for sure. Yeah, not a thumb though.
I can bite 2 of your pinkies off at once.
Dude, did you see that crazy?
Any 2.
But before the show, we watched a video where this crazy bitch bites this cop. She's handcuffed in the backseat of a car, and she latches onto this cop's left forearm, and he starts giving her these like palm strikes to her big, fat, ugly face. And he's going, wham, 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 wham. He must hit her 8 fucking times as hard as he can in the face before she turns loose of his arm. And when they show you his arm, it's like Walking Dead. She took a chunk, and the chunk is still in the wound, but it's like, I don't think that chunk's going to heal. I think it needs to...
Fully justified. I'm sorry. I thought there was a gap.
Awful.
Like, when I hear about cops hitting someone, maybe yelling, stop resisting, they're not resisting. They just like hitting people. Yeah. This cop, that's not the story here. That she was biting, and he was yelling, stop biting me, stop biting me, stop biting me. And if she stopped biting, I think he'd stop hitting. As a matter of fact, he stopped hitting when she stopped biting.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. That's when the hitting would have really began.
Right. That's when
I would have been.
Give me a hammer, somebody! Give me a hammer! Like I would have been so mad. I'd have been like, we need to go around the corner and turn our cameras off, and then we need to go back over here, and we need to stomp the mud hole on this fat bitch's ass because she. It's so funny. Like right afterwards, they turn around to. They were there because she had falsely accused that black man of like abusing her. And they asked the black man, like, she doesn't have anything, does she? He's like, what do you mean? Like hepatitis. Oh, nah. I'd have it if she did. She bit me many times before. It's like, fuck. This crazy bitch. Oh.
I went to my dentist like 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I was like, I thought my teeth were like doing something weird. I said that they were ghost teeth. They were almost like translucent, I thought. Maybe I was being weird, but I went... Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I could see through my teeth pretty much. They're like invisible. They look haunted. I want to have a new mouth. I want to have Steve Harvey's smile. Like I want to have huge, big. I want to get veneers. I want the biggest, whitest veneers. And this was a bit before people actually got serious about it. He was like, why the fuck would you do that? I was like, I think it'll be funnier, everything I say and do, if I have gigantic white teeth like Steve Harvey. And he was like, Steve Harvey's teeth is crazy. That'd be terrible. He's like, you shouldn't do that. That would be really silly. And I was like, no, I think it'd be funny. And he was like, he's like, even if we did that, we'd have to straighten your teeth out first. So that's when I ended up getting on Invisalign. And now I look back on it, I'm like, man, I must have been going through some shit. I'm happy I don't have gigantic white teeth.
No, that would be hilarious.
Me getting knocked out of Creator Clash 2 would be hilarious if I had a gigantic white smile, though, as I'm like hitting the mat. But,
how do you feel about Invisalign? Are you finished?
I'm at my last 2 trays, and then I guess there's like a retainer sequence there or whatever. But no, it's been great. We spoke about this before. We spoke about how we like the protection of it on our teeth, like how we had that extra barrier just of protection every day.
Riding a dirt bike without braces now, I feel naked, like vulnerable. Like, what is something? And I have a full-faced helmet, but I mean, I can bite my tongue. I liked it kind of a little, baby-proof in there.
It was. I do like that part.
We always like licking the plastic back of them, like.
Probably, yeah.
No,
yeah.
I grind my teeth a lot, and there would be like a literal millimeter or something between your tooth and the Invisalign, kind of, and then the Invisalign to the Invisalign, and then the Invisalign to your other tooth. So, like, grinding my teeth felt so much better. By the time I was done a tray, if I had to do 2 weeks for a tray, those trays were fucked when they were out.
Oh, you were like grinding through them.
Yeah, they made me grind my teeth more. I'd like when I would bite down, it would go more on my tooth. So I would like bite down really hard sometimes to really put them on. And then they would like not come loose, but just not be as perfectly tight again. So I'd bite down hard again later. This made me like bite my teeth more. I already did weird shit with my mouth. My mouth moves weird, and I always move my mouth, and I always clench my jaw, and I always grind my teeth. Now when I put the Invisalign in there, I was like fucking dog brain with that shit, like a chew toy inside. I have like a chew toy in my own mouth. I'm like streaming games, and I'm like, people are like, hey, I haven't seen Epic Mealtime in a minute. Let me go to his he's live at 4 a.m. Let me go there. They go, and I'm playing a game, and I'm like I'm like DJing. Like I'm standing fucking weird stuffed animals around me, and I'm like
just looking like you're.
And they're like, "Dad, he's fucking on some shit now."
Man, this guy's really cool. This guy's been skiing.
He fell off. I had a thing. I went to this music festival called Shambala, and it was really great. It was fun music festival, but like drugs were legal there in Vancouver at this thing in the sense that the police didn't care, and you could buy drugs off a menu there.
What was on the menu?
Literally everything. Cocaine. Like there's one person that came by, like an Asian girl that came by, that had like a cocaine menu.
That's cool.
And yeah, with all this, and they had these crazy like $500,000 spectrometer machines at the festival.
What?
So like, let's say
That's
you
so
found.
cool.
Let's say let's say you find something on the ground, you could bring it to them and be like, "Oh, I found this powder." And they're like, "Sure, bud." And then they open it up and they're like, "Okay, so it's like 15% coke, 60% meth, and 7% yada yada." And it's pretty much, this is like what cocaine, this is like street coke. How do you want to consume it? If you want to do it through your nose, we'll give you a snorter and we'll break it up for you. You could also drink it. It won't be as good of a reaction, but it still could whatever. You could bring like a pill there and be like, "Hey, can you break this pill up into 3 equal pills?" And they're like, "Sure." And I remember like we brought this pill there and they like broke open the pill and they're like, "Hey, this pill's really made phenomenal. Whoever this dealer is, if you look at this here, this is a purple pill with his insignia here. What? We weren't able to open this capsule.
Do you see how this has Bart Simpson imprinted on the side of it?" Now that's quality.
Yeah, the guy that's talking, he's like wearing like a lab coat, but he's also a full colorful hippie under it because he this is just his shift here now.
Dr. Dan.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh yeah, like when we had to open this capsule, we had to break it open." And he's like, "That's a good thing because like this dealer obviously values his drug and it's a good drug, and he doesn't want other people to buy it, break them open, and fill it up with garbage and have his logo, his Bart Simpson logo, being spread around town with a shit drug in it." So they're like, "Oh yeah, so it just is a good product right here, and this is 90 milligrams of very intense Molly MDMA. break it up into 30 milligrams for you, and then they'll put them in capsules and stuff. And when people bad trip, like they come and guide you over to this place that's like nice so everyone can chill. And it's like, it really like their harm reduction is intense. And this is Vancouver. This is like outside of Vancouver. This is BC. This is where the place in Canada. Remember like a couple years ago, they were selling cocaine legally. You could buy an 8-ball from the government. legally, they tried that for like 3 months.
There, brother?
I see what they liked about Trudeau now. That's
they had the, if you went to a bar, you can go there now. You can go to a bar and then pay an extra $5 for your beer, and they'll give you a whippet, like a little NOS can at the bar. Yeah, BC, like the drug stuff, like rave culture in Canada is like pills, drugs, whatever. But then like when I went to Burning Man, or I'll go to like rave type stuff in the US, it's very alcohol focused. And that's a major difference with Canada, is there's way less drinking at these things. There's far more, like, people would sooner, you know, bring mushrooms in their drink, or like hide something or whatever.
Well, if you think about it, I've never even heard of like that access to the mass spectrometer like that. That's safety.
Oh, I thought you were joking when you were like, "Oh, cool," because I thought you were joking.
That's fucking
like,
cool.
They have a spectrometer there.
No, that's an expensive piece of machinery. Like
it is. Okay, I thought you were roasting me.
No, I think that's really fucking cool. That is the reason for the more alcohol use here than all that drug use there, is because you know what's in a Miller Lite, or you know what's in a bottle of vodka, but you see a white pill and it's like, fuck, is that fentanyl? Is that cocaine? Is that an upper? Is that a downer? Is that going to kill me? Is it going to make me horny? Like, what's it going to do?
Yeah.
Whatever that guy says.
I could die.
And like when people were leaving that festival, they would, like on their way out, there's the police there, and the police like look at you and they're like, yeah, go turn back around, go back in for like another 6 hours. But they weren't putting that on you're not done. Like, you weren't getting in shit. They were just like, no, you thought wrong. And it was like, there was no lying. There was no like sneaking by it. It was like, turn back around, you're not going on the road. And like, so there's just like not a lot of people leaving fucked up. You know, people were very serious, like the night before, staying sober. You know, and it's kind of like sometimes when people have the choices, not always, but sometimes when they have the choices, and I'm not saying sell 8 balls, have the government sell 8 balls, but like if people have the choice, like they were tending to do the right thing there. And it was really interesting to me, because it would have never been like that.
I'm all for that at like a festival like that for sure. Like, not the government, maybe so. I mean, if I'm being honest, there's enough libertarian in me that I'm like, yeah, the government should sell the 8 balls. That way we know they're safe. I like that. Just don't tax them too much.
Yeah, and this is a picture of me from Shambala.
What the fuck, bro?
Let's see.
Me having a very peaceful time at Shambala.
I'm glad you spent.
Pull this picture up. Pull this picture up, please.
What a mad dog.
That's why people are like, hey, I'll go check out Epic Mealtime. Oh, he's live on Twitch. And
I can just imagine that a cop saw this face and was like, you're not done.
Go back.
Go back in there.
And I'm there sitting in an invisible car, like not actually in a car, but I'm pretending.
Your eyes went wonky, brother.
Your eyes.
That's because, you know what, at that moment, if you when I was there, I was like, and I remember it very clearly, like it was actually me that I was there, and I was like, someone's got to take my picture. I'm feeling crazy right now. I, at that time, finally like really understood everything about life. I felt like I was surfing the time-space continuum, and actually like literally everything, like the most. I was blasting. I was blasting everything. Ketamine consistently, though. Ketamine consistently.
I was going to ask you about ketamine, because I as people know, I've dabbled with prescribed ketamine, and I do have life figured out for a short while.
Did you not? Did you stop figuring it out, or you still do?
I guess I was implying that it's a little more complicated than I thought at the time, but the thoughts were good. I wrote them down, and then sometimes I read them again and revisit the wisdom. And it's never like food makes you fat. It's like, you know, things that I should prioritize better.
Yeah. Well, it helped me a lot. Like, and it's funny because in that moment I'd be like, yeah, that was me. That's an important moment in my life. And I was like, really thought I understood everything, but if you spoke to me, I was like, I couldn't even walk up a step, and I was like, but my brain was running perfectly. Like, I knew enough that I looked like that. And what was so crazy, and I was really shocked, is that I was so fucked up, and I was not like, normally when you get so fucked up, you're like, I can't exist. I was like, I can't believe I'm this fucked up, and I'm standing and I'm speaking and I'm existing, and I could see my back. Like that eye that was turned, somehow I was seeing myself in third person. Like I was in GTA. Like I literally was in GTA. I was literally like walking. I was like, I can't believe I'm looking at my own back.
Yeah, you're having a little out of body experience, a mini out of body experience.
Like the most, and it was very. But it's funny because like I put that up myself on Shambala, and I was like, "Hey, had a peaceful first time at Shambala." There, I put that picture up, and then someone put it up on r/took too much, and they're like, "Hey, you guys remember Epic Meal Time?" All these people are like, "Oh God, what the fuck happened?"
Dude, that was the first comment in the comment section I saw. It was some guy on that picture being like, "Are you the Epic Mealtime guy?" And someone responded, they're like, "Yeah, check his profile, dude." And it's like,
yeah, when I was at Shambhala, I was tripping balls, and I called up Freddie Wong on FaceTime, and he's like in bed just waking up, and I was like, "Freddie, dude, I'm fucking tripping, bro. I wish we were playing a fucking battle royale right now, dude. I could fucking see my own back. I can't believe I see my own back." And he's like, "Sure, bud, you look like you're having a great time there." And I'm looking, and this kid was like with his girlfriend. He kept like looking at me weird, and I'm like talking to Fred. And then he comes up to me. He's like, "Yo, so sorry. Are you from Epic Mealtime?" And I was like, "Yeah, bro, I am." "Hey, you ever watch Freddie Wong?" He's like, "Dude, I grew up on Freddie Wong." I'm like, "It's Freddie Wong right here, dude." And I hold my phone up, and it's like Freddie in bed on FaceTime, and he's like, "What's up, man?"
He's cool, Freddie.
I'm like, yeah, Freddie's the best.
That dude doesn't believe that was a real experience now.
He was actually standing there because he was tripping, and he was like, "Is this happening?"
Exactly.
"Hi, Freddie. Oh my God, is this happening?" And I was like, "Dude, the baking guy holding Freddie Wong on FaceTime? How crazy is Shambhala?" And he was like, "Whoa." And then he like left, and I was thinking about it later. I'm like, he's for sure got whatever he took, he got an extra dose of it. You know, because everyone there is fucked up. Obviously, they have a drug menu.
Yeah.
And I was walking back
How
to
do they protect the ladies?
No one does it. No one's like, that's not like the vibe's not like once alcohol I find is like not the foundation. You kill it there for sure.
Well, if you guys become a state, I'll be allowed to go. I'm excited about the possibilities.
Oh, hey, you know what? That's a big positive actually. That you can come sleep over.
Yeah.
Come sleep over at Harley's house.
Like bring your dogs. My dogs be great.
What kind of dog you got?
I have a Yorkshire Terrier.
Oh yeah,
named Tussie, and I have a Chihuahua named Goro.
Oh, tiny dogs. That's great.
Yeah, they're little fucking idiots.
Yeah.
But, is the Chihuahua particularly dumb? They always get mocked for not being very smart.
No, I think they're both very smart dogs. They're both like impressive, and they're like, I find them being smart when they do like sneaky shit, when they like try and like do things like sometimes if they get a treat and one of them is being slow, the other one will pretend like something that the other dog likes is happening. Like one of them loves barking at the TV. So if he's not like done his treat, my other dog will like run and bark at the TV, even if there's nothing there. And that dog will get caught up and abandon his treat. And then it's like they both book it back to the treat. Cause like, and I'm like, oh, they had their brains working there on that shit.
I like when you can see dogs processing stuff like that. Like that, I'm sure you've all seen that clip where there's like two huskies in a backyard digging a hole under a fence, and clearly they'd been instructed not to do that. And like one of the huskies is just head down in what's going to be a bitch to fix kind of hole at this point, and the other husky is like just standing looking around the yard, and you can see the owner come out, and the one who's not actively digging is like looking down at the one digging, looking up at the owner, looking down, and then he puts his little paw on the one digging as a like the jig is up moment. And then they both look up and like have that shrinking fear of like, oh, he knows that we know that we were explicitly forbade from this.
Seeing that kind of intelligence makes it like, I don't know, that it makes their love more valuable, I think, because they're not some just dope that's just love. Like I don't think if my dogs loved me as much, they'd be as sweet to me. You know what I mean? Or maybe they would. They're just great.
Are some of your dogs clearly smarter than the other ones, Kyle?
Toby's got to be the smartest, right?
Honestly, they're all about the same, I guess. They don't seem like doggy geniuses or anything, but they figure shit out. They watch TV together. You know, they watch TV together, and if they see something they don't like, they're like,
yeah, they got different forms of intelligence. Every dog, like different personalities. I feel like
one of my dogs is clearly smarter than the other. Like one of them can open doors and shit, and the other one just gets trapped outside. One of them knows how to like operate us and get his ears scratched, get his food, whatever. He'll take us to the thing that he wants us to operate for him. The other one offers none of that. She's sweet. She's nice. She's a great dog, but she's not smart.
Yeah.
Did you have that one first?
No, the smarter one is the younger one.
Oh, okay. Interesting. It didn't pick up any of the tricks. That's so funny. Yeah, what an idiot. When I was at that Shambala thing, how everyone was on drugs. One thing that was interesting was there was this one guy there. I was going back to my tent. It was just like this, just loose Asian dude. There,
a loose Asian dude, so like a
loose,
sweaty guy.
Loose, not just like a loose Asian dude, just on his own, like just by himself. People are usually with people,
like a Lucy cigarette.
And he was doing, he was looking at the rocks and stuff. And I thought he was tripping out. And I was like, but are you okay? What's that?
Asian geologist.
Me aspiring, I assume maybe, because he was taking in the rocks. And I was like, what are you doing here? And he's like, I thought he was tripping. He was like, I was just looking at these rocks here, and the person laid out their mat there, and it's really cool. And I was like, oh, are you good? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, you don't like fucked up or anything? He's like, no, I'm sober. I don't do drugs. I was like, oh, you don't do drugs? And you came here. That's so crazy. That's cool. You like music? He's like, yeah, I love the music. And I'm like, oh, who'd you come here with? He's like, no one. And I was like, where'd you come from? He's like, Oklahoma. And I was like, you came here solo, sober from Oklahoma? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's your tent right there? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, you don't even have, there's nothing in the tent. He's like, no, I have my backpack and my jacket and pants. And this is like end of summer, like in the mountains in BC. Like it's near Banff, like not near Banff, near just in BC, near Vancouver. And it gets cold. It gets very cold, and he had like a rain jacket. He didn't have the proper stuff, and he was sober, and he had no friends there. And I was just like, what? You're here with no friends. You don't do drugs. You don't even have a blanket, and you're here by yourself. I'm like, that's the fucking most hardcore raw dogging of this shit that I can even imagine. You're so much more hardcore than anyone here. And I had bought a Walmart sleeping bag, but the festival gave me a sleeping bag because that was part of the package I got. So I was like, you got to take this sleeping bag first of all. I gave this guy David my sleeping bag, and he was like, oh, you don't need to do it. And I'm like, no, I have another one. You're literally an idiot. You should have it. And then he was like, God. He was like, can I be honest with you? I was like, yeah. He's like, I want to do Molly.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh, if you like, do you ever smoke weed? He's like, no, I've never done a drug in my life. I was like, why would you want to do Molly? He was like, I just do. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, if you do, I'll hang out with you. That's the guy I went down with.
You can fuck off.
That's the guy I went down with to the place, and we went down on each other. No, he brought the pill to the spectrometer, and they broke it up into pills for him so he could take it in smaller amounts. Nice. And like I introduced that guy to everyone because I knew so many people there. And I introduced this guy to everybody, and everybody knew him that he was like came here sober, and he's solo. And it was like, now it's like 11 p.m. at night. He's like, I wanted to try Molly, and he had the pill. He was like, I'll do it at 3 a.m. when I start to get tired. And everyone was like, nah, that's not how that works. Like it's not going to make you awake later. You'll just, that'll be fucking weird. But I ended up losing him. And then seeing him like every night, like we'd go back because our tents were nearby. And I was like, oh, like what happened? And he's like showing me his videos. He's like, oh, I met these girls and they had mushrooms. So I bought mushrooms with them. I took 5 grams of mushrooms today. I forgot to tell you, he has a GoPro on his head all day. That was recording. So we'd like go and we're standing there. He's like showing me the footage. And it's like him like dancing with people in like dinosaur costumes on the dance floor and stuff. And it's this sober dude's like POV on mushrooms and Molly. He's never ever done drugs. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's crazy. He's like, yeah, I still feel weird. I was like, yeah, sleep it off if you need me or anything, whatever. You come out and like, yeah, have your water there. And he went to his room, and I said to my buddy, I was like, damn, you could fucking take all the drugs you want. You can do whatever it is that you want. You will never ever be as fucked up as the random Asian dude from Oklahoma who came here by himself and's never done drugs and is tripping on mushrooms and Molly in a tent alone right now with a fucking GoPro on his head.
That sounds hellish. Going there alone and then
I don't know why he did that.
Psychedelics for the first time.
I don't know why he did that. Yeah. Although I went to Burning Man without knowing the people I was going with, really. And my buddies were like, how could you do that, dude? What if you get there and, like, they suck? And I was like, bro, we're going to get there and I'm going to suck. Like, anytime when people are like, oh, I hate going on the plane and you sit next to a person that sucks. I'm like, there's been, like, 2 people where I'm like, oh, you're bigger and suckier than me. Every other time I'm like, I know that they are angry. I can't even get angry right now because they have to sit next to me on the plane.
But that's a size thing. You know my favorite part about your Burning Man story? I think of it that you liked your Leatherman. That you found the Leatherman useful and you're like,
that I was the sickest guy with it. I can't believe I slept on it my whole life. Yeah, it was people. I saw fucking people on acid trying to like bite zip ties. Like they're trying to take something down, so they're like trying to bite a zip tie, and I'm like, ha, I got the thing. I have the thing. I have the thing for that, and I like cut it. I'm like, I'll use the scissors, and like cut it, and they're like, hey man, way to go, and I'm like, that's the type of guy I am.
I always have a permanent impact. Do you still have a Leatherman on you?
Yeah, no, it's not on me right now, but like I do have it, and there's always a moment where I go and do anything that's the least bit of something that I'll be on the way, and I'm like, do I need it? No, I better not.
No, I probably don't need it.
I've been live streaming Elden Ring, and chat knows that I'm into everyday carry is what we call it. Because we find pocket stuff interesting. Leatherman, what keychain do you choose? What iPhone case do you choose, etc. And I think that might be trolling me because they're always getting me to go on like 18-minute rants about Leathermans and wallets, and I whip it out and freaking guys, it's so cool. It's magnetic and it folds down like this. See, isn't that dope? Isn't that dope? And they can get me to stop playing the game and do whatever they want me to just by asking me about my pocket content.
Yeah, you're just stimming.
That is an interesting wallet.
It's thin and it's durable.
Did any of you guys speak with Donnie when you came on my podcast? There's Lynch, but did you speak with Donnie?
I did.
The guy in the mask. He's
on your older show.
Yeah,
he's I remember talking to him.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine that always been about his EDC. Like he gave me that term like 10 years ago. Yeah, his interests probably like align more with yours than they do with mine. Whereas he and I used to like game a lot growing up, and now he'd probably he'd be fucking stimming on an EDC as well. But no, he became a big knife guy. And like knives became part of the EDC. He's like, and I've always asked him EDC questions like, how crazy can you get? Like if you really love the EDC, like, wouldn't you want to get a belt? That's part of it. And he was like, no, he's like, some people have utility belts. He's like, it's a decision. It's a decision that someone makes. He's like, I know some people that a flashlight is part of their EDC, or that a flashlight is you have your flashlight as part of your EDC. You pulling a flashlight out right now and it's not your phone. So you have two flashlights, don't you?
Well, one flashlight, but it's also a laser.
This is a torch. What's the laser pointer?
Kyle, what's your EDC? We should become EDC.
Orals and fish with so my wife knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
I don't leave the house without my phone and my wallet, and if I've got that, then nothing can stop me. I feel
for me, keys are a big one.
There's $100 bill in every like coat and jacket that I owned, and I'm in the pocket just in case I'm ever like in an emergency. So there's always that. But then just like my cards and my phone.
Wait, what? You like put $100 bill into the? At one point, you took like $1,000, and then does the podcast jacket? Does that have 100 in it just in case?
No.
What if you need it in the middle of us?
Wow, it's not crazy to me. You know why? A lot of my motorcycle jackets have a couple hundred in them, just because cash. Like, what do I need more right now? A bandage or $300? $300 will solve more problems, a wider range of problems than like a little first aid kit.
You give a guy $100 and he'll do almost anything for you. Like you know what I mean?
That's how I get half my blowjobs.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like You'd be like, I need you to go.
Can you give me head while we're waiting for the ambulance to get here?
As you can see, sir, my motorcycle's damaged. Here's $100. Will you suck my dick while we wait on AAA? Yeah.
I suppose.
You give another 100, you're like, no, suck the AAA's guy's dick.
No, I don't have any everyday carry. I've got tools. I own tools, but like, I don't know. When we were like, when I'd be on the farm, Dad's everyday carry definitely involved a Leatherman, the full-sized big one in in its holster. You know, they've got that little pouch that they go in with the snap cap on it. He loves the Leatherman. He sends them back every time he breaks them. He snaps the blades off frequently, and he'll send it back, and they'll just put a new blade on it for free and send it back. He's squeezed the pliers so hard on something that the plier body itself broke. And they just sent him. They're like, we can't fix this, so they just sent a new one.
I've had bad luck with sending. They have a lifetime warranty, and Leatherman's reputation for fixing stuff is like very good, and they consider it important.
Yeah.
And I sent my stuff back, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't make these anymore. Here's a like an equivalent."
Mm-hmm.
And now I have like,
which one was it?
It was a juice something or other, and now I have like, I don't know, 3 identical Leathermans that I didn't choose. And I was like, this isn't quite the dream.
That's annoying.
Do you have other knives? Do you use a knife part of
He has a knife collection.
I could walk into the other room and bring back 2 or 3 display cases of knives.
Go get your knife.
Yeah, I would. I actually would, if you wouldn't mind. Seriously, I would like to see your grail, your number one, the number one, and you're allowed to bring 2 more if you must. But
I want you to bring the knife that you, if you had to fight a man's going to burst into the room right now, and you need to turn around and grab a blade to fight that man off. He's bigger than you. He's stronger. He's younger, but he's
that
unarmed.
one's in the garage. But I'll come up with something.
What do you have in the garage? A battle axe?
It's
your
like
sword. You have a
camping
sword, right?
oriented. Oh, the sword's in the Game of Thrones. Let me see what I come up with.
Finally breaks in. He's like, "Oh, Jackie, it's happening!" Running.
There's a chance he might be gone for like 15 minutes now. Be like, "Shit, which one's it going to be?" Or no, he knows right away which one it is.
I bet he knows right away.
Immediately.
Right? He 100% has something in mind because he immediately said that one's in the garage. It wasn't like, oh, let me go pilfer and look through my little knife collection.
I think it might be Patrice O'Neal that's got the bit. You'll know it if it is, where it's like these guys broke into an NFL player's house to rob it, and he came at them with a machete, and he's like, "Can you just imagine?" At first, they're like, "The fuck? Look at all these jerseys, Washington Redskins." Is that a Lombardi trophy? What the? And then some 6'6" monster comes barreling down the hall with a machete, defending his wife and children. They shot him in the femoral artery and killed him, but it must have been scary there for a minute. Yeah, he ran him off, I think.
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like his body.
There's a bit like that in Barry. I don't know if you watched Barry, but he's there to.
I did watch Barry. I don't know if I finished.
He goes into that like karate taekwondo master's house, and he's like looking at the wall, and it's nothing but black belts and trophies, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And suddenly that guy comes out, and that guy's like, "Hey, you're like, sir, just hang on a minute." That's the nightmare.
So I brought back 2. Harley asked for my like holy ground. It's not my most expensive, but I think it's dope. It's Microtech, and it's an out the front knife. So it pokes out like this. It goes both ways. Sometimes you push them in and they shoot out. And I think this is dope. It's kind of a gentleman's knife. It's not a ruffian's knife. This thing is class. So
what's it called? Microtech?
Microtech out the front. And there's
is it called? It's called out the front.
Yeah, that's like the name of the action, right? The class, right? And then this one was given to me by a friend if I had to fight someone. Kyle gave me this bad boy like 10 years ago. And I think this would be a pretty good weapon type knife. So
yeah, that's sharp.
What is
and look at this. Look, Kyle, look how worn this thing is. Do you see how dirty this knife is?
I've driven
this thing around the country. It's strapped onto the back of a motorcycle, use it moto camping and stuff. So you gave this to someone who appreciated it more than you know, perhaps.
That's awesome. I think Wings has one too. I think he opens cans of Spam with his, but
what about the CS:GO knives that we were given?
Oh my god! I still got that. Oh my god!
This is the bayonet.
You know what the worst part is? Like, FDS Russia got sent all these gaudy CS:GO knives from this country and company, and then we got all those on top of it. And I must have had 80 fucking garbage ass knives at one. Yes, I remember those. I had like multiple of those. Everyone I know got handfuls of knives at that point. I was literally just trying to give them all away.
I got a huge box of fleshlights from Fleshlight.
Oh,
like literally, like there was like 100 fleshlights. Like there was like 20 of the big full size ones. And I
mean, asking for a friend, did you have any like smaller ones?
No, well, they had these portable ones that are like to pack with you, and it's like this big, and like your penis basically comes out the other end of it, but like it's still, I guess, still similar.
Always does anyway.
And
Dude,
they had these alien vaginas too, like blue ones that were like alien pussy or something. And people would come over, and I'd be like, "Yeah, man, good, hang on." They're like, "Take care." And I'm like, "Oh, hey, grab a fleshlight on your way out." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "That box there, just you can grab one, just pick one." And they're like, "What the fuck?" And people would like open up, like, "What the fuck?" And they're like sorting through lots. And I have like some friends are like, "Oh, I'm good, dude." But then I had other friends who were like, "What?" And they like dump the box out and spread them, and they're like, "Whoa, alien pussy!"
Oh fuck! Someone took all the buttholes.
They didn't send us a single butthole.
Sasha Grey, this one's coming.
I thought it was very homophobic that they didn't send a single butthole. You sent 100 pussies and not one butt. Come on,
Woody. I had no idea how true when you were holding up the OTF, the out the front knife, and you're like, "This is classy." I'm like, "That does look classy." Like, I'm curious more about these out the front Microtech knives. Now I understand why this is a classy knife. These are not a first attempt in dabbling in knives. These are nice ass expensive. I assume top of the line. The cheapest are $387, and
I found one
top,
for $310.
At least on this page, the top is over $1,000. Combat Trudon Delta Frag Shadow Fluted DLC Hairwear Nickel Boron internals. Rolls off the tongue.
Those knives, like, because like only hearing my buddy talk about knives, and I will ask sometimes. I just like to hear people talk about some shit when they're passionate about it. Like he was saying something about knives. That's not like a knife when it's like that. It's not, the handle's not part of the knife. Whereas the one that you showed after with Kyle, like that whole piece is like one piece, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, so there's like a break in the middle of it. And I said to my buddy, I sent him a text and I was like, Microtech out the front, what you think about that knife? And he wrote back
just now.
Yeah, I wrote it as soon as he showed it. He wrote back, insane.
I got the thumbs up. All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that's Woody's
you know, they make a
grill.
giant one. Zach,
Woody's
see if you
grill.
can find video or GIF of the.
Yeah, why don't you buy the big one, Woody? That would be slick. That's like a lightsaber, a steel lightsaber,
dude. That is the kind of like. I've done well financially, but I can't live a lifetime of financial mistakes and recover from all of them. And a $15,000 like parody out the front knife is the no.
Well, I mean, right now, it's out of stock, but it's down to 9,500.
Okay.
And what? It's just a joke, big version.
They made yeah. Here we go. Perfect, Zach. He's got.
It has kick.
It does. He's got recoil. He's got it in a Pelican case here.
Dude, even the little one's big.
Yeah, why is this?
That's the big little one.
That's so silly.
He saw recoil.
Dude, that is
10K.
Yeah, that is heavy looking.
Is it an actual knife?
I don't know. How does? You pull it out the back to reload it. Cool. I see.
Shazam!
Oh, I like this. That's slick.
I like mine more. Now, his is probably too big to do that, but I like the way that I think it's preferable for the switch to pull it in both directions. Look at silly me.
All right. My favorite knife.
Instead of pulling it and reloading it.
Do you ever like need a knife and in your head, like maybe you have that one close and you're like, that's such a nice knife. I have a knife that's better. I don't want to wreck my good knife.
The first one I got was a leak, I think, by a company with K. Anyway, I would use it to like turn screws and shit. But in the Leatherman, I use pretty harshly, but I would never. Actually, this has never cut more than paper, I don't think. Like I used it for my taxes to open all the like 1099s and stuff. but that's as harsh as this gets used.
Don't you just wish you'd have an opportunity to stab a bad guy with it? So you'd have that moment at first where you're like, oh yeah, snip, and then you stab him up. Like that'd be a cool moment. Look, this knife over here is the world's deadliest knife, though.
Oh.
Using a service called Sizzle, Woody, you can finance this knife. So maybe that's the
Sizzle that knife on my way. 500 easy payments.
No, it's 4 payments of like $3,000. It's like, what are you?
This is a Wasp injector knife. It uses those CO2 cartridges in the handle, and when you stab something, it dumps the entire CO2 cartridge inside of them. It would just insta kill you. It would just ruin you.
Is that little ridge at the top near the tip? Is that where the air is coming out?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Is that little indent?
Maybe, yeah.
I see. Above the where the spine would. I see what Taylor's saying. I was like, I think that's so that it hurts some extra when you pull it out, but you're not talking about the serrations.
Yeah,
I think there are shark darts that work on a similar principle, and those instantly kill sharks. I've seen them hit the shark, and the shark goes boom, and the shark goes belly up and just drops.
Yeah. And if it can instantly kill a shark, you can instantly kill most things.
Oh, I've seen people stab watermelons with those, and it makes the watermelon explode. So you can imagine if someone stabbed it in you and hit.
I wouldn't do it to a watermelon. I'd do it to a grocer, like a gourd.
A grocer?
Like it's a grocer
like
kind
man that
of
sells groceries.
Yeah, I'd do it to the grocer. No, I'd do it to like a gourd or a pumpkin, something I didn't really plan on eating. Watermelon, that's just ruining food.
I don't like watermelon.
You don't like watermelon?
No, it's not very tasty.
Bananas.
My knife, buddy. I was like, you gotta give me your what would be your knife if you had a grail there. And he was like, I'm pretty practical. I don't know what that means. And then he sent this one here.
You get this one on Sizzle too.
You can get Sizzle financing with that.
Oh yeah,
$23.70. Yeah,
a month.
Monthly payments as low as $34.88.
I'm getting monthly payments at $23.70. That Canadian dollar is weak, my friend.
Yeah, my number, it says $287. Yours says $195.
Wouldn't you rather just like what would we do about their currency if we conquered them? Would we like let their dollary dues just become dollars? Is that how that works? Do we just I know it doesn't. We'd have to transfer them into dollars. All of your bank accounts would just go down one night. All of their bank accounts would be transferred to dollars, and they would just have that much less, right?
Mm-hmm. But it would spend more. And then they wouldn't. There'd be no more queen on the money on this continent. Sorry.
Let's think about this for a second. Slow down. Let's think about this for a second. Let's think about it. It would be it would be so easy
to
conquer Canada. Yeah. But were it so easy?
Who's on your $100 bill now?
I don't give a fuck.
You know who's on
mine? Who's on mine?
Our guy invented electricity. Who's on yours? What they do?
Well, discovered.
It's the queen again.
Every time you see
it's the queen again.
They invented.
He invented it.
It's Princess Diana.
No, it's not.
We didn't discover electricity. There's no.
It's like the back of it, the tunnel in the car. Like a picture.
I know. I don't. The guy. I always call him Mr. Coke.
Mr. Coke.
He's there. Yeah, Robert Borden.
It's only been 24 years.
No.
Who's the most famous politician in Canadian history? Like the guy with
Jerry Fox.
Jerry Fox.
No,
Terry Fox.
Oh, Terry Fox.
Jeff Foxworthy?
I don't know.
He's not Canadian.
He's not. He wasn't. He's just running a marathon. I'm goofing around. But I don't think it would be so easy to invade Canada because how do you do it?
We want your government to vote to become our vassal. I think is the plan.
But then what happens?
Well, you become an American.
But no one in the government would do that. You know. Listen, I'm on your side, dude. I want you to sleep over at my house. I'm just trying to think, how can I help you guys?
Well, I can't get inside of Trump's mind, but I'm sure he has all the details worked out. You know, he wouldn't have said the things he said if he didn't know the nitty gritty details on how.
Dude, he doesn't fire from the hip before he knows
how to turn a nation of 30 or so million people into a state. He can do that. You know, it's not a big deal. You know, we just got to figure out the name, really. I think you guys would make a good 6-7 states at least Would all those Frenchies get their own state? We're going to do that for sure.
They already have their own state, though.
Yeah, but it's going to be a smaller one now. They need to concentrate. If you know,
this
what
is
I mean.
interesting. If you guys bought Canada, then Woody's Microtech out the front won't be illegal here.
Oh yeah, you guys would get a lot of cool laws. We have to make sure that the cool
illegal.
laws from us went to you guys, and that we didn't absorb any of your stupid laws.
Well, no, but you do want the government to sell you cocaine 8 balls.
That's what I said. The stupid laws,
yeah,
like the cool one, the cocaine law that can come down south of the border.
We get your gun laws. You get our cocaine laws.
What are we gonna do about those Eskimos though? Like, what do y'all? How do y'all?
We don't call them that. We don't call them that
Not
anymore.
yet.
But since you guys are coming back, I guess we can get used to that again.
Yeah, Eskimo kissing. Nothing wrong with that. Rub them
a little
noses together.
Eskimo kissing.
Yeah.
And I say, like,
Kyle,
just
I
let the
feel like we
Eskimos do what
answered
they
this
want to
at
do.
the top of the show. There's 30,000 beds for those Eskimos.
You're goddamn
They
right.
didn't do anything wrong, though.
I
They're
bet-
just up there
look,
eating
they-
blubber.
those-
You'll never,
Beauty of Gitmo, there's no trials.
yeah, you'll never get them. You'll never get them.
They've been
They're
freezing
gonna
those
make it hard
Eskimos.
for you, dudes. You guys, you know how hard it is to fight in the mountains and the caves when they got tunnel systems? Imagine that, but it's snow. You'll never see them. There's no heat readings. They're like invisible to technology.
We'll see.
Like, you guys-
Invisible to
it'd be like high-tech
special
soldiers in like Arctic camouflage moving through the snow, and it would just be
Telling me
like,
the American military
they
can't
come in.
handle the Eskimo.
I'm telling you, you're lucky
We're playing
that
the
no
long
one.
game. We're going to destroy their environment like they're polar bears.
You gotta wait them out. That's what you gotta do. You gotta wait
Yeah.
for it to become more arid in the U.S. and better weather in Canada, and then once the snow clears, then you can. But up
Can
there,
you imagine?
dude.
Can you imagine being a Chinese guy who overstayed your visa and you wake up next week in Cuba, and you're like, what? What the fuck is going on right now? You see palm trees and shit, but you look over the fence and you see like our boys like
You said he was
marching over there at
Chinese?
the base.
Right? Like,
Chinese?
1 second, you're
Yeah.
at Shambala trying Molly for the first time, and now you're in Gitmo. Like,
Yeah.
this
Yeah, but
is
no,
a hell
but
of a trip.
I'll be honest. If you, why would he keep it? Why would he keep a Chinese person?
He has to keep any. So he said, my take on it, what it seems to be anyway. You never know. He's never very direct, and specifics aren't his thing. But it seems like there are some people that we're just going to keep forever that we're going to catch because we think that if we send them back to El Salvador, they'll get released again, and they don't deserve that. I'm sure there's some terrorists. I bet they're declaring some people. They made the cartels terrorist organizations. It seems like Gitmo's a good place for them. They could probably. I was saying a while ago that probably allows them to be a little bit more harsh on those cartel members when they capture them and treat them under terrorist rules, which seems like pirate code to me most of the time.
So, but why?
I think it's a processing center though, because I know China doesn't want their people back. I think I've heard that they don't. They're saying no. They're not accepting those flights.
I thought they loved their people back.
Not these. They got the taint of.
They had
capitalism.
like Chinese police stations like hidden around Canada.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
where,
have them here, too.
People were like here, like they're like if you were doing something, like you can get in trouble with the law in China here.
Yeah.
In these like secret police stations that they had set up,
Yep.
which is pretty next level.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Grok to make a fucking image of what it would look like if the U.S. military was attacking Eskimos and they were holed up in an Eskimo stronghold, and he's just making them friends over and over. And so I think the proof's in the pudding. The AI would know we're gonna be peaceful with the Eskimos. We're gonna let them do their thing up there. I don't think they're hurting anybody. I think all the whales that they were killing for a long time, they're already dead. It's fine. There's no bringing them back.
They've recovered greatly. The whales are coming back. Fuck those Eskimos. Dig them out of their igloos and send them to Cuba. That's what I say.
Send them to Cuba.
Yeah, see how they like a taste of the good life. They've been living in that ice house they up for their whole lives. So
I bet
let them
they
see a
would- it
palm
wouldn't-
tree. They'd love that shit. They'd be like, oh
wouldn't
my
be-
God, this is possible?
Yeah, they would actually probably really
I don't know
like
what
it.
sand looks like.
I bet if they lived in like, even in an area like Calgary, they'd be like, God, it's balmy. It's balmy. It's hot out.
Do you know about China's road and bridge program?
I bet it's a lot of roads and bridges. They tend to do that stuff.
The idea is to like spend $1 trillion or so all over the globe.
I like that.
That's
Curry
invading
favor with
Canada.
third world nations. So they went to Congo, invested billions of dollars, infrastructure, building roads, and currying favor with those impoverished nations. This documentary is called Empire of Dust, and it follows the Chinese sort of foreman representative in the Congo, and he's telling you very plainly like what it's like to work there. He's a black driver on a truck, 6 months, truck is worthless. A Chinese driver, 3 years in is when the truck is in its prime from the regular maintenance and the this and the that. And he's like just breaking it down why the Congo will never be anything. He goes step by step. He's like, we give them all of this and they steal. He's like, they can't be on time because they can't read time. Like time is a foreign concept to them. So you tell them to be here at 8 o'clock and nobody shows up. He's like, they steal the gasoline. So now we have to measure every day.
Dude, not being able to read time is such a huge negative for trying to get anything done. Can you imagine? So? Yeah, trying to organize anything with someone who doesn't know how to read time.
Yeah,
it'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, but that's good for them because when you're like, dude, you're 2 hours late, you could be like, I don't know what any of that means.
What is an hour?
This is the 5th day in a row you said this to me, and I am bamboozled. It's like, do you notice how everyone else is on the work site? Dickhead, show up earlier.
I got another knife pick here. I gotta send this one. This one's good. This is for my buddy. He was like, ask him if they've seen this knife. And I was like, we're off the knife convo, but he sent the pic, and I was like, okay, wait.
Stab Nana?
Oh.
That's nifty. I like that.
Oh, that's crazy.
No collection is complete without a Stab Nana.
my wife.
Primal protection that keeps you monkeying around.
I like that it has a enjoy a Stab Nana split, and there it is, like on a banana split picture. Yeah, they're tripping on that one. But
yeah, I don't know how practical this is.
Well, it is very big. If you look at the pictures at the bottom, it's a very big.
I think if I were going to collect a knife, I would want something made out of a meteorite. I think those are fucking cool when they've taken the iron from a meteorite and forged it into a blade. I know there's a famous. No, it's just the novelty and the rarity. There was an Egyptian pharaoh that was buried with some sort of meteorite sword or meteorite knife that I read about.
That's cool.
But you can get people make them now. Like you can buy one if you want one. They're just expensive.
I'd want it tested. Like I'd want to have like an independent scientist who I conscripted, because I'm not going to be made a fool like we made a fool out of the Netherlands or whatever, where we sent them petrified wood and then laughed at them for like 80 years. But then when they were like, oh, look at this moon rock. We're basically like, it's almost like we went to the moon also. And it was like, no, bitch, we gave you petrified wood and we're all laughing.
Dude, look at this website. This is how you know they're legit knives. All right. You know, everything on this website will be 100% on the up and up.
What? This is like a blast from the past website.
1995, baby. Let's go.
Zach, can you show this website? This thing has 90s written. I'm surprised it's not playing music.
Why don't you?
Yeah.
It's not playing music. There's no like dancing mascot in the corner.
Right? Where's that dancing baby?
Where's the difficult to use annoying custom cursor?
It's a meteor, and as you drag it, it's got
and you don't know where the clickable part of it is, like where the point is. What's up with the bot there though? It's out of place on this
right?
world.
Yeah.
Have a question? Text us here. Someone wanted to keep the nostalgia alive, and I appreciate that. There's
like
no way
too.
I'm sending these people $10,000.
The business class folder, only $800.
Is this the bottom right one? That was the one that caught my eye too.
Same Chan meteorite. Well, this just looks like regular metal, so I would want it to look unique.
Really? Because I'm looking at them in these top images that Zach's showing here, and I can see the I don't know what to call it.
Me neither.
Yeah. There's like fractals.
I don't think that's a patina. I think it's evident of the internal structure of the meteorite that's been forged into the blade and it's been retained. Yeah, like that. Because when you cut a meteorite, that's what it looks like on the inside. Like that's the internal structure.
I wonder if it gives you like
I thought it was.
Like an elemental breakdown where it's like this meteor is, 65% iron, 20% titanium, 6% cadmium, or like whatever all is in that mishmash of meteorite. I don't know what the most common things are. Iron probably, right? That's got to be up there.
I don't know I know there are iron meteorites and there are rocky meteorites. I don't know how much iron's in there though. That'd be neat though, especially if you knew, like you said, it was legit. I don't want some fake iron meteorite knife.
No, I need to know.
So this is so interesting because I went to look because I was all like, well, who the fuck is Bo Ricardo? Because it's like meteorite pocket knives, handcrafted by Bo Ricardo.
Ooh la la!
And I was like, what an interesting name.
Bo.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, who the fuck? Can't find. There's no information on him. But then I ended up at Ricardo Knives, which just looks like an actual website, and they have their hunting knives, pocket knives, kitchen sets, high-end materials, Damascus. But when you go to buy any of the meteorite ones, it says sold exclusively through KD Meteorites, chasing meteorites since 1990. And I'm like, this is so interesting that, like, if you're going to buy one of these, you come to the fucking old E-Bombs World style website.
How do you recognize
you come to the
GeoCities as a meteorite?
I don't know.
I'm taking from the name of the website that they literally chase meteorites. I know a lot of people, if they see it now, they can triangulate the likely landing spot and they go and get them.
But if you put if I walked into an area and the meteorite had just landed there, I don't think I wouldn't know it was just an old rock.
Zach, show us pictures of recovered meteorites, and I because I don't know how to like put it any other way than to say when you see it, you'll know it. Whenever I've seen them, it's like, oh yeah, that stands out, huh? It's like a black amorphous blob over there when everything else is just, you know. There was a good video in Australia of one on a doorbell camera hitting in their front yard.
Damn, that's cool.
I know they tracked an object that that went through the atmosphere months or years ago. I don't know which, but they know from the angle that it's an interstellar object. It's not from our solar system, and they know about where it landed in the ocean, and they're out there looking for it. Look at that! It's all melted in metal.
No, I guess it looks pretty cool. But if this was sitting on like a hike, I wouldn't be like, "What an awesome rock!"
Right?
I'd be like, I guess that's okay. That's got neat colors on it. But I wouldn't know.
At some point, knives are just jewelry for boys.
Mm-hmm. For some of these knives, it's at all points. Like for a meteorite knife is just jewelry. Like there's no way you're like, oh yeah, and this is my Amazon box knife. It's made from a 30 jillion year old space stone. Like no.
You guys saw that. You guys saw the movie The Substance?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you see the movie Different Man with Sebastian Stan?
Nope.
The disfigured face?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. My buddy said that movie was Substance for guys, and I thought that was such a funny
bro. Oh, yeah. They were both rough to watch. Like,
oh, you didn't like either of those?
No, look. Both of them are like really well made, good movies. But I've got to start making the distinction of like and that like I just don't like this. Like this is great what you've done. It's beautiful, but it's not for me. Like I didn't like sitting through your story. It's a well told story. It's a beautifully told story. The actors are great. Everything's top notch. They're up for Oscars. I know The Substance is up for Best Picture, but I just didn't enjoy the film. I just didn't enjoy the film. I like the nudity. I fast forward and got all that.
You just seeked through.
No, I'm teasing. Like there was quite a bit of like over sexualized nudity and stuff. That was kind of part of the movie. The other one was just kind of depressing and sad to see him go from like elephant. Yeah. Basically, the guy's like Elephant Man, and they fix it though with like this new thing, and he's handsome underneath it. I think I can't, and it's like
Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, and but it doesn't fix his problem. You know, he almost wishes that go back the other way.
What's his problem? Like he regrows his elephant
head?
How
can that be?
There's another character that's got the elephantitis that everybody likes, and like they like him more than our handsome guy. It's a whole thing.
And he's actually like really cool and chill.
He's
about
so
it all.
cool. Like
he's a just chill guy about everything. It is.
How bad is his elephantiasis? Is it
this is real?
Zach, find us a picture because it's like whoop. Like you wouldn't be in the same. Like I can't. I don't know about you. And this is I don't think it's a character flaw as much as it's just like an evolutionary fact. I can't be in a room with a freak for too long.
Stresses you out and makes you feel like something's
stresses me out. That I'm worried that I just don't want to be there.
You don't want to catch it.
It's not that I don't want to look at it. Like I always tell that story about I got that in-law with all the fingers missing and his face is all like real fucked up, and it's like Yeah, it's real bad. And I was scared to go like hang out with him as a kid. And I was like, Mommy, I'm scared of that guy. Do I have to go? Like, I'm not scared he's going to beat me up. I'm just grossed out to touch him when he like shakes my hand. There's not enough fingers and shit. And she's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Now that you mention it, son, he is pretty spooky.
It was the first time I can remember like having an adult conversation with an adult and them listening and understanding and like, oh, yeah. I guess that is a little fucked, huh? I don't like looking at him either. That's why I send you off with him. God!
Oh, this is a real guy. I've seen like clips of this guy before. The guy in the middle. That's real, right?
Yeah.
And he's the cool one that the guy on the right is jealous of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy in the middle talking in a clip, and I think he has a British accent, which for some reason, like, that caught me flat-footed. For some reason, I didn't expect that.
Is the girl
you thought he was going to be like, Rawr!
I don't know if the person on the left is.
She's not in the movie. She's not the romantic interest.
Yeah, she's in the movie.
Oh, does she like the middle guy?
It's like he's kind of like he has like when Sebastian Stan hangs out with him, they're like out at dinner at one point, and like this girl comes in and recognizes. She's like, "Oh my god, like you didn't call me back." Like this, you could see that he is very good with the women, you know. So like,
you know who Homeboy looks like?
Who?
Gothmog.
Ooh, Gothmog, Lieutenant of Morgul, overseeing the onslaught and the attempt to conquer Minas Tirith after the successful campaign in capturing Osgiliath.
Of course.
But he didn't have what it takes. He didn't have it. What he did. He didn't imagine that they would have something as unfair as a ghost army.
Didn't count for the ghost army.
They didn't count on that, and they paid the piper for it. Yeah.
This is one thing I saw a video essay that went over this, and I agree with it now. There's Homeboy. That's Gothmog. But there's that moment where the Witch King seemingly is going to defeat Gandalf. He breaks Gandalf's staff. Gandalf falls off of his horse, and he's kind of down. And then at that last moment, the Ghost Army shows up. The horns blow. The Witch King is distracted. He leaves Gandalf behind, undefeated. But in the book, it's much more like, you're about to get fucked up, Witch King. You know what I mean? Like it's they don't let Gandalf take that L because he's not supposed to take that L.
No, he was supposed to be the victor. Yeah, but it's okay. You know, it adds to the suspense a little bit.
Just check, Taylor. Do you know the other Gothmog?
Which one?
The Balrog.
Oh, the Balrog. That's the guy. That's the big fiery demon monster that's in the. In Moria, in the mines.
Sure, Gothmog was the primary lord of Balrogs during the First Age and the greatest Balrog to have ever walked Middle Earth. I thought you'd know that.
That's a different Gothmog.
Gothmog Balrog is going to be my DJ name.
I like that. You know, I always knew Woody had an astute level of knowledge about Lord of the Rings. And he revealed it here, made a fucking fool of me.
Actually.
No, I like in the Lord of the Rings movies where they have an orc or Uruk-hai who like becomes a bit of a character. They don't stick around that long, but like Gothmog is cool. Lurtz, the guy who fucked up Boromir.
What about the guy? Like, let's see his legs.
Yeah, I think that guy's name was.
What about him? They're fresh.
They don't need those.
Why?
Yeah.
They give good sport.
Yeah. I know the guy that yells "They are not for eating." His name is Ugluck.
Did you ever play the game, the Shadow of Mordor games?
Oh, not Shadow of Mordor. I thought you were talking about the old PS2.
Oh no, they had. Oh, those games are so sick.
Those are sick.
Yeah, no, they had this game where the whole system, which is ugly because they like patented the system within the game, so no other game can use this now, which is so ugly because they don't keep making the games. But you would kill all these orcs or whatever, or Uruk-hai, but when one of them killed you, they got a promotion within the game, and like you're resurrected, but that guy that killed you, like he got tougher. Yeah, he's tougher, and like you, I was really good at that game, so I didn't die much. I died like maybe 6 times, but I did happen to die to one guy 3 times. And like every time he comes back, he has some shit for you. And I'll never forget, his name was Grishak. And I'll never forget, because like every time he comes, like you'll be in the middle of fighting, and then all of them stop and they're like, Grishuk, and he came and he was like, "Oh, Ranger, come back for another taste of more blade, did ya?" And I never got satisfaction as I did, like just killing a fucking ones and zeros, like fucking Grishuk in that. It fucking hurt.
The best part is, like,
how high did his career go off of your ass?
He was like he was like third in command. Literally, you killed the ranger like 3 times, like that's, and like the second time he killed him, he's like, "He's not so tough." And you just like the game's loading, you hear Grishuk still fucking talking.
You can lose to you can lose to a guy you shouldn't have lost to though, and he'll get promoted. And he shows, and they're like, do. And out comes Doo-Doo, the lamest of all the orcs.
Because he got the last hit, like his arrow hit you from over
and
there.
Now he's got a crown. And he's like, Doo-Doo's here, bitch. How about another taste of my poison arrow? And if you manage to fuck up and die to Doo-Doo again, the next time he shows up, he is rubbing it in. And his boys are chanting behind him. It's a fun game system. It would work well in other games. But like you said, they were douchey enough to somehow patent that.
And the second one, it like, they had made this whole, like, you have to build an army to attack the last castle thing. So it was this halfway games as a service thing that sucked. And one of the developers, RIP, had died during the development. So they were like, here's a skin that we made with all the proceeds going to his family. But then, like, all the proceeds weren't going to his family. It was just like the net profits. And people were like, net profits? Well, let's see the fucking, let's see your expenses, the accounting on that shit. And and it was just like that left a bad taste in people's mouths. And then they just,
you get all the stuff I didn't keep.
Yeah.
That's for a deal.
Yeah.
What a deal. You want to feel like you're helping, don't you, consumers? Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's a fun game, though.
What was the name of the system that they patented?
Rival system or nemesis
something
system?
like that. It's that
easy.
internal system where like
you couldn't do that with like Marvel characters.
It makes them go, and it was even more complicated than we're describing it, because they would show you sort of an image of the hierarchy of the orc army, and you would see him literally like move up in the literal
and he had like beefs with other guys, and you can kind of cause turmoil within.
Yeah, they'll fight amongst themselves.
Thing. Yeah, it was like a cool. It was.
I only played a little bit of the first Shadow of Mordor, and it got very repetitive. But I remember like seeing the low level guys, and like there would be high ranking guys where it's like eventually you're gonna unlock, Grishnak the Unkillable, and he's going to be a real titan. But in the meantime, how about you go kill Peebo the retard?
Yeah, and, literally, that's like who they were. I chilled with a guy named like Ratface for way too long.
Ratface, Googlock the inept. I think I actually remember one guy I killed early on was like Saladar the blind or something the blind. He couldn't see me.
Yeah, it's true. They have like perks or bad things about them. There was one, I remember one that was like the dumb or something, and he was like huge and he couldn't speak. Somebody still tried to talk shit. He still put the effort in, but they just were noises.
Oh, did you ever like go up against someone like that where you're like, you know what, I could easily win here, but I want to see what develops for this giant dumb character? Maybe he'll learn to talk and talk shit.
I wish, I worked very hard. It's actually going to sound silly, like I'm answering it too seriously, but I worked very hard to be more chill with games like that. Like, I would like give the controller to a friend, and he would like turn around and shoot his teammate, and I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, just want to see what the game does. I'm like... So like, remember when Cyberpunk came out and everyone was mad about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was unfinished.
Yeah, like it was unfinished, like on PS4 for sure. But if you happen to play it on computer and your gameplay style is not like Grand Theft Autoing the scene, which that's not what I was gonna do. When I played that game, it was fine. I had a good computer; it ran it perfectly. I played 100 hours. I loved the game. It's much better now, but it was great for a good computer then. Like, I had friends who were like, this game's shit, and I would watch them play, and they'd be like, look what happens, and they shoot the police and shoot the people, and then the police come, and it's glitchy because cops are peering around corners, and they're like, look how fucking shit this is, and I'm like, yeah, but are you playing? And he is playing, and games do exist where they can cater to that level, but I was like, I don't play it like that, so I don't give a shit that it's behaving like that when you do that. But you know, like some games like GTA like set the bar very high. A lot of people had fun with that. But when I played Red Dead Redemption 2, I really was killing a lot of people. I was like, haven't played a GTA in a long time. I'm tying bitches up to the tracks. I'm fucking putting like 10 people in a cage and bringing them out to the woods and throwing Molotovs on it.
Dude, that's the one that got the guy in trouble, right? Where like there's a suffragette. Yeah, there's a suffragette, and he went up and he like punched her and then hogtied her and drug her behind his horse to the swamp and fed her to a crocodile. And the whole time she's like, give us the right to vote.
And Arthur was like, hell no, bitch.
But when I did it, well, that's the thing, is actually it was Arthur. When I was playing it, Arthur kept, like, I was doing this stuff, he was like, can't believe I'm still up to this nonsense. And then it's like doing it, it's like, is this really how I want to spend my time? And he was like kind of talking down on himself. And me, after like hours of playing the game and my karma getting bad, I was like doing the GTA shit, and I was just like, man, I died quite a few times. Like I like the story, but I am getting caught up just doing the nonsense killing thing. And like, yeah, but like at some point I just kind of wasn't, it was mindless. And Arthur was the one that was like, maybe we could do better things with our time. And then I just like started like waving at everyone in the game to get my karma back up. So I would like walking through town. I'm like, hey, how you doing? How are you? Nice day. But before that, it was like I was walking into town, and I'd be like, you better get out of my way. And the guy's like, what'd you say to me? And I pop him in the head. Now the cops are after me. I got to go pay the bounty because I still care about the story. So like it was him. It was Arthur Morgan that got me to be like, you know what? I don't know if I'm like, I can't wait to fuck a hooker in GTA 6 then kill her.
Dutch, I've been feeling mighty guilty about what we've been doing in the wilderness recently. What you mean, Arthur? I remember like doing like in Red Dead 2, like basically trying to steal stuff the way you did with a high sneak character in Skyrim, which is basically like you can walk up to someone and they'll be like, oh, hello, traveler. And then you can just like rob like an apple out of their hand. But I was trying to do that in Red Dead.
Stay in their room until they're sleeping.
Stay in their room. They're like, oh, thanks for visiting. I'm off to bed. And then you just rob them blind. And they see you with like goblets in your pockets. And they're like, oh, did you hear something? But in Red Dead, I'd like go in and I'm like, all right, I'm going to rob this post office. I bet there's some good stuff in these security boxes, whatever. And then like getting caught immediately and being like, all right, the only way forward is to kill everyone at the post office. But I have to kill them fast enough before the other police arrive. And all it takes is like one shithead running out going, help, help, there's a murderer in the post office. And then there's a dozen of these.
That whole town, rangers. You have like a bounty, the Pinkertons pull up. Yeah. No, that game was incredible. That game really fucked me up.
I never played it all the way through. Maybe I should.
It's a hard one to play through. I think it's a hard one. The pacing is very deliberate and realistic.
You need to play Baldur's Gate. I'm telling you.
Baldur's Gate is fire.
Yeah. Everybody does say it's pretty sick.
It'll take you like 2 or 3 hours to get over the isometric viewpoint or whatever it's called and the turn-based combat. But once you've gotten over that, you're into the story. And you're sucked in, and it's so much fun.
Yeah,
and you have so much freedom in the story. Like it's the best role playing game, I think. Like in that sense,
the turn-based combat. Can you expand on why that's not a deal breaker? Because it feels like chess or something. Like,
you don't like turn-based combat?
I didn't like it when I started, but it grew on me, and I became. I guess what I like is what Harley's hitting on, the freedom that you have with all of there's just innumerable ways to handle each encounter. Like there's this one part where you've got to go over this precipice in this like wheel cart or something, but you can't turn the crank unless your strength is like 6 or higher. And I was like, well, what the fuck am I going to do? And I was like, wait a minute, don't I have some grease? And I poured grease on the thing, and then it would work. Oh,
smart. Yeah, and the game does stuff like that. That's a good one.
There's so many, and it's that times a million. Like when you're fighting a bunch of guys, you'd be like, wait a minute. I mean, there's tons of stuff where it's like, all right, let's shoot the chandelier and let it fall on them. There's tons of that, but there's all these weird interactions that things can have. You can obviously make everything wet, and then your electricity shocks everything that's standing in the wet. And you have this party of characters, your main character plus three more. And so they're like your chess pieces, and you kind of build them as such with different builds and different powers, and the synergy's fun. And the story is just so good.
Yeah, and you like
the story? Is that the compelling part mostly? The story?
The story and the fact that it's a true RPG. I'm really role playing as this character. I've never played an RPG where I read every sentence of dialogue and cared and wanted to get into the story, because I knew that if I caught some tidbit in the story that, like, sure enough, that blue rock he mentioned in that story I read back there, when I turn it over, look, there's money under. There's always some little thing to be found.
I'm interested in the story, but like story goes deeper than just like what's the plot of the game. Like story in the sense that like the people you're with and what they tell you and how they react to the things you do is like story to me. That's interesting. Like you start to get to know, you start to get to know characters, and then like you'll be in a conversation and you'll have the option to do a thing or say a thing, and you already know like, oh, I wish I didn't bring this person with me because they're not going to like what I have to do right now.
Yeah, like, I've got to kill a holy man,
and someone else might like that a lot, and maybe you wish they were there or not. And like what I really like about it is I made my character not powerful. I made a halfling, and I put all of his points into singing and speaking. And when you finally get a perk that are usually these powerful things, I chose to be able to speak to animals and speak to the dead. So like my guy is just like, we spoke about this. I think last time I was on, I was saying this would make a great Star Trek game.
Things like that.
Because you could do diplomacy. You could employ diplomacy in situations. And if you were doing what he was saying, where if you're keeping track of all the other shit going on, you might be like, oh, I have something I bet I could say to this person. Could I have that conversation with that person?
What he's not sold on any of this yet.
This is so, you have to understand how my Elden Ring addiction is parallel to a porn addiction at this point. You know how you start in the porn world, you're like, I wish there was more videos of people who truly loved each other. And then it evolves into like, how can we get 9 people who like latex and choking in the same room? like it just gets kinkier and wilder and more ridiculous. At this point, I'm like, Elden Ring would be fun if I took all the items and randomized them so I can't find my favorite shit. It's a fucking scavenger hunt that lasts 45 hours. And then we take the number of common enemies and double them and randomize them and replace 1 in 20 with a boss. And then we double the amount of bosses and randomize them too. I've got the kinkiest fucking Elden Ring run going on right now. It's next level.
But you don't want any other games. When you're asking about Baldur's Gate, you're not curious about inquiring should you play Baldur's Gate.
I wanted to
You just want to say that Elden Ring is better, right? You want
No. What I wanted to hear is that Baldur's Gate was just like Elden Ring.
Not at all.
So Elden Ring is like Fortnite. In the sense that I have a couple friends that play Elden Ring, and I have a couple friends that play Fortnite. And although I will have video game conversations with them, those two groups of friends, I don't waste my breath trying to sway to try another game, because my Elden Ring friends love Elden Ring, and there's nothing else like it right now. And Fortnite friends have been playing Fortnite nonstop for like 8 years or whatever, and like there's nothing like Fortnite. So like those, like I think like I wish I could get to the point where I would be doing like a crazy modded run of Elden Ring. Like, because what you're describing is what I want from Helldivers now. Like I wish there was customization for Helldivers.
You don't mod it?
No, I play on. I have it on computer, but I'm only level 10 on computer. But I play it on PlayStation.
We gotta get those rookie numbers. We got those numbers up. Gonna pump it up.
If you mod it, like, how do you like? Can't you get banned from it? Or
no, they don't give a fuck. No. You can do crazy shit with the mod.
Okay, because I want
you can turn the car into a warthog. You can turn.
Can I still stream though? Can I still stream?
Yeah. They don't care. Yeah. I think there are some mods that they don't like. Like if you but I don't think they'll fuck with you.
I won't like what he's talking about when he says like double common enemies. I would love it if you got into a bug planet and it was like all like the jumping hunters that suck. There was like no, or it was like all chargers,
all heavies, all chargers.
Like imagine all chargers.
I think
you can
do that.
Cool.
if you know, on Nexus mods, you can go on there and find the mods now, but it's a new community, but I've downloaded a few mods. You can make everything 40K, you can make everything Halo, everything Star Wars. They had the sound effect. The guns in particular are really good. It's like, that's a 40K fucking gun that you've now got in the game.
Yeah, I want to look up videos. I never fuck with online games modding because I never want to like have to revert the game back to its state or something like that.
So it's with some games it's hard. Like with the older games, it's hard because you're changing files and you're moving folders around and renaming stuff and making new file paths even. But with new games, there's just a little mod manager that's made for your game. And it's just like, oh, remove mods and you're done. Like there's no horse shit. There's no fucking up the game. Baldur's Gate, great game modded. After I beat it 2 or 3 times, I started playing it modded.
To mod, I feel like
all the armors and titty mods and jiggle asses and all that stuff.
In Baldur's Gate?
Oh, the Baldur's Gate
look who's interested now. Jiggling asses. Baldur's Gate is an eyebrow.
It's the horniest game I've ever played. It's the horniest game
tell me more about these butts. Can you take off the
It's so jiggly. You can fucking get some beef.
Do you remember when
there.
Kyle was sending us like full frontal nudes of his character?
That was Fallout. Yeah, that was probably. Oh, that might have been Baldur's Gate.
No, I know because it was like a gremlin girl.
Did it have a dick?
Fuck. Yeah, the ones you you sent us multiple full frontals of a character with a dick, and then you also sent us one of a lady.
Oh, your character looks just like mine. You're a little halfling.
Wow, birds of a feather.
That's my boy.
Look at that.
That's what he does.
Mine's a girl.
I like that he sings and stuff. Like I think
you see his little cock.
So just no armor.
Little.
He's naked.
That's like half his thigh.
It goes to his knee. Kyle's like, look at his little peewee.
So what character you have and what they can do impacts the story and how you can interact with it. So a character like that is classified as small. So there's a shrinking potion and a shrinking spell in the game. They do the same thing. But if he uses one of them, he shrinks smaller than a normal sized man who would take those things. So if you shrink that guy, he can go in like a mouse hole in the wall.
Yeah, there's been a couple missions where they're like, I have the crawl through option and I leave everyone behind and go like, flip a switch or something like that.
And I assume there's like the inverse where like if you're a big barbarian and you take, like there's loot that you could get as the little fella with the shrink potion, but it's equalized by like some barbarian with his own growth potion or whatever. He could reach the shelf with the
strength.
Yeah, well, you have a shorter jump when you're a halfling, and you have like there's a couple of things like your speed is shorter also when you're a halfling by default. Mm-hmm. So that might be the balance of it. But what I like about it is like I'll go and I'll try and talk and negotiate. And when things go to hell and they're like, or I'll get like a critical fail, which still happens, my other team, they're all strong. They like grab my character and throw him back to safety. I'll lose like a couple HP, like 2 HP, because I get tossed all the way back there. But now I'm in the back lines and they're in the front lines to actually do the fighting, and I could take my dick out and start hitting the bongos.
So you had the abilities to talk to animals and talk to dead are interesting too, because if you never use those abilities, then you never do those things, and so you have no idea what could have been found.
I think about that with Mass Effect all the time, that they have all this dialogue, and I've played the trilogy so many times and I can't play as FemShep for some reason, even though people are like the female shepherd is amazing, she's even better. I just can't play as a woman. So like I always end up playing as John Shepherd, and I'm just like, there's a whole trilogy worth of voice acting that I bought that's out there that I have never even heard.
In Baldur's Gate, did you talk to the pigs in the barn? There's 2 pigs in a barn. You talk to one of them, and he's like, "Oats are good." And you talk to the other one, and he's like, "I am Obsidian, the Dark One. Do not reveal me, human." Or you
okay, but they weren't pigs. They were like big. They were the big furry animals, right?
Did you reveal him? Did you reveal Obsidian?
I did, but I've played it enough that I've done all the things. Like I've blown his cover there. I've blown his cover later. You see him later in the game. And
does he play another animal later, like a big
cow.
furry? Yeah, cow. So I got him as the cow, not as the pig. I didn't know that's his second appearance.
I think he starts as a pig and then he's a cow later. I could be wrong.
I kept no. It's like a what's it called, a yak or something.
It looks like that.
Yeah. I kept talking to him, but then he was acting like a cow after he revealed himself. That's that.
And I talk to the dead is the same way. Like you do the spell, and the dead body goes, "Ugh, what?" And it's like, I can ask this guy how he died. I can ask him who killed him. You get like, I don't remember how many questions, 3 or 7. It's some magic number. But using that ability is interesting too, because you'll kill a guy and then question him, and he doesn't want to talk to you. He's like, "Fuck you killed me." So you got to get your buddy to come over and talk to him.
Do you really have any leverage at that point?
Not much.
Did you guys see the movie?
The horse there.
The Dungeons and Dragons movie?
Yeah, I watched that.
It's really good.
That was a pretty fun movie.
Yeah, so all the spells and stuff that they reference in there, I was like, oh, this is in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah,
like a lot of those things or items are like in Baldur's Gate.
Dungeons and Dragons is one of those things I had no knowledge of, but then I played Baldur's Gate and I realized, oh, this is Dungeons and Dragons. This is Dungeons and Dragons, the fucking video game.
Dude, I said it. I thought Dungeons and Dragons was so cool, and my cousin, I remember, he was like, why didn't you ever play it like in high school? And I was like, could you imagine? Like, it's 1999. Eminem is like the newest album, and we all love Eminem and smoking weed and being not gay. And I'm like, man, guys, shut up. Listen, give me your character sheet. You didn't fill it out. Okay, our band of heroes are rested upon the dew on a fine evening on the land. Like, there's no way I could have got my buddies to play that shit with me. I would have got roasted. I would have spent all my social capital to get a half-ass shit game of Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah, where they're not taking it seriously and you wouldn't know enough to know the rules right. The last thing I remember doing, other than getting imprisoned for looting a body I wasn't supposed to and then not playing any more Baldur's Gate, was with Kyle. Like, there was some barn, and I guess like we walked towards it, and there was like a ruckus. And so, like, obviously, fucking video game, you investigate, could be loot. And then it was like a goblin and a
werewolf,
like a cave troll or something fucking. Or I thought it was like a goblin. I thought it was an ogre, because then this ogre like fucked me up, hit me so hard it like knocked me out of the realm of fighting.
It's a scene that's been memed because everybody eventually walks past that barn and everybody hears the ruckus, and then you check it out and it's 2 monsters fucking. One of them's like rear-ending the other one, and they whittle the camera around so you see your party's reaction to being exposed to that suddenly. And based on their reactions, you can get a good vibe for their personalities. Lae'zel will be like, fucking disgusting. But the vampire, the sexy gay vampire guy, he'll be like,
vampire guy.
Yeah.
Wasn't it a very gross scene? Wasn't it like some goblin fucking a big ugly ogre?
I remember it. I think it might have been like a giant werewolf type monster was fucking like a goblin in the ass, like a big green goblin type woman. But I haven't played the minute. But yeah, you can either then leave or you can kill them. I killed them.
Now my friend showed me her like a thing. She sent a video of it of her character. She had sex with the druid dude, the bear dude, not in bear form, and she like sent me the video. He's like your like character sucking his dick. I'm like, that's so funny. That's so like you're like, yeah, and then you choose the dialogue options that leads to the story that involves you blowing this guy.
I did not blow Halson. I'm just going to throw that out there right now.
Right. You chose the bear.
At least honestly, you can't prove he did.
Honestly, like for my first 2 or 3 playthroughs, I couldn't find that motherfucker. He's locked in a cage down there, and I ended up killing him.
Yeah, I don't have him still. I still don't have him.
You need him in the second act to save the fucking like bedeviled forest or whatever. He's necessary.
Honestly, yeah, I bet I got some other shit. My dude's got some shit. I'll talk to the forest. You never know, dude. I got some weird things, man. I don't know.
Good luck. My forest is still bedeviled because I killed him. Tried to suck my dick. I had to.
Tried to suck my dick. I had to end it.
Shot with a crossbow. Yeah. No, that's a wonderful game.
Like a lot of dick sucking in this game.
I've heard it's good. I've heard Elden Ring mentioned as like 2 of the best games in the last 10, 15 years. Like,
and you know what? And they're both the top sellers on Steam Deck. I could highly recommend to anyone, if you have the money, the Steam Deck is like low-key probably like the sickest console I bought. I loved my Nintendo Switch. Haven't touched it since I got the Steam Deck like 2 years ago. All the games that, and this is for someone, if you're listening, like if you have a Steam library, if you have an ongoing Steam library, it's a major hard recommendation. Because like I got the console, and then as soon as I got it, I had 200 games. And a lot of these games I bought in like 2012 on sale, Steam summer sale. And I was like, I'll play it one day. But like, I'm never going to sit down at my desktop PC and open up Max Payne 3 and be like, well, I bought it, I should play it. But Max Payne 3 on the Steam Deck, like chilling on the couch, hits very differently from that. And I've been able to go through a lot of my Steam library and get a lot of playthrough from games that I fully ignored, because when you're like playing on your handheld, it's just a different experience. It's like something different. And Elden Ring is like one of the top games played on it, and so is Baldur's Gate. I play Baldur's Gate on it all the time, and I played Baldur's Gate like on my good computer, and it was fucking beautiful game.
Woody, does anyone play Elden Ring with a joystick? Like
joystick,
you know, like a joystick, like Mortal Kombat.
Like I know. Of. I mean, there's one girl I've seen her.
That's your next move, bro.
Do it
that
with
is
a DVR.
Very interesting.
The Dance Dance Revolution pad, and she's really good. I've also seen her do it with a controller, but using only one finger. And there's a webcam the whole time. And every so often, when I think I'm getting the hang of it, I remember what good looks like.
How does she do that? That's crazy.
So yeah, I would imagine, just thinking out loud, like with the Dance Dance Revolution pad, if you just remapped one of your controls at first, like, okay, to move right, I tap right here. Like whatever it is, and then integrated that into your already seamless gameplay, and then slowly integrated more steps until you're dancing your way.
You gotta have a deep understanding of the game.
Dude, I would love to see you dance your way all over a Elden Ring boss.
And panic-inducing, and I just don't know how like everything seems so chill and premeditated and obvious to her. Like that, she just big braining it. It's wild.
Did you ever play Sekiro?
No.
That was my favorite Souls-like game that I played, but it was more it has an emphasis on parry, like deflecting, like timing that instead of the roll, because the roll takes me out. The invulnerable roll thing, like just like how you gotta have low weight and you do the roll is how you evade everything. I wish the game had a cooler way of showing it. Like when you play Sifu, he like dodges the punches instead of doing like just a big roll, you know? Just visually, I think it would be. But yeah, sorry, you never.
I agree. Iframes are kind of
other Souls like game.
Going in a slightly different direction. Why don't you try out Chivalry? It's a multiplayer, but it involves people who are amazing at it. I feel like your skills translate to Chivalry because
we should all do it.
I've watched Chivalry gameplay, and it looks really hard.
Woody, there is such a skill ceiling to this game that like I'm embarrassed to play it with people that are any good. Like here's just like if you like skim through this video, there's
a video of Chivalry where like it's like hand-to-hand medieval combat, and like I guess in one of the training centers there's like dozens of people running around and you can just start battles and do it. And there was this one dude who like you could tell not to fucking tussle with. He had like a black steel helmet with antlers on it and a big crazy axe or warhammer. And there were like it was like a movie scene that you'd be like, this is stupid and unrealistic. I mean, this is a video game, so obviously unrealistic. But there were like a dozen guys all trying to take him down, and he's like parry, kill, parry, slash. You can see the guys like get slashed and like, and then they come after him again, a little weakened, parries again, cracks their head up. He was like, and the whole time he's like running upstairs, like getting to the top of a little platform, jumping off, like training real people.
When I tried to play this game, I thought it was going to be like, oh, a big medieval war, so everybody's looking the wrong way. I can just run around hitting people in the back. No. When they immediately see you coming, and if they're better than you, you might as well be unarmed. I've seen people play. I guess there's a bard character where you can like play a fife or something as you run around, and he's running around, and this guy's trying to hit him, and he's like dodge, dodge, and then he pulls out his knife, stab, 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 and just leaves the dead body behind. It's like playing just on another level. The people that are good at it can really style on the people who are not.
My friend was ruining the game he was playing for he was streaming for me, and he was like, oh, a ballista, I've never used one of these, and he was just like firing ballista bolts into the crowd of fights, hoping to hit enemies. And it was like ka-thunk, and it would be like friendly fire, you've killed blah blah blah. And then he's like, okay, that was a miss, but this time it's going ka-thunk, friendly fire. And so he like single-handedly lost the position for his team by removing 3 allies from the fight.
That's exactly my story of playing that game. I realized I was so bad at the combat that I needed to like do
use the
something
guns.
else. I needed a bow. I was like, I got to get some distance between me and these guys. And of course, the bows are just very hard to use. But there's a ballista, like a mounted medieval weapon that shoots javelins at people. And I'm behind that thing, but it takes so long to like load again.
Yeah, in between.
Once you take one guy out, everybody's like, that guy, and you see they're coming. When they're on horses with a lance, it's the people that are good at it run your fucking pockets, and it's embarrassing.
In Montreal, there's this thing just called like bongos in the park at Mount Royal. Literally, the city is named after a big mountain. And on Sundays, people go and they play bongos there and get stoned and play frisbee and hacky sack, and like literally like hundreds of people would go there every Sunday for a couple hours, and it was like a cool thing to go and chill. And there's just people there do tightrope walking, devil sticks, some dumb shit like that. But there are people that go there with these PVC weapons that they made with styrofoam and foam and tape and PVC piping. And they wear like either red or blue garb. And they stand on either side, and they have these rounds where they go out and they hit each other with like these duct tape weapons. And if they hit your leg, you have to hop around. If they hit your arm, you can't use it. If you get hit in the chest, you lose. And they just go round after round after round, like attacking each other, basically like Chivalry. And we would get stoned and just watch them. Some people are much better than others. People make like arrows, bow and arrows with duct tape on it, or like spears. People get really creative, and we would go and like watch, and it was just fun to go watch those guys for a bit while we blazed. And then I remember like this one guy started showing up. This reminded me when you were talking about it, Taylor, the night there. This guy would show up, and he wouldn't go on the red or the blue side, but he came in a full king's outfit with a crown. And he would walk around in the middle with his chin up like he was so sick. And he would walk around slowly in the battlefield while the red and blue fought. And then so people obviously wanted to go get the king. They wanted to kill him. But the thing is, he was always there with 5 dudes who were really, really good. I swear to God, they must have come from a class or something, because they would be in a phalanx around him and fuck up everyone. And we would be like screaming when people got close to the king. We're like, oh no! Or like we've seen like one of the guys in front of the king like jump up and catch an arrow to like protect the king, and the king the whole time just always walks around like so slow. And we used to blaze and be like, oh, we got to go to Tam Tams. Maybe the king will be there, dude. I hope the king is there. And we saw him a whole bunch of times. But I'll never forget this one time was so crazy. We were there watching, and it's like on the mountain. So up the mountains, there's all trees and stuff. They had the reds and blues, and the king was there with his phalanx, and he was walking around slowly. And one of the rounds started, and like 25 people came running out of the trees, and they were all dressed in black with their faces painted like skeletons, and they all had like double axes and stuff, and literally like mauled up on the king and the guys protecting him, just like full. Everyone it was crazy, and like the king got killed, and we saw the king get killed.
They were sick of his shit.
Yeah, it was just like these dudes. They committed to the bit of the king. People watched it, studied it, and like set up an ambush. Like those guys were dressed like they had full, it's not Halloween, like we're the summer, and they have like full skeleton face paint. They have their weapons. They were like up over there watching, and then someone was like, come now, and gave them the signal, and they came and ran. And we were just like stoned and saw it happen. It was crazy.
That is crazy.
Fun. Yeah, it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah. I wonder where the king is now.
Somewhere cool, no doubt.
Some say he's still in the park, holding his chin high.
You guys ready to rap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's some rhymes?
Tell them, yo, check out my podcast too. It's your favorite Jew. Sometimes.
Oh, man's ready to rap. All right.
No, I wanted to say real fast. I have an epic mealtime snake farm collabo skateboard. Just to anyone listening, if anyone likes it or down with it, you can kick flip it. Probably not, dude. Or hang it on your wall, which is like what I did with mine. But it's a cool ass skateboard, a limited edition one. And I thought I would get the message out to your audience since I already blasted it to mine. And you guys can also check out my podcast. You guys owe me more. You all owe me more.
Let me know when. That was fun. I liked how many food topics there were.
Is that how that works?
Dude, yeah, I do. I get 3, and I used just for that comment. You owe me like 3 more for that.
Dude, I got a lot of good feedback about the one that we did.
It's funny being a guest, I guess, is like easier because I come on and people are like, "Oh, Harley, you're so great," and then like I'll be on mine and they're like, "Why is your skin so orange here?"
The lighting.
Yeah, no, listen, no man's messiah in his own land, you know. So that's how it is. You guys come on mine, and everyone will see how cute you are when you're not talking that racist bullshit you guys are always going on and about here.
All right.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Check out
Anytime.
the links in the description. PKA 737.